part of the challenge that the amateur astronomy community is facing is to bring in more people into the hobby. So we've been actively trying to contact different people, science communicators, people with influence are also interested in astronomy, to help them help us popularize the hobby. I think it's very, very important for all of us to do that because as a hobby, we want to make sure that it's growing. And one way to do it is reach out to younger people, make sure that the next generation, the younger people, are actually getting into the hobby.
Basically, I look at it now and I think of astronomy as more of a really artistic. You look at all the beautiful pictures that they do, and I think that's going to bring more people in. It's like getting the big buck for the hunters. You want to get the most beautiful picture that you can get, and it's kind of a competition, really. Something that can be achieved, and you don't have to have physical strength. You don't have to have all these different things, but you can go in and just be able to have that creative spark and eye, and go out there and work with it.
I guess what I do is I have a small group of friends near my home, and if I have a night where I decide to take out the telescope, I'll invite them along. It's not really their hobby, but it's nice to branch that out. But I would like to do some outreach to some high schools or elementary and get the kids interested early so that it's not something you're starting when you're 20s or 30s. It's something you start early on and you just get that for your whole life.
Already we can see that the impact of social media has popularized astronomy a great deal amongst people who just have no real direct interest in astronomy, but they get excited about these things, like this eclipse that just occurred. Had one of the largest turnouts that have ever occurred for a solar eclipse. And I think it's 100% due to social media and the news coverage that it gets. So I think that is making it more important. In other words, you can reach people much easier now than you ever could before.
I think the general public is more into the now results. So a lot of people like to share things. I find that people like sharing. They want to see results. They want to make things easy. So I see a expansion into just easy imaging and sharing.
There's a lot of people now doing science, not just astrophotography anymore. There's a lot of people doing science. There's a lot of citizen science, and there's schools that are doing science. The easier we make the telescopes, the more science that the schools can start doing. We get colleges doing science, and maybe even down to high schools doing some science projects with NFS grants and such. So because the capabilities of the telescopes today are so much more, I think the way to get the young people involved is to get them using them in schools.
On the scientific point of view, astronomy is trying to answer very fundamental questions, and most of them have to do with cosmology, meaning where does the universe come from? And there are still many questions. Most of them are unanswered. The other search, I think, in astronomy is searching for other planets, other intelligent civilizations, or even sign of life, simply sign of life on other planets. I think that's the second quest. The first, I believe, should be trying to find out, answering the big question of cosmology today.
I think there's a renewed interest in astronomy. It really peaked for our generation, or the generation slightly before us, with the moon landing and the Apollo program. And then we had the space shuttle, but with the cessation of flying the space shuttle, people predicted that there would be less interest in astronomy. But as Cassini and some of the other probes have demonstrated, a lot of interest is generated because we're getting looks at our solar system with the technology that has been put into these probes that we were never able to get before. And I know that the generation, my children's generation, has a lot of interest in these types of things, and I think that interest will continue. And those are the future astronomers and future amateur astronomers that are coming out of that.
I think what you're going to see, and what you're already seeing, is that amateur astronomy is making significant strides in the professional realm. You've got amateur astronomers finding comets and asteroids and near-Earth objects And I think that's just going to continue to happen. I see a network of astronomers, maybe a network of satellite imagers. You know, if you can turn households into a satellite spot, and suddenly you've got a satellite telescope that's the size of a hemisphere, you know, just because amateur astronomers are working together. I see that happening. I see the entire community coming together and doing more.
In terms of making astronomy something that it can reach a much broader audience, you know, we want to see more development of those accessibility options via the internet and ease of use, to try to make it a simple process. Using your iPhone is a pretty easy thing to do. And it'd be great if we can get to where people can access these high-end telescopes and take these terrific images and also do research. You think about the science projects we did when we were young, you know, in some respects pretty primitive what kids can do today.
You know, one of the most successful programs that I've seen for engaging younger students and younger kids in astronomy is the Sonoma County Astronomical Society has a program where they have students, little kids, like write essays, and then they take the best essays on astronomy and they give them telescopes. And these kids, I've been surprised, it's mostly girls. These kids, they get these telescopes, they bring them to star parties, and they become little experts, little amateur astronomy experts, and they give public talks and presentations, and this is one of the most successful places. I'm a member of about 5 different astronomy clubs, and this is a great way to bring in a younger generation and help them maintain it, because we've seen over years now these kids come in and they stay in there, and this is a kind of program I think we need to scale it, we need to use it as an example and do it elsewhere, just sort of one small example of one thing we can do.
We live in a fast age, right, where our movies and our music, our media, you know, fast edits, instant gratification, loud and in-your-face kind of stuff is required to hold people's attention today for a half a second, which is sad. And so the subtle and the esoteric stuff suffers. I think it's very difficult to get a lot of younger people into this as a hobby. It seems like there's more younger folks, even women, who manage to get into the professional sciences, astronomy, cosmology, whatever it is, but in the amateur way, getting them to a telescope, getting them to a dark sky, inspiring that wonder in them is difficult, I think.
Giving someone the opportunity to not only see it for themselves, but do it for themselves, and say, here, you know, have a look. If, for example, if they have the privilege of looking through a telescope and seeing the rings of Saturn, give someone that opportunity to do that and see it for themselves with their own eye. It has an incredibly powerful impact. And what I'll find, and for those who, like I say, there are many outlets where you have an opportunity, city star parties, outreach events. Once you see it for yourself, it's like a catalyst that the rest starts to take care of itself. The interest will be there.
One of the things that concerns me greatly is the fact that so many people are moving away from science and from facts. The fact of the matter is math, history, science, and facts matter. And so to advocate that and to advocate education, I mean, I believe that college education should be absolutely free. We should be investing in the brain trust of this country. And so to me, our job is to advocate science. Our job is to inspire people to really embrace what is right.
The stars are for everybody. And I would like, if I could do that, if I could spread the interest out amongst everybody, that would be the biggest contribution I can make.
I had worked overseas for 6 years in Southeast Asia, and I had been in the business for a long time, gone to a lot of trade shows, knew a lot of people that were in the industry, and I had a plan to, I made a promise, personal promise to myself, that before I turned 50 years old, that I would start my own business. I should have done that at a much younger age because you need a lot of energy to run a business. Thankfully, I have a lot of energy, but a lot of that energy comes from the excitement of doing what you know is right and enjoying every moment of it. So how did I start the business? I put out a proposal to a few of my friends that were in the industry, and in particular, a gentleman, his name is Mr. Hendren. He read my proposal and thought, why not? Let's make this happen. And they were a company in transition as well. They had made telescopes and eyepieces for a lot of the famous telescope companies out there and been in business for a while, but they didn't have their own brand. And in China, there was a paper that I'd read, a government paper, where they wanted companies to go from being an OEM suppliers to having their own brands. And I thought, well, this makes sense, Let's take the company that's actually making the product, let's build a brand, but let's build in the quality and the features that the market's going to want. And so that was the approach. And with that backing, Mr. Herr also later with Rolf Bresser and with Helmut Ebert, they purchased Bresser, a company away from Mead Instruments. Mead Instruments was divesting itself of some of its assets, and one of them was the Bresser company in Europe. They purchased that company. Once they told me of this news, they were very excited about it. I said, well, can we become the exclusive distributor for Bresser products in the United States? And on a phone call, that's how that happened. The first Light series of products and the Explorer 1 series of products that we have are internal house brands. These are brands that we came up with to address a product line. So First Light is our mid-range tier of telescopes. It still has kind of the Explorer brand. It's called Explorer First Light. Explorer 1 is a spinoff also from the Explorer Scientific brand and is really kind of science toy level type products. We are also the official licensee for National Geographic. We do all their binoculars and telescopes and microscopes. And we have the Discovery Channel brand as well. And so that's all directed towards young astronomers. So in the amateur astronomy world, you have a couple of opportunities to engage a customer. One of them is from about age 4 years old, maybe up till about maybe 10 years old, or 11 or 12. Once they get into their teenage years, if you haven't got their attention by then, you've lost them, okay? They're engaged with their social activities, with school, with gaming, with building relationships and stuff. After that happens, then they're in their young 20s, they're trying to get through school, build their careers, whatever. Even into their 30s, maybe they're working very hard and have little time to spend on something like astronomy. But by the time they hit their 40s, Galileo, I'll point out, started his astronomy career at age 45, okay? They now have the discretionary income and they have the inclination and the interest to do something like astronomy. So you do need to spend the time to really get into the serious end of this hobby. It's great when we see younger people getting into it, but I think that planting the seeds really starts with someone very young, 4 to 8, maybe up to 10 years old, and really planting those seeds to get them interested in science, and this is the real important part. This is why I'm into, I'm not selling washing machines or laser copiers or something, maybe a lot more profitable than selling a telescope, okay, because it's not a hugely profitable business. But the the excitement of seeing someone learn something about themselves, their place in the universe. They have become more aware of how the inner workings of the universe is, okay, and what that means to them. We think builds better citizenry. You know, we think that it actually makes a better world. Astronomers and non-astronomers across the country, maybe from around the world, are getting ready for the August 21st, 2017 total eclipse of the sun. I noticed that Astronomy magazine in their April edition here did a nice review of the ED80 Essential Series telescope. This is an airspace triplet. I thought of the name Explore Scientific because I wanted the company's name to be what we do. You know, and so I do a lot of web development in the past. I did, for instance, Meet Instruments for about 21 years. And when the web was new, you know, I was self-taught to do HTML, and I brought out Mead's first websites. And having looked at those websites now, you know, I realized they weren't that great, but it was, I guess, state of the art at the time. But I worked it backwards. I started searching for names, you know, that would go along with what we're doing, you know. So, and it just so happened I was able to type in Explore Scientific, and then I did I thought that sounds pretty good, and I did a domain search, and there it was. It was wide open, so I took it, explorescientific.com. And that became the brand name of the company. When someone is getting something that you made, you know, and you've kind of put your heart and soul into designing something and making something, and someone gets it, and they're able to use it in a way that, you know, I try to make product that can essentially disappear. I want people to use a telescope, and for the telescope itself to disappear, so that they're exploring with it, and they're seeing stuff they've never seen before, or they're seeing it better than they've ever seen it before. You know, whether it's visual or if they're doing astrophotography, when I see them go to like what they feel is the next level for them, I feel like it's a wonderful feeling. I mean, to know that you've made something like that. I don't take credit, though, for what our company is, and I don't take credit for the product per se, because the product's nothing without the users. The product's nothing, the brand is nothing without the customer. You know, the brand lives with them. You know, we're the janitors. Those of us that work at Explore Scientific, we're janitors for the brand, you know. The brand lives with that customer. And so if we're doing our job, then they're getting the product that they need, they have the support that they need, and we're supporting their lifestyle. We're supporting their lifestyle of exploration.
20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6.
Was a kid, you know, I grew up during the Apollo era, and we were all, you know, absolutely, you know, glued to the television, watching, you know, the Apollo 11 space capsule go up, and we knew that we were actually really going to the moon. You know, it was just to describe that to you today. I mean, people today, after that generation, you know, we were constantly in space. We were constantly doing these amazing things, but to go to the moon for the very first time, to step foot on another body, you know, a celestial body like that, it was the thing of science fiction. And so we were all, our generation, many of us were interested in space in general, Most of us wanted telescopes, and I begged my parents like crazy, pestered them to get me a telescope, And I finally did get my first telescope, and seeing the moon through my own telescope was so gratifying to me. I lost track of that telescope. It was a little 40 millimeter push-pull zoom refractor from Kmart. And you know, I talked to my dad about it. I asked him, you know, how did they arrive at getting this telescope? And he said, well, you'd pestered us for a couple of years for a telescope. And he was working at a place called LTV, which was an aerospace company. And so there were people there that were amateur astronomers and stuff, and they were mentioning to him that he should get a refractor, and they were giving him advice. After the kind of this long drawn out thing of 2 years, he decided I was ready for a telescope. And seeing the moon and the craters of the moon through that telescope, it's still burned in my memory now, you know. I was 9, turning 10 years old at that time. I lost track of the telescope because, you know, I disassembled it. I'd messed it up, you know, took the eyepieces apart, or the eyepiece apart. There was only one eyepiece to it. And so for years and years and years, I'd always wondered about, you know, what had happened to the telescope eventually. I'm sure my parents threw it away because it was, you know, just torn up. And about 2 years ago, I got the bug to try to find that telescope. And this is an interesting story because the one day that I really seriously go to find this telescope, I search on eBay and I find the telescope. And it was in brand new condition from 1970. And I think, oh my God, you know, this is the telescope. And I figured that, you know, there was like a $30 bid on it or something like that already. And so I put up a high bid of $100. I wanted this telescope so badly. I get it for $34. It's shipped to me. It is absolutely brand new, mint condition. So I took this telescope out and I did the same thing again. I pulled the eyepiece out and looked at the moon. And that very same rush, and I don't even know how this happens, but that very same rush of seeing the moon for the very first time hit me like a ton of bricks. And I go, okay, this is why I'm into astronomy. And getting the backstory from my dad about it really was interesting to me. So. You'll talk to amateur astronomers, they'll tell you, hey, I started when I was a boy or a girl, and I've always been doing it, and I still do it, and I'm going to do it the rest of my life. That is them, that's their lifestyle, that's who they are. You have to remember, astronomy is a lifestyle. It's not a sport. Astronomers identify them. That's who they are. Okay, that's what it's all about. And the gear and all the marketing and all the rest of that stuff, that's really just something that's part of their world. But for people that had an experience or had some experiences when they were young, and now they're in their 40s or 50s, or maybe they're just now newly retired and they're trying to think of what am I going to do with this time and this money that I have? What should I be up to? I would say that you have to get out and you have to engage the public. And so I'm very involved in public education and astronomy. I run we have a nonprofit organization called Astronomy Outreach Network, and Astronomy Outreach Network supports other people that do public education in astronomy. And what's public education in astronomy? This ranges all the way from people that get on a street corner with their telescope and show people the moon, to people that are doing a little bit more formal education, like in schools. You know, they're augmenting what their teachers don't know with their knowledge, and you know, they're helping out the school in that way, to professional public education people. So that's the EPO community that's associated with the observatories and planetariums, and NASA has a massive EPO program. So there you're exposing a lot of people of all ages. And one of the most enjoyable things that I do, the juice for me, is to get out on a street corner, in a busy city and show people Saturn for the first time. And you will get people of every age, of every walk of life, and I have yet to meet people that really are turned off by that. I think almost everyone is curious about the night sky. They're curious about how far away things are. It's a question of our origins, and where we're going.
So hey guys, here we are at Table Mountain. This is day 3. We had some clouds last night, so everybody kind of chilled out and didn't do much of stargazing. But
it cleared at 2 a.m.
Oh, was that? I didn't hear that. So we were
from
already
2 to
in
4.
bed.
Apparently, it was unbelievably good. So.
And today the weather's absolutely stunning. And
a lot of people have asked me, how long I've been in business, how long have I been working, and the deal is that my parents are relatively poor. My mother was a single mom from my age, about 6 years old, and in 2nd grade I had a bad teacher experience, and I didn't want to go back to school. And I was telling my parents that, and I said, look, I don't want to go back to school. I hate school. I'm in 2nd grade, right? And so my parents, they said, well, if you don't want to go to school, you got to go get a job. And so I said, fine, I'll go get a job, And so they gave me 1 day to go try to find a job. So they actually let me out of school. I go down to downtown, where I was, and no one's going to give a 2nd grader a job, of course. But by the time I'm 8 years old, in the 3rd grade, I do get a job, and I'm working as a janitor inside of a church. So that worked out. I think that was also supported by my parents. I had a great 3rd grade teacher. School was great at that point. My job gave me a sense of self-worth, and I had a little bit of change in my pocket, so it was great. But by the time I hit 12 years old, and I'd been working pretty much continuously from 8 until 12, I thought, well, I don't want to be a janitor all my life, and so I loved art, but I thought photography would be a good vocation, and I got my first camera when I was 12. By the time I'm 14, I have a full-blown darkroom, and in those teenage years, not too long afterwards, I start working professionally, and I'm doing weddings, I'm doing all kinds of photography, and I'm not involved in astronomy per se at that time, but I'm always fascinated by telescopes and optics of any kind. I just love optics, and so I start working at Oceanside Photographic Center, which was an old camera store, and eventually we established that we sell telescopes there, and I sold them as telephoto lenses for photography at first, but I would take the scopes out front and we would aim them at the moon, and people just came from everywhere to see these larger telescopes and to look at the moon. And so I started learning more about the celestial objects out there. And it's at this time that I meet people from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, I meet people from Palomar Observatory. The community, the scientific community comes out in a way that and embraces this, our experience in using telescopes and sharing that experience with the public, something I'd never experienced before. The scientific community and astronomers in general are very sharing people. They want everyone to understand what's going out in space. They want to improve their scientific literacy, to know where our place is in the universe. Hi everybody, Scott Roberts here. I'm back with Barbara Jean, the Vintage Airstream. I've been showing you some pictures. I'm back from my trip in China, and we have now all the plumbing has been installed. Most of the electrical's been installed. Behind me here, you can start to see the shower. I've always wanted like some sort of a bus or some sort of trailer or something like that. I had this bug since I was about 18 years old, and I was at a point in my life where I could actually make that happen. And so I did a lot of reading. I was originally going to convert a bus, and And then I started watching recreational vehicle crash videos on YouTube, okay? It's not pretty. There is no safety oversight for recreational vehicles per se. And so it kind of led me to looking at trailers as well. And trailer crash videos are also horrible. But one thing I found is that the Airstream trailers, that something like over 70% of them are still on the road, and they're the oldest trailer manufacturer around. And so also they're beautiful. I think that the art moderne look of an Airstream is very cool. So I found one that was actually here in California. It was a 1968 model. The body looked good and everything. And so I bought it, I towed it back, and started the process of restoration. Since that time, we took the Airstream coast to coast. We traveled over 20,000 miles with the Airstream, and we did everything from the Winter Star Party all the way up to Table Mountain Star Party up in the northwest corner. So it's been really amazing experience, and to have people. There's this thing about people are just kind of attracted to the Airstream itself, and so wherever we go, people want to look at it, they want to look inside of it and get inside of it if they can. So we're happy to oblige that. People that know us and have seen us at star parties know that sometimes we're out until late at night. We will share, if the atmosphere is right, we'll have cocktails out. We party. I mean, this is. So we don't want to hide. We don't want to hide. Now I know that some people want to get away from a crowd or whatever, and especially people in the industry. If you're bombarded all day and you've got people asking you the same question again and again and again. And if you get tired of that, you would want to hide. I can get that. But I never get tired. People have asked me the same questions millions of times, and I'm always interested to find out, if they ask me a question that I've heard 1,000 times, I start asking them questions, and I try to get under their skin a little bit to find out really what's exciting to them and why they're into it, because I'm passionate about it. I can't imagine anything more amazing than, seeing fossil light and seeing back in time, and to see supernova as we've seen. And, if you were around when the comet impacts hit Jupiter and watching that happen, and, we got this eclipse coming up on August 21st, 2017. You know how many people are going to be blown away? Millions of people are going to see this on the center line. And I think it was Lou Mayo at NASA told me that NASA thinks this is going to be the biggest science event in human history. I can't wait to be part of that. I can't wait to answer all the questions that people might have out there. So I want to be in the thick of it. I don't want to hide.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, happy Astronomy Day. It's finally here after waiting a whole year, and here we are again doing Astronomy Day. My name is Simon. I am the stupid astronomer because I do the stupid things so you don't have to. And we have one heck of a jam-packed session today. We have 2 giveaways. We have Tom Field, Scott Roberts, Alex McConahay, Tanya and Brian from Losmandy, Chris Hendren from, he actually works at Celestial now. He'll be doing a presentation with Canon, doing daytime, nighttime photography. I'm looking forward to it. And for those of you who can stick it out all the way to the very, very end, there is going to be a bonus tutorial just for you guys who are watching. But enough of me, because nobody wants to see me. They want to see the guy that's actually hiding in the background, Tom Field.
Hi, Simon. Thank you. And thanks everybody for attending today. Welcome to a jam-packed session. There's going to be a lot of good speakers, and I'm really happy to be the first speaker today. I'm Tom Field. I'm a contributing editor at Sky and Telescope, and I'm an amateur astronomer, and I'm a knuckle-dragging programmer. One of the themes of my talk is going to be, if I can do what I'm showing you, you can do it too. This is really easy stuff and really exciting. So I'm going to be returning to that idea as we go through. So let's get started with the slideshow. We're going to move pretty fast here. You can type your questions in. Simon will field them and pitch them to me at the appropriate times. So how is it that we've managed to discover so much about the universe when we've really not really even stepped outside our own front door? You know, images like this Hubble Deep Field can show the universe in 2 dimensions. And we can also get a sense of 3 dimensions if we do it at the right time, like during this partial eclipse. And if we wait a while, time-wise, we can see a 4th dimension. Now, I don't know whether you're going to be able to see that in this video. I'm going to go back and forth a couple times. Can you see the stars going on and off? These are our Lyrae standard candle stars. So this is the time dimension. And finally, if we spread the colors out, and this is a rainbow in Lake George, upstate New York, yesterday morning, we get a 5th dimension, as if. And this 5th dimension reveals our star and other stars' barcodes, basically. And it's something that about 80% of the research that's done in astronomy uses spectra like this, these barcodes. So we're going to talk just a little bit to get everybody to the same level about the science and history. I'll move fast in that because I know you want to know how you can do it. And the good news is, if you've done any astroimaging, it's likely that your current telescope, if it's bigger than, say, 4 inches, even a plain DSLR on a tracking mount, you'll be able to catch spectra of stars. It doesn't require a PhD. It doesn't require expensive equipment. And the really good news is that it's much more immune to urban light pollution. So if you're a frustrated astroimager who, has given up on imaging in your driveway, this is the kind of thing that you can do while you're waiting for those dark sky nights out in the countryside. So these barcodes actually help us identify the chemical composition of the stars we're looking at. Now, as I said, a little bit of quick history, just going back to the early 1800s. You can see those gentlemen in the lower right-hand corner there studying spectra. They had no idea what it was they were looking at. Then we actually can jump back a little further in time. On the right there, there's Sir Isaac Newton doing his thing with a prism. Again, a prism like the one here, you get refraction, or you can get diffraction, either reflecting off of a finely lined surface, or what we'll be looking at today is diffraction going through a transmission grating. So let's go back a really long way. Sometimes it's nice to get the context a little bit of what we're looking at. 500 million years ago, this fossil was laid down by that Latin named animal. And Professor Parker in the UK has hypothesized that maybe those fine lines are like the fine lines you saw on that DVD a moment ago, and helped color that critter. And at about that time, there was a huge explosion in diversity. And he theorized that maybe that explosion in diversity is because color became different and vision evolved. Anyway, just a little background just to contextualize things. Now let's get into the meat and get into the exciting stuff. Bunsen was a pyromaniac. Bunsen invented the Bunsen burner to burn every element he could find. And he went and he burned items through a prism. He viewed them through a prism, and you can see the prism here. And then he viewed them here. There's the actual Bunsen burner there. And Kirchhoff was a buddy of his who helped him, as well as theorized and came up with some laws that we're not going to talk about today very much, except to point out that there are two types of spectra. You can have one where there's gaps in a rainbow, called an absorption spectrum, and you can have a spectrum where there's nothing, there's no rainbow at all, or maybe very little rainbow, and emission lines. And which you get depends on the temperatures and other factors involved in creating that spectrum. We're going to see examples of that you can create with your camera or a telescope easily. So these are like chemical fingerprints or barcodes. And you can see that each element there has a different barcode associated with it. So for example, hydrogen here has a handful of lines. You can see, and we're going to see a lot of hydrogen over the next, say, 10, 20 minutes. Helium has a different set of lines. So this is an example. This is a poster that's available for sale that shows you that each chemical element has its own fingerprint. So if you look over here at hydrogen, you can see that it has a handful of lines. But if you look over here at helium on the right at the top, you can see it has a different number of lines. Now, trust me, you don't have to be a chemist, an organic chemist, a physicist, or any of that. And in fact, just for a moment, I'd like to mention that, as I said, I'm none of those things. And what I've found is that while doing spectra, and I knew nothing about this 10 years ago, my appreciation of the science has really grown. I haven't done a lot of reading. I'm not reading big, thick books, but by reading just Wikipedia entries and so forth, once you have your own data, things begin to get very exciting and you end up reading and retaining things. So in 1835, this French philosopher said that we would never be able to study the stars because they're too far away. But you can see that not very many years later, a handful of professionals, well, some were professionals, some amateurs were at the professional level back then. There weren't a lot of professionals, were doing spectroscopy, proving him wrong. So how do we get these? Now, bear with me, those of you for whom this is familiar, we're going to get past this theory in just a moment. Again, Niels Bohr came up with a model of the atom where we have these concentric orbits that are numbered, and electrons are in those orbits and jump between them in this model. And you can see that when they jump between orbits, they emit light when they're dropping down and absorb when they're moving up, or vice versa. So you can see also here, when they jump from, what is that, orbit 2 to orbit, or orbit 2 from orbit 3, you get a red line. That's the hydrogen alpha line. And furthermore, there's a middle line there, which is when they jump from orbit, what is that, 4? Let's see, yeah, from orbit 4 down to orbit 2. And for that, you get the hydrogen bomber line. So these are hydrogen beta. These are called the hydrogen bomber lines, and they're like a beacon. They're like a lighthouse that we're going to use and calibrate, and you'll be able to easily see on spectra you capture. Now, here's Bohr and Einstein. I like that photo. I like how relaxed and kicked back Einstein is in that photo. So here's some examples of spectrographs, just professional grade. You can see how large they are. And here's one at the VLT, and that's an enormous spectroscope. You might not notice until you see the size of the humans there, just how big that instrument is on the tail end there. So this is when the space shuttle was replacing the HST spectrograph. And this is, that's the spectrograph there. Now, my son, he's a teenager. He insists that that is not an astronomical instrument. He says that's a beer cooler. he says up on the space shuttle they were big party animals. Regardless, we know what it was. It was a scientific instrument. So here's an amateur device. This is by a piece of equipment that's Dale Mace's. Great guy, and you can see there is a lot of hardware there. One of the things I like about it is that fluorescent tube that he's got jammed in. Now that's a novel way of doing things, and there's easier ways to do things when you get into higher end spectroscopy when you need that kind of thing. What I want to show you today is this star analyzer grating. It's an 1.25 inch grating that screws on to whatever filter threads you currently have, and you can adapt up to 2 inches with a thread adapter. It just costs a couple $100, and it's remarkable what it can do. It's astronomical grade, which means that it passes most of the light. It's very efficient, very regular, and you'll be getting spectra almost guaranteed on your first night out with this grating. Here's one way that you can use it. This is the Keep It Simple spectroscopy. You can see there that the grating is on the nose piece of that camera, and notice there's no tracking down here. It's just a tripod, but we got a spectrum, and there's a hydrogen alpha, hydrogen beta, hydrogen gamma lines. This is, again, doesn't go that far because it's a drift spectrum and it's a small aperture, but it's certainly possible, and it's the simplest approach if you've got a DSLR, especially if you've got it on a tracking mount. This is the kind of thing that you can easily do. Here's some examples of some of the kinds of cameras that people use, and one of these cameras may be a camera of the sort that you've got today. There's another way of mounting the grating on the nose piece of your DSLR. There's a thread adapter that we sell that threads right onto the lens cap threads. Over on the right, we've got, of course, just a standard, Fitz cooled camera. Down on the left, we've got, as an example, we can see with a filter wheel, you can mount the grating in most filter wheels. And down here is a video camera. And I'm going to show you in just a moment that even on bright stars, maybe not in a football stadium light dome, but in a suburb, you can capture spectra of stars in video. There are higher resolution devices. So instead of a couple $100, you could spend literally thousands. Typically, people start with a $200 device to learn the field, to learn the ropes, to understand a little bit of the science and software involved. And then if it's something that they like, some number go up in quality, just like we've done with our telescopes during our telescope careers. Here's an interesting example to show you, only in that there's a high-end spectrometer down here, but you'll notice up here is a star analyzer piggybacked on the camera. So you could do visual imaging on your main telescope and just piggyback and do some spectroscopy while you're waiting for those long exposure images. Okay, I promised and I delivered. We're done with the high-speed walkthrough of the history and science. What can we actually do? That's why you're here, right? So we take the star analyzer and we put it in our light path, and we get a spectrum on our sensor. Again, the star comes through as well as the spectrum in Roy G. Biv order, right? Starting with red and going to blue. So here's an example of a series of images that were captured. And this is a familiar image to us, but if you're like me, you might be a little rusty on what we're seeing here. It's really simple diagram to understand. Basically, we have different star types here, and they're in temperature order. So this is a B star, another B, an A, and then an F, and a K, and some M stars. And each of these spectra, you can see they're not all the same. This is the heart of understanding what stars, how they work, and how we can capture their spectra. Because notice here, this really bright absorption feature, and especially this really bright line there. That's the hydrogen bomber, and that's the hydrogen beta feature. So this is a really strong absorption feature on a type A star. The really cool stars down here don't have that feature, do they? Because those stars are too cool to be pumping the electrons between the shells that make that color. And the other thing I wanted to show you, we're going to keep moving quickly here, is down here, some really wide bands. These type M stars are so cool that you can see some molecular bands. The molecules are not broken apart by the star's temperature. Now, I should have mentioned this earlier so you got more excited over this, but look up here. This is done by Torsten Hansen, his name's in the lower right-hand corner, with a 20 centimeter Newtonian and an imaging source camera, but it could be a ZWO, it could be any number of video cameras. That's what I was saying earlier. You don't need a lot of exposure time or a cooled fits camera. So now we've got our raw photons and we've done some qualitative work. And I hate to leave that screen because there's so much more interest in there, but that screen's a really, really good starting place for many of us. So I don't know if on your screens there, you can see in that crosshairs I just drew, whether you can see that there's a little discoloration right where those crosshairs intersect. Well, that's an absorption feature, but to do science, we can't just say, do you see that little feature there? We need to be from qualitative to quantitative. And excuse me, that's what this graph does. This is an intensity plot, and there's really not a lot to it. We can see our star here, and that intensity plot is a peak because the star is bright. And then this bright area here is because there's this data here. It's pretty straightforward. And I just fell out of my show, so let's jump back in. There we go. And what I wanted to show you was this dip that's right below the arrow there. And that's that dip there. That's an intensity dip that allows us to quantitatively say what wavelength, how bright, how dim that absorption feature is. Now we're doing science. It's no longer just qualitative, in spite of the title on this slide. So how do we get these graphs? And we do that with software. So in 2010, when I got started, I decided I'd write a quick piece of software that would help processing this kind of data. Now, I figured it would take me a weekend. Now, probably 5,000 or 10,000 hours. I'm almost done writing the software. But what I wanted to show you really quickly, this is not a software demo, so relax. I wanted to show you the software just to give you the flavor for how easy these kinds of things are. So on the left over here is our star and our spectrum. Now this happens to be a color camera, but you don't need a color camera. In fact, mono cameras are more sensitive and sometimes yield better scientific results. I like the color for demonstrations in education because it's much clearer what's going on when somebody sees the rainbow there. So this could be a live FITS image that just got loaded automatically by the software as it hit your hard disk, so you could do this out under the stars, or it could be a video that's live. When I bracket in the area that I'm looking at, over on the right here, we can see after a calibration step I'm not showing, but it takes about 10 seconds, we can see that same intensity diagram. I'm not going to get into a lot of detail here, but I wanted to show you that the software can display a template that shows us what features are visible. Notice that deep dip there when I hover over it. That bubble help says it's hydrogen beta, and that's hydrogen gamma. So the hydrogen bomber series, as I mentioned earlier, is our lighthouse or our standard that we use to calibrate. And you can see very clearly those features. Now, I want to just leave this and have you just remember this screen, the Vega with hydrogen bomber lines, because we're going to see it again in about 10 minutes on a professional spectrum. Okay, so that's how we get the graph from the data that we've gotten from our telescope. Here's another interesting DSLR image. Notice that those rainbows, if I can call them spectra now, those rainbows aren't all continuous. Notice that there's some gaps. There's a gap there. There's a gap there. And notice this peculiar one has some emission features, some bright lines. These are a Wolf-Rayet star, and I thought this would be a good opportunity to show you one captured with a standalone DSLR. This was captured by Janet Simpson in the UK with a Canon standalone, no telescope, and she had the star analyzer grating right on the nosepiece, and she used one of those mechanical tracking devices like a Skywatcher. And when you throw it into software, you see some very distinct peaks. Now, I'll be frank with you, when she sent this to me in 2011, I couldn't remember what a Wolf-Rayet star was. Wikipedia is our friend. Wolf-Rayet stars are late-stage stars where a lot of the outer shells have been blown off, and we're looking down in towards the core of the star, and we're seeing some of the carbon emission lines that are very wide here because of the huge stellar winds. Now, that I all picked up from Wikipedia and talking to others over the years. The other thing I wanted to show you was an example of, say, M57, our beloved ring nebula. And you can see that extended objects with a slitless grating, like the Star Analyzer, you just see the object. This is one of the few extended objects that's interesting with the Star Analyzer. And you can see the emission features and the actual shape of the object here. It's a curiosity, but it doesn't really help you do much quantitatively. Here is, now this is done with a slit spectrometer, one of the higher end ones. You can see our beloved M42, and you can see again some emission features, and they're called out. There's our hydrogen alpha, there's some oxygen, there's our hydrogen beta. So this is the kind of thing that you can do with higher end equipment. Now this is also done by Torsten Hansen, and this was done with one of those imaging source cameras. So this could easily also be, for example, a ZWO or some of the others. There's the spectra, and there we can see down in the actual graphs, the methane atmosphere of these planets. This, I mean, I'm always worried people think that I'm just an aggressive salesman, but this still blows my mind that with a video camera and with an 8 or 9 inch Newtonian, you can see and detect the atmosphere of these planets. It's really just phenomenal to me. Here's again, and I say it because these are our showpiece objects, of course, Albireo, our beloved Albireo. And of course, it's our beautiful blue and yellow stars. And you can see with the spectra here, notice that this area is bluer, right? It's higher than that area on Albireo B, but Albireo A has more light in the yellow and red end of the spectrum. So now we're actually looking a little bit at the approximate temperature of the stars. So that's also something that you can do with spectroscopy. Now, not to get into a lot of detail, but here we can see Henry Draper in 1861 imaged a comet, right? So if Hank can do it, so can you, so can I. And so can an amateur named Vikrant Agnihotri in northern India, in Rajasthan. He's a nuclear power plant engineer. He did this, as you can see from the caption, with a DSLR. And you can see the swan bands. You can see some beautiful jewels in that image. I love the colors that are here. Again, this is in the RSpec software, and there are the swan bands. So when there are comets that are relatively compact, it doesn't take a lot of aperture or time to capture these kinds of images. So this is a meteor spectrum. These are a little bit harder to do. There's our Star Analyzer in the left on a video camera. And you can see there's the meteor down here. And at this point here, there was a bolide. It got a little brighter. And here is the spectrum that was plotted and some of the minerals that were detected, or elements. Now, this is, like I said, harder. There's a little bit of a waiting game involved, but there are amateurs in several parts of the world who are doing this kind of thing. So if that's your cup of tea, then it's something you can do. Now, if you're interested in solar eclipses, I wouldn't wait for the next solar eclipse before you start doing spectroscopy. But here again, you can see the flash spectrum, and you can see some of the emission lines. And again, these are the emission lines, especially this yellow one, that in 1868, Janssen and Lockyer basically identified as an unknown. They had no idea what it was. And 20 years later, we discovered on Earth that they were helium. It's a great story that unfortunately I don't have time to get into the details on. So you can also capture the spectra of different novae, and they'll have different shapes depending on the type of novae. And you can see that, for example, the one on the left here, it has some iron in it, whereas this one doesn't. There's a lot that can be done along these lines too with novae, some of which is pro-am, meaning that it's a spectra that professionals are interested in seeing. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in the next few minutes. Now, again, you can also measure Doppler shift with spectroscopy. I think most of you are familiar with Doppler shift, and that is if something is moving away from you, the light is going to be, or the sound is going to be shifted. If it's sound, for example, when you're in a train station, the train comes through, right? High, low. Same thing happens to light. It gets shifted to the red or to the blue, depending on whether something's coming towards us or moving away from us. So let's look at how you can do this kind of thing with just a Star Analyzer grating. This is Supernova 2011 FE in M101. There it is. there's a similar supernova, but not this particular supernova. And you can see there's the spectrum that was captured. Now, as we saw earlier, in order to really study it, we need to graph it. So we threw it into the RSpec software. And just to give credit where credit's due, this is done by David Strange. You can see just 30, 25-second exposures. And you can see some really clear features there, can't you? And so we can actually measure those features. And this is, again, some of the learning which becomes interesting once you've got the data that you captured in your hands. For me, over the years, and I've been now an amateur astronomer for 30 years, for the first 15 or 20 years, I'd read things, and as I got older, they'd go in one ear and out the other. But I find that things stick when it's my own data. And so the wavelength of that deep absorption feature is 6150, and you can see that down at the bottom on the slide there. So it turns out that a particular type of supernova, and I don't have a slide for it, I just realized it would be fun to show you. So you need not go full screen for this, but different supernovae have different shaped spectra. And this is the way professionals identify what type of supernova they're looking at. This very strong line there is a silicon, and it means that this is a type 1a supernova. Now, to be honest, there aren't a lot of supernovae that you can capture with a small telescope and just a star analyzer grating. But when there are bright ones, it gets very exciting, because look what you can do. And then we're going to move on. So how fast is that supernova shell expanding towards us? In fact, in all directions, right? So, well, down below, as I pointed out earlier, that silicon absorption feature is at 6150. And so that's what we've got right there. Now, this isn't going to be a lot of math, trust me. Here on Earth, if Bunsen burnt silicon, or anybody burnt silicon at rest, you can see that the wavelength would be a little different, right? So that difference is the Doppler shift. So it's a really simple formula. I hate to beat a dead horse, but God, what an awful expression. Pedo would hate me for that, right? So I hate to harp. There we go, a musical analogy. I hate to harp on how easy this stuff is. This is a Wikipedia lookup that I did when David sent me his spectrum. Very simple to calculate velocity. And when we plug the numbers in, we can calculate the speed that that supernova is coming towards us. There should be two wows on that slide. One is, wow, that's a big number. And the second is, wow, I can't believe I did that with my telescope. Now, a quick aside here. You know, I've got a Sky and Telescope magazine that I pulled off the shelf here, but it could be an astronomy magazine or Astronomy Now, any magazine. What are the others? There's a variety of others, of course. There, Technology Today is one of them. ATT, Astronomy Technology Today. So this is just a really nice image that somebody captured. I'm going to look at it here. This is captured, credit where credit's due, Terry Hancock, excuse me, and it's Orion. And he says that this is a 6.7 hour exposure. Now, my hat's off to him. I really admire somebody who has the patience, the equipment, the skill, the interest, generally the warm clothing and enough coffee to do that kind of thing. I have none of that. And that's why I wanted to show you this slide. 30, 25-second exposures is not a lot of time. And a C9, a 9-inch SCT, a Celestron telescope, is not a lot of time. Now, it doesn't have to be a Celestron. It could be any number of telescopes. Explore Scientific telescopes do beautifully on these kinds of things. You just need a telescope that doesn't have a lot of chromatic aberration. So let's move on and talk about why you might be interested in doing this kind of thing. Because in 2011, Adam Rees won the Nobel Prize for his studies on cosmological expansion. And many of you know that he used type 1a supernovae as his standard candles in order to measure some of those distances. And this is the kind of thing that's very exciting to do on your own. Okay, here's another example of supernovae really quickly. We're going to wrap up here in a few minutes. So these are spectra captured on different days. This is done by Mark Brunel. And you can see that this right here, these are absorption features in the spectrum. Oh, okay, I've paused there because I want to make sure I got that right. Ionized silicon you can see that the wavelengths are migrating to the right as we go through time. So what we're seeing is that that shell is thinning out, and basically we're not getting nearly as sharp an influence in terms of the Doppler shift that occurs from that shell moving towards us. So here's another fantastic example. Credit to David Hayworth, who's in Portland, Oregon, that is. 3C273, again, the brightest that we have here, our beloved quasar. There it is. And again, true confession time. I've never imaged 3C273. I'm not one of those high-end imagers. I can still have fun doing this. And I say that because, again, I want you to understand that there's an entry point at every level for this kind of thing. And there you can see two tiny little emission features, right? Well, let's zoom in on them. There are those emission features. There's the profile graph. That's the term they use, profile graph. And we can see some bright lines. So this guy in the mid-1960s, Martin Schmidt, stared at this. And there's a wonderful transcript of an interview with him, which if you contact me off our site, I'll send you the link for, where he describes the discovery I'm about to show you. He looked at this and he couldn't figure out what these emission features were. And he thought, let me look at the Balmer series. Now, this is the image I wanted you to remember from earlier when I showed you my RSpec software. You can see down here those absorption features in Vega, the Balmer series. And what he noticed was that the spacing was right, but that on the blue curve, on the quasar, they were shifted way to the right. That's a lot of shift. And the issue here was that this object was so bright, but to be that far away from cosmological expansion, to be that, I'm not explaining this very well, but to be that far away and to be that bright, it had to be an enormously bright object intrinsically to be that bright here on Earth. And this is the kind of image, this is like 15 minutes worth of integration time. And you can see very clearly, what excites me is these photons are around 2 billion years old. And when we tease this information out of them, we know that information. I know we do this kind of thinking visually when we're observing, but I get excited when I can say that, look at the differences in colors in those peaks that have been maintained intact for that much time and distance. It's amazing. Now, humans, they don't age quite as well. There's Martin Schmidt. That could be a picture of me before and after too. I don't mean to pick on him. By the way, at the top here, you can see the calculated velocity, cosmological redshift of this object from this data, which is very close to the accepted amount today. So far we've been looking at spectra with about 50 angstroms resolution. So there's a hydrogen alpha, hydrogen beta is there. There's a hydrogen gamma. So, but if we were just to zoom in on this item here, oh, I like that pointer, that's a nice one. Then let's see what we'd be able to see. That's a lot of detail. Now, at this point, we're able to measure radial velocity of local objects. This is, again, in blue, it's the moon. In purple, it's Vega, and you can see a difference. So this is not something you do with a star analyzer grading. For this, you would use some of the more expensive spectrometers that I mentioned earlier, one of which is this L high-res here. Maybe by the end of the show, I'll have these pointers right. Anyway, let's move on to the next slide. Oh, I wanted to point out, again, this is something that just takes a little bit of time to work your skill level up. Because see, when you have one of these expensive spectrometers that has a slit, then you're having to guide on like a 2-micron slit. And that's that can be a challenge for some of us. Now, this I wanted to, Simon, if you can go full screen here, I wanted to show you just this for one moment. This is a star. And this star is spinning. Let's move it a little further away. Let's pretend it's spinning. So this edge, where my hand is flipping, is coming towards you, right? And this edge, my hand is going away. So we have two different Doppler shifts, right? The red shift is this hand moving away, and the blue shift is that hand coming towards you. Well, the impact that has is it will spread out the spectrum. So the moon, or let's see, this is a Vega, isn't spinning. So we have a nice sharp dip. But Altair is spinning, so the dip gets sort of squashed because of the Doppler shift in both ends of the spectrum. This takes a split spectrometer too, but I just wanted to show you the kinds of things you can do. So let's see, a couple more slides here. How do you get started? Well, the first is the star analyzer grading that I've been talking about, 1.25" grading. It's pretty simple to use. There's some calculations necessary in terms of how far from your camera sensor and what kind of telescope you use, but there's online calculators that will do that for you. You need some sort of camera. As I said, it can be almost any kind of camera. It can be a DSLR, a video. You're tired of hearing me say that, so let's move on. Sometimes you need a spacer, and sometimes you need some data reduction software. And again, my software is this software here, the RSpec software, which stands for real-time spectroscopy. And the reason it stands for that is I wanted to show you the software screen again with live video. This is, well, it's a recorded video, but this could be you under the stars. And you can see there's the spectrum. This is done with an imaging source or ZWO camera, I can't remember which. And over here, you can see the spectrum in real time. You can see it jumping around because our seeing is changing. So think about how long an exposure a video camera running at 3 or 4 frames per second is. Not very long exposure, is it? And this was an 8-inch SCT. This is a Celestron in my backyard here in Seattle, 3 miles from Pike Place Market, from downtown. So you don't need much of a telescope or a camera to do this kind of thing. There's tons of resources available. Ken Harrison wrote a great book on it. These are great reference books. There's a lot of information online. The RSpec site is a great place for information. You'll find tutorial videos. You can download the software for 30 days for free. There are there's a recording of a workshop that you can follow along with sample data that's on our site. And also I wanted to mention the AAVSO. Over the last several years, under Stella Kafka and Arnie before, the AAVSO is moving into spectroscopy. This fall, the AAVSO meeting, which will be in Boston, is going to have workshops on spectroscopy, assuming we're traveling. Otherwise, it will be remote. And I invite you to come to that. I'm participating in it, and it'd be a great way to get started. The AAVSO is a great organization and deserves our support. And they're going to move our amateur community further and further into spectroscopy. So you want to do pro-am collaboration? Well, that's possible. This is an announcement of a presentation that was done at a workshop some years ago at an AAS meeting. All of these names are names of people who are known in the amateur spectroscopy world. One of the leading amateurs who does a lot of pro-am work and designed the star analyzer is Robin Leadbeater out of the UK. Another one is Christian Bwill, who pioneered CCDs in the previous century. Stan, Terry, Jeff Hopkins, a large number of people. BE stars are a particular object. They're a type B star with emission lines because of it's thought to be a dust cloud, and the professionals want that data. There aren't a lot of pro-am activities going on. There's a French organization, BESS, that does a lot, and the Spectra database at the AAVSO is beginning to provide the kinds of data that professionals want. Okay, we've just sprinted. If you're not tired, then I am. I'm tired enough for all of us. So we've come a long way, both in the last 40 minutes as well as over the last 200 years. Whether it's Fraunhofer, who, again, in the early 1800s, first observed absorption and emission features, or whether it's Kirchhoff, who, along with Bunsen, did some of the initial work in helping us understand what we were seeing. We really do stand on the shoulders of giants. As you've heard, I love this field. It's captured my imagination and thousands of other amateurs. I invite you to get involved. Our site has a lot of information, and also there are lots of other amateurs who are happy to help. Our site has a chat app, we have an online forum, and I think the great thing about getting into a new aspect of astronomical observing and imaging in this era is it's not like when most of you learned this 20 years ago or 30 years ago. These days, as you know, the web makes really helpful information available so easily. And I love helping. That's what I do most of my time these days, is helping newcomers get started as well as more advanced amateurs work with the data they've captured. So thank you very much for attending today. I really appreciate your time and your patience as I stumbled around a little bit, and I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you again.
All right, don't run away just yet because we are going to be doing this giveaway. So let me get out of the, there we go. Do you want to unshare your desktop for a second?
Oh yeah, let me do that. Sorry about that. There we go.
All right, let's see if I can get everybody gallery view. There we go. So you can see me, I can see you, everybody can see everybody. So first of all, let's do this giveaway right now. The way this is going to work is for you guys watching at home is on the chat. I want you to say, I want to win. And then at a certain point during this time, I will actually stop the cutoff point. And then Tom, you are going to pick a number between 1 and however many people actually respond. This could be quite disastrous because there's quite a few people watching.
Good.
So remember, you need to type in, I want to win. Okay?
Okay.
And then we will pick a number.
Can they hear me now or no?
They can hear you.
Okay, here's the deal. We're going to give away 3 posters, not just one, since there's so many of 3 posters to the first or to the 3. So I'll have to choose 3 random numbers. Now, I can't see that chat window because I'm not following on YouTube. So they will be random. There's no ballot box stuffing or anything like that.
So you can't cheat and say, oh, I'll just give it to that guy there.
Exactly.
and anything else. So remember, I want to win. I need to see people's names. I need to see people entering before we go any further. While they're going crazy, oh geez, yeah, we just set this one off. It's going crazy. Let's do one question real quick. So somebody was asking, what is the best way to clean the glass cover for the SA100?
That's a really good question. What's really interesting is with spectroscopy, the cleanliness of the grating isn't that important. I use them all the time. They're very dusty. The good news also is that these gratings are, as the questioner asked, sandwiched between really good astronomical glass. If you want to clean it, it's just like any astronomical lens, although I encourage you not to go about it unless you really feel the need to. A very dry Q-tip with a very small amount of rubbing alcohol, and don't get near the edges because you don't want the capillary action to suck that liquid in and get into the grating because you'll ruin it if you do that.
Here's a good one. How did you expand the spectra image? Because it's a tiny little slit. And if I really need to get into that data to try and check it out, how do I get that thing to stretch out? I mean, is it just put it in a Photoshop and just stretch it?
Well, yeah, that's a really good question, and I really moved quickly on that. I'm going to try and share my screen now if I can, just to show it. There we go. I'll share the screen while people are entering I want to win. Is that what they're supposed to enter?
Oh, they're entering in. Oh, believe you me, I've lost count, so I have to go back and count in a minute.
Good. So this is a very narrow slice of a spectrum or slit. It's not a slit, but it's a strip of a spectrum. So the questioner is asking, how do you examine that? Well, there's a couple ways. In the software, you can, there's a zoom function if you want to zoom in and really look at it. And you can see maybe on your screens, there's tiny absorption features visible there. There's our star. So one way to examine it visually is just to use our zoom function, but the software plots that data. And typically you want to plot all of the data that's visible. So you keep the orange lines outside the region of the data. And then the software will also synthesize a spectrum down here. So you can see, this is one quick interesting thing since we have a moment. You'll notice that there's a deep dip here and we can see that absorption feature here. But it's harder to see these absorption features because this is a color synthesis. But if we go to mono, watch how now we can see those lines very clearly. So visually, mono is helpful and better at observing details. And as I mentioned earlier, color cameras work, but over the years, as you get more sophisticated and are trying to capture dimmer objects, you'll probably want to use a mono camera. But color is great to start with and really captures the imagination. That's a good question. I hope I answered it properly and sufficiently for you.
Oh, totally. I definitely caught that one. We're going to keep the giveaway open for just a little bit longer. Oh, go back to your screen sharing because this other question does relate to this.
Okay, there we go.
I will actually put something up in just a moment to tell you guys when you cannot enter any longer, but for now, just keep on going. Just a little quick hint, you can enter more than once. I mean, it's quite amazing that people probably didn't figure that out by now. How can we tell which line is what from which star?
That is an excellent question, and that cuts to the heart of the matter. We always start out with type A stars because they have very clear features, and that allows us to calibrate this axis in angstroms. Here in the software is a library of different elements that can be helpful in identifying features. So for example, we might have started out by saying, are there any helium features in this star? And we don't really see any matchups of absorption features from these helium lines. So we know there's no helium here. So what about hydrogen? Well, yeah, there's some hydrogen. But the devil's in the details. The more detailed and the more spectra you capture, the more challenging it becomes. So typically what we do in the beginning is we image known objects. We know what we're looking for, and we learn how to look for things and what we expect. For example, as I showed earlier, and I'll hazard to, I think I won't try and find them, but well, maybe I will. Let's see if we can find it here. That type M stars, I hope you're not getting dizzy as I'm doing this. Type M stars have very broad features. So here is, again, down here is the spectrum of a cool type M star. And you'll notice, first of all...
Oh, hold on a second. We're not seeing what you're doing.
Oh.
You might want to move it to the screen that's being shared.
Looks like I somehow paused my screen sharing. So let's go like, let's screen share again. There we go. Can you see that now?
Ah, there we go. Yeah, that's
great. So you'll notice on the bottom here, this is our Lyrae, that there's no real deep absorption feature there, unlike on these hotter stars. So already we're beginning to learn that if we don't see a feature in the 4800s, which would be our hydrogen beta line, then it's probably not one of these stars. And this is how professionals identify stars. Now, they have a lot more accurate and detailed data than we have. But what we see on this particular set of stars at the bottom, as I mentioned earlier, are these wide bands. And those bands are indicative of a cooler star. It's titanium oxide. And again, I'll be frank here. I'm not being falsely humbled. I don't know anything about titanium oxide. Many of you may, but all I know is that you see wide titanium oxide bands, absorption bands on cooler stars. And that's all I need to know to do the kind of spectroscopy that we're doing here. Now, these are all rabbit holes which are fun to go down. If you want to understand a little bit more about stellar evolution, the next time you read about stellar evolution, you'll have this in your mind. You'll have a little bit of a mental model. You'll know, oh, yeah, that's right. I remember now that the hotter stars that I captured with my equipment had some hydrogen beta bomber lines, but the cooler stars had some titanium oxide absorption bands. So it's a good question. And again, as we get more and more sophisticated in terms of the kinds of spectra we're capturing, it can become more and more challenging to identify. And that's one place that our online forum can be very helpful. There's some people there who know a lot about how to identify lines. So that's my answer. I hope that answers for you. And I'll stop sharing.
Excellent. So here comes the fun part.
How many do I, between 1 and 1?
The number is between 1 and 87.
Okay, so I'm going to choose my first number is going to be a prime. It's going to be 13.
13. All right, hold on.
That was someone quick out of the gate.
13. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Tim Gong. Tim Gong, you are a winner. Tim Gong.
If you go to the site at the RSpec Astro, RSpec-Astro site, you can just use the contact form to contact me and give me your mailing address.
So what we're going to do is this.
Oh, you do it. Yeah,
Tim,
okay.
can you send me your email address in the chat right now? Because then I know it's actually you. So Tim, you have to be watching. I'm hoping you're still here. Tim, you need to put your email address in there right now so I can get you in there. All right, next number, but it cannot be 13.
Okay, that's really funny. It hadn't occurred to me that could happen. That's really wonderful, Simon. Okay, the next number is going to be 41.
41, oh boy, okay. So luckily I know where 13 was.
Good.
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43.
No, 41. Sorry, 43. You almost
Oh, going backwards. D Wood. D Wood is the next winner. D Wood. Remember, I need your email address. Please send me your email address.
In the chat window, you want them
In the
to send
chat
it.
window, you have to do that. If you don't do that, you will not get anything. Otherwise, there's no way to identify if you really are who you are.
Now, I have
D-Wood.
a tough decision here, Simon. On one hand, do we want to reward the slowpokes who were like up in the 70s, who were like slow out of the gate? Or we want to be fair and reward them, but the people who are really quick out of the gate with the low numbers, maybe they should be rewarded for being so fast.
Well, you see, that's where I changed it. I did say you could enter more than once.
Ah, okay.
So you know what the fun thing is? It's always horrible to be last, isn't it?
Yeah, let's do that.
Number 87 is going to be last, which is Bryce Lord. So Bryce Lord, you are our third winner. So Bryce Lord, winner.
And just while we're waiting, looks like we have another minute or two here. I'm going to pop up that periodic table to show people what they won. There it is.
Yep.
Is it okay if I share my screen, Simon?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Great.
While you're doing that, I still haven't seen an email address from Tom Gong yet. Tim Gong, I need your email address. And of course, Bryce Lord, I need your email address so we can contact you to get all your, oh, there's Tim Gong. I just need Bryce now.
So this is the periodic table of spectra. And it's a 36 by 24 inch poster, fully laminated with really brilliant colors. And as I mentioned earlier, you get to see, there's that, now that you've seen me carrying on about the bomber series so often, the hydrogen bomber series, you can see it there. There's the red and there's the green. And it's this poster really communicates really the core concept of spectroscopy. And just there's the ones here that don't have spectra are either too short-lived or tough to capture for other reasons. This is all based on the data from the National Institute of Standards here in the US. Again, just to point out, for example, there's neon. You can see there's a lot of orange in the neon, but there are also some other lines. Now, for artistic sake, we made all the lines the same brightness here. But it's likely that these lines in neon that aren't orange are considerably more dim than the orange lines themselves. But each of these lines represents a transition of an element. And again, we don't get into this kind of detail with our amateur spectra. This is really more an abstract for contemplation and conceptualization than it is a reference document to be using quantitatively. Okay, let me get out of screen sharing here.
Susan asked a question. Oh, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing of what I asked earlier on. How do you expand the spectra image?
Yeah.
I'm just going to quickly answer. You can actually just expand it in something like Photoshop, or the method that Tom went through just a moment ago. You can always wind back this video or wait until we're done and then play back the video so you can actually hear what the actual answer is. But one of the easiest ways has been, for me at least, is just to expand it in Photoshop or use your software, which is 10 times easier actually. Okay, I am still waiting for Bryce Lord to give me their email address. I don't know if it's a guy or a girl, but I need it sooner rather than later. We literally have a couple of minutes left. There is one other question. Tom, can you explain how you might go about measuring bandwidth of a filter, for example, like a green filter?
Yeah, for that, and Sky and Telescope has an online interview with me done by Dennis DeChico at NEAF some years ago. And the reason I thought of that just now is because Dennis actually wrote an article on doing just that about 15 years ago. To do that, you really need to have a light source that is calibrated. And typically you need a slit spectrometer because, again, your light source is pretty broad. It's something that you can do, but again, with a telescope, your source would have to be a great distance away for focal. So typically it's something that's done, first of all, on a lab bench rather than using a telescope. But that's how you do it, is you would shine a light of a known spectral energy distribution where you knew how much of each color was in it. And you'd look at the curve. It would be very similar to the curves we've been looking at, or the ones that we see in the magazines all the time. That's how they do their quantitative measurement of the bandpass of a filter that you would thread onto your telescope or camera. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Okay. This is a very, very unrelated question, but it's probably going to be amusing just to see what the response will be. I have a question about auto guiding. Can PhD2 use the ST4 port on my CGM2 if I connect my Lodestar camera to the mount directly? I'm going to answer that for you.
Please do.
The short answer is yes, it can. In PhD2, when you actually set the mount type, you have to set it to on mount or on camera in order to use the ST4 port. If you don't do that, PhD will try to send a command through the USB to a mount that isn't actually connected. So that's probably the easiest way to explain that. Bryce has finally got me the email. So we've got all 4 winners. All 3, sorry.
Yeah, I was getting nervous there.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to send you the 3 emails. You've got them now.
Great, I've got them, yep.
So make sure you copy and paste, get in touch with those 3
You
winners.
bet. Yep.
And then hopefully those posters will be winging their way to you.
They will, absolutely.
So we're pretty much pressed for time right now, and we're probably going to have to say goodbye, unfortunately, now. I mean, it's very, very brief 1 hour here, pretty much.
Well, I want to thank you and Woodland Hills for the opportunity to speak today. And by the way, the kind of answer you just got from Simon is why you go to Woodland Hills. You get good answers to your technical questions on how to use the equipment that you've purchased. So thanks again for all of the contributions that you all there have made to the amateur astronomy and professional astronomy community, and for the opportunity to speak here today. Thanks again.
You're welcome. And would you come back for another thing?
Oh yeah, I'd be delighted to come back.
Excellent. All right, guys, we will be right back with Scott Roberts in just a moment, who has a presentation with a meteorologist. If you don't know who he is, go check him out. He's actually probably on TV right now. So that's why he's a little bit tied up at the moment. But we're going to get to that in just a moment. So I'll catch you here in a few minutes, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Telescopes.net. My name is Dr. D. Daniel Mounsey, aka Dr. D, also known as Dr. D. Probably wondering where that name came from. One day I'll tell you that story. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the Maksutov Cassegrain. It's well loved and well hated by many observers. We have the refractor, well loved and well hated by many astronomers. We have the Newtonian reflector, ladies and gentlemen, which is loved and hated by many astronomers. Now, let me tell you a little bit about each one of these telescopes and tell you how to utilize them to their fullest potential. Okay, let's discuss the Maksutov Cassegrain. Light enters in from the front, comes off the primary, bounces back up the secondary, then back to another diagonal that's back here. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't remember the amount of reflections, but I'll have to think about it. Okay, now, we have the refractor, which has the simplest of light path. Light goes in, it's bent, and converts into the diagonal, up and into the eyepiece, ladies and gentlemen. The Newtonian reflector, best bang for your buck. Now, light enters in from the front, reflects off of the primary mirror, back to the secondary, and into the eyeball. Be careful, don't point any of these telescopes at the sun. These are specially made to look at night. What else do you want to know about these? Deep sky objects. Okay, Maksutov Cassegrain. 3.5 inches in this particular case, is a great little telescope, very sharp, but it has limited objects you can look at. All the bright objects which are close to us are very large, which means there's a limited amount you can see in the narrow field of view of Maksutov Cassegrains. But they're wonderful for looking at stars and planets and very small types of objects, craters on the moon, etc. The refractor is a wonderful instrument. It has the capability to give you vast vistas of the night sky and the Milky Way. ICC 4665 in Ophiuchus looks stupendous. The Pleiades cluster in Taurus looks beautiful. Wide, you can see it all. Stars situated in various areas, very beautiful. The Newtonian reflector. It's a very popular telescope, collects a lot of light to see those faint galaxies, comes in sizes of 20 inches, 15 inches, 10 inches, and they're not expensive. Now, as refractors get larger, they become more cumbersome and very expensive and very awkward to look through because you have to get low to the ground to look through them. On the other hand, Newtonians can sometimes be very tall and very high, very frustrating sometimes because you have to use tall step ladders. But let me tell you, it is the stairway to heaven because when you see the galaxies in the full high res, it just looks amazing. The Cassegrain. Let's discuss this. It's a popular telescope because it's so portable. Take the focal length, it's all folded back and forth, but it's good. It's a popular telescope. It comes on little go-to mounts. I just have a little tube assembly here to illustrate to you guys how the different tubes are relative to one another. You can utilize different magnifications with these telescopes. That means that all you have to do is take various eyepieces, anywhere from 4 millimeters all the way up to 30 millimeters, 1.25 eyepieces. This one's kind of neat. This refractor comes with the 2-inch star diagonal with the 2-inch 1.25 adapter. It's by Explorer Scientific. Now I have to be careful of the things I say about this because Scott Roberts could get real violent and get angry at me. So, we got a fine focuser here. This is really nice. If you want to get nice pristine pinpoints, you just utilize a very fine focus here. We have the adjustable dew cap. We have the provision here to allow you to put an 8x50 finder on here if you want. We have the 2-inch star diagonal with 2-inch 1.25 adapter, which means that you can utilize 1.25 eyepieces or 2-inch eyepieces. I mean, the sky's the limit with this thing. On Newtonian reflectors, you can get 2-inch eyepieces as well. However, the demonstration model that I have here is limited to 1.25, and of course, the Maksutov Cassegrain that you see here only allows you to use 1.25 eyepieces. However, there are various apertures of all these telescopes available, and you can use these with 2-inch eyepieces, and you can use these with 2-inch eyepieces. Did I make myself clear? Absolutely. I can be a Russian, I can drink my vodka while I'll explain these telescopes to you. Or let me just tell you the differences of the telescopes. Newtonian reflectors, best bang for your buck. Listen, if you want to look at planetary nebula, if you want to look at globulars, if you want to look at galaxies, I highly recommend the Newtonian reflector. It is probably going to be the best way to gather your light, to get your photons, to stimulate those eyes, and get you stimulated in astronomy and get you all excited. I mean, that's what it's all about. Refractors, on the other hand, tend to be a little bit limited in their aperture. And the prices just become insane as the apertures increase. Now, this is a very affordable refractor, but they're limited on their aperture, so they're limited types of objects that you can see, but they do produce beautiful vistas of the night sky. The Maxitov Cassegrain, on the other hand, these are very popular telescopes. They come in the form of what is referred to as a Schmidt Cassegrain telescope. They go anywhere from 5 inches all up to 14 inches, 16 inches, very large. But those are like observatory class telescopes. You're going to be limited to your ability to carry them. After about 11 inches or 12 inches, they become too cumbersome and a little unwieldy. But you do get a lot of performance in a small tube assembly, ladies and gentlemen, and that's what's so cool about it. One disadvantage of them is that they do have long focal lengths, which means that you're going to be looking at a part of the sky that's the size of a postage stamp. Very limited, ladies and gentlemen. So you got to factor in all these little things and weigh these things out when you're choosing between these telescopes. Because it doesn't matter which telescope I tell you about. It doesn't matter if you like the Newtonian, there's always somebody who's going to hate it. It doesn't matter if somebody likes the refractor, there's always going to be somebody who hates it. And it doesn't matter if you like the Cassegrain, there's always going to be somebody who hates it. Visit us at telescopes.net. Or you can call us toll free at 888-427-8766. Dr. D out.
We're back, and I'm actually going to be back with Scott Roberts, who is going to be introducing Dan Skolzler. Is that right?
Not Skolzler, but Skoff. S-K-O-F-F.
Skoff. Dan Skoff. Okay, I'll get the name right. I am terrible with names. I remember faces like there's no tomorrow.
I probably can't even really remember your name, Sean.
Some guy that just is on the video. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Scott introduce this, and then we're going to get this video up and running.
Wonderful.
Scott, it's all you.
Okay, guys. Really, really happy to be here with Woodland Hills Camera and Telescope and celebrating. It's Astronomy Day. Yay! It's like Christmas and New Year's and everything rolled into one for astronomers. So it's fantastic. And it's a beautiful day here in Springdale, Arkansas, where I'm broadcasting from, okay? But also in Northwest Arkansas, in this little northwest corner, we get some severe weather, okay? And this has attracted a lot of storm chasers, meteorologists, tornado chasers, that kind of thing. And one of these tornado chasers and storm chasers is Dan Skoff. Dan, his story was as a young boy, he said he would often climb the upper floor or sometimes to the roof of his house to watch approaching storms. His parents would let him do this. So I think that's kind of crazy. But, his family is dashing for the basement, and I've been in a tornado, so I know, how crazy it can be. But at 8 years old, he knew that he was going to make a living as a meteorologist. Okay, so these experiences were the catalyst for this guy. And he has been from, all the way through Tornado Alley, Oklahoma and on up, okay, chasing tornadoes, chasing storms, advising people on how to be safe. And he loves it. And he is revered amongst storm chasers and other meteorologists for his knowledge of how to predict weather. And for us, I asked Dan to put this together to teach astronomers how to predict cloud patterns. Why is that important? Well, if you're an eclipse chaser, this is really critical. This could make or break whether or not you see an eclipse from where you plan to go. It also helps you make contingency plans. You still want to make your observation. You can, there are things called microclimates, where you could race off to maybe another area where you have a better chance. So, and that is in fact what Dan Skoff did for the 2017 eclipse. He had picked this one place, had predicted way out in advance that it would be good, and it wasn't good. Things change, but he was able on the fly to get to clear weather so he could see the eclipse. So anyways, I will turn this over to Dan from KNWA television here in Northwest Arkansas.
Hi everyone, my name is Dan Skoff. I'm the Chief Meteorologist of KNWA and Fox 24. And a good friend of mine, Scott Roberts with Explore Scientific, came to me and said, what would be cool if you do a demonstration on how you predict cloud cover. Now this is obviously not an exact science because forecasting the weather, you use computer models, and I'll go into that and explain that. But it's very important to know what type of cloud cover is coming in, how much cloud cover you're expecting, and at what time.
And so I wanted to provide a little demonstration, if you will, a little presentation on how to predict cloud cover, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing here. I'm going to take you through some quick and easy ways to predict cloud cover, and I'm also going to show you some ways that you can do it on your own with computer modeling. And I'm going to take you through some of the different computer models and the computer model products and give you a little bit better understanding on what to expect. And so first of all, when we take a look at predicting cloud cover, there's a couple things. This is a very basic understanding of clouds and the different types of clouds. We're not really going to go into the details of the different types of clouds, the elevations, all that stuff, but we are going to look at several things. And so first of all, this is one of the things that I think is the best way to make a forecast. This is looking out the window. So what do I mean by that? Well, I never start a forecast before I look out the window. And I don't want to make a forecast until I realize what's actually happening. So when I say look out the window, I'm talking about look at the current conditions, see how that matches up with the satellite imagery, and then also see how that matches up with the computer model analysis. So that's what I mean by looking out the window. And we have some great tools as meteorologists that we can use to look out the window, such as analyzing satellite products. And satellite, the technology has gotten excellent. And we're going to go through some of that. And I'm going to show you some of the ways that you can use this satellite technology, as I'll show you what I have on my web page, and you can bring this up as well. These are free websites that you can use. So check that visible satellite. Now, visible satellite is a product that only works during the daytime, which obviously isn't helpful for an astronomer trying to predict cloud cover at night, but it'll give you an idea at what's coming in and some of the weather systems. And we're also going to take a look at using computer models to predict clouds. Now, we'll go over that a little bit more in just a bit. But you have to understand, and I'm sure as a lot of astronomers understand universal, coordinated universal time, Zulu time, Greenwich Mean Time. All of those are really important to understand basically what time you're looking at, because that's how the computer models are done. And so I'm not going to go through this in detail, but I'll just tell you this. Midnight in England, Greenwich Mean Time, is 0Z. So 0Z essentially could be 2,400 hours in military time, even though it transfers to 0Z, 100 hours is essentially midnight. But for the different time zones, especially with daylight saving time, if you're on the East Coast, you take that Greenwich Mean Time and you subtract it by 4. Central Daylight Time, you subtract that by 5. And for the West Coast, Pacific Time, you're going to subtract that by 7. This is only during daylight saving time. So hopefully you know how to do the conversion for universal time code, because that's what you'll be seeing with these computer models. So for instance, I have 0 hours, which is midnight, the new day off in England. I'm subtracting 5 for Central Daylight Time. So if I take 2,400 minus 5, then you get 1,900. Well, when you take 1,900 hours in military time to convert that to AM, PM, well, you're going to subtract 12, and that gives you 7. And you know 1,900 is obviously not 7 in the morning, it's 7 at night. So we have 7 o'clock in the evening, PM, Central Daylight Time, if it's 0Z in Greenwich Mean Time or Universal Time Code. And so that's just a real quick basic understanding. We're also going to show you how to use the National Weather Service to predict cloud cover percentage. But before I do that, I want to get into that satellite imagery and show you what I'm talking about. So this is a great website, and I'll give you that website again at the end. It's weather.cod.edu. This is going to show you a lot about the clouds and the different types of clouds moving in. And so how does this work? Well, you're going to go to Weather Analysis Tools. You're going to click on Satellite and Radar, and it brings up this, which is awesome. It's a high resolution, what we call GO16 satellite imagery. You can loop it by hitting the play button, and you can see how the clouds are evolving. Now you can also get fine details as you zoom way in, and that'll show you a little bit more about what's happening very locally. But there are different products that you can use on the left-hand side of your screen. You can use the visible blue channel. You can use the visible red channel. Now, blue channel will show you a little bit more of the different features of the land, but you're really more interested in predicting these clouds. You can also look at what's called water vapor. Now, water vapor isn't really going to show you clouds, but you'll see that there's water vapor everywhere, so you can see weather systems. This is a great way to predict weather systems. Probably the most important for you will be essentially a cloud phase. So this will show you what type of different clouds. Now, here's another great example of what we call nighttime microphysics. And so even at night, you'll be able to see clouds moving in. Now, keep in mind, this is during the daytime, but I will show you an example at night. And so we're going to go to a different continental sector. You're going to go to the west, because this goes west. Now, this is an area that has already seen, that still sees darkness. In fact, you can see that taking place. So let me go to the visible, and you're going to see this visible sweeping from east to west, and that's obviously the sunrise. There's all the storms, and there's the cloud cover. But notice if I stop this here, it's dark. There's literally no daylight lighting up the clouds. So what you have to do is go to that nighttime microphysics, and now you can see those clouds even at night. So that is going to be very useful for you to see clouds that are moving in. Finally, another thing too, as I get back to my sector, we're going to go to continental sectors. I'm going to go to goes east, and since we have sunlight, if you're doing a short range forecast, you can look at cirrus clouds. This will show you exactly where the cirrus are. And we know as astronomers, and I'm an amateur astronomer, definitely not a professional, high cirrus clouds can wreck any type of celestial viewing, whether that would be a meteor shower or looking at the planets or the moon. I mean, high clouds can really wreck it. And so this will give you an idea of the cirrus clouds. Finally, we can look at regional sectors and zoom in. You can get a lot more detailed, and these update every 5 minutes. Sometimes you can get mesosector, which is essentially updating all the time, every minute, and sometimes even as much as every half minute, so every 30 seconds. But that's a look at some of the images that you can look at. Now, of course, this is only good for what's happening right now, and that's what I mean by looking out the window. So to go back to that site and to let you know where that was, I'm going to show you. I'm going to bring that up here as we take a look. weather.cod.edu/SatRad. That's going to be your site and the go-to for looking out the window. Now I'm going to give you a real easy way to predict cloud cover just by, if you don't want to look at computer models, you just want to kind of get a forecast, we can look at the National Weather Service tabular grids or the hourly forecast. And so I'll take you through this as we look at the tabular grids. So this is a quick and easy way using the NWS products, and I'll go into that here in just a bit. Weather.gov is going to be your site. That's going to be the easiest place to get that. And we're going to use tabular forecasts with point forecast information. The good news is that this will be available for anywhere you want to go. It gives an hourly cloud percentage coverage up to 5 days out. So that's going to be very useful for forecasting short range forecasts essentially, and what we would say medium range. Now it also gives hourly forecast information as well with the gridded information. And so that will be very useful there. Let me give you an example of this as we go to our website, and I'm going to bring up the National Weather Service. So the National Weather Service gives great forecasts. I'm going to give you my area because I know we're expecting cloud cover. On the day this is recorded, there's a big storm system coming in that will likely bring severe weather across parts of our area on the following day. And so we know the cloud cover is going to be increasing. So here's a look at this point forecast. Now you can click on this. You get your local local weather forecast office just by clicking on the map where you live. And essentially, I'm going to show you in Northwest Arkansas, where I reside. We're going to go down here to the point forecast. You're going to click on wherever you live, Fayetteville, and then you're going to notice a forecast. Now, this gives cloudy, and it shows clouds, and it doesn't really give you a real detailed information on the cloud cover. So we're going to go down here, click on tabular forecast, and this will give you right here sky cover percentage. And so you can see that sky cover percentage going up in percent as the next storm system moves in, and it gets all the way up to 98%, by the way, if you can see that on the screen. So this is 84, 91, 90. Now, the great thing about this is this goes out 5 days, so you could start any time that you want with this tabular forecast data. I like to typically start at midnight, and then there you can see the full day. Now you forward 2 days and you can look at that cloud cover. Also, if you don't want to get all of this stuff, you can literally come in here, you can check on and off on these different things. And of course, it's all useful, it's all helpful if you want to forecast rain. This is not just forecasting clouds, but this will kind of remove some of the extra stuff, and then you can see sky cover. But it's just fine to load it up, in my opinion, all together. And so again, that will go out 5 days out in advance. So you can see that we're going all the way to Friday, and you can see some cloud cover on the 24th of April, the 25th, there's cloud cover. We go back a few days, and you can see that we definitely have some active weather coming our way with multiple chances for rain and thunderstorms, and that obviously will lead to a lot of cloud cover. We go to submit here, and you'll see an ending time to our cloud cover forecast on the 26th. All right, so that's a quick way. Now there's also another way too, as you saw with the hourly weather graph. So we'll go back on this, and if you like a line graph to kind of display, that's a little bit easier. You go to the hourly weather forecast. And so this will show you right here on this blue line, sky cover. And so you can see the amount of sky cover that you have, and you can see how this storm system coming in. Well, 7 to 1 o'clock. Now, keep in mind, this is not Z time. This is local time, so you don't have to convert anything from Z time, but you will when we're looking at computer models. And so there's a look at the cloud cover that's across the region. And then there is an example of that in a tabular forecast. So essentially the same data, but very useful and a quick, easy way to get that information out. And to predict. Now, that only goes out 5 days, so hourly forecast information, very useful, but that only goes out 5 days. Now we're going to take a look at computer models and computer model forecasting. And so computer model forecasting, very, very useful for forecasting farther out in advance, and sometimes even short range. Now, it's basically an art to forecast off of computer models. And there are many different computer models that are out there, and some are better than others. And some have their limitations, and others, you won't find the products for clouds on free sites. So some of the models you have to pay for, some of these high-end computer model websites, you have to pay for a subscription service, and if that's worth it to you, then a great thing that you can do. I have several subscription sites for computer models. Now, keep in mind that higher resolution models offer the best small scale features, or the small scale details. And this is important for thunderstorm development. This is important for some type of small scale feature. Let's say a big thunderstorm complex moves through, it develops a low pressure system, and that in turn ends up building up more cloud cover. So those are mesoscale models. Now, higher resolution means that you have more grid points. Think of the way on a TV screen. You have 4K, you have more pixels on the TV screen, you have higher definition, you have a more complete, detailed picture. At the same time, though, that higher resolution computer model does require more computing power. And because the computing power is more, the times of these models in advance don't go out that far. For instance, when you're looking at some of the mesoscale models, the HRRR, known as the HRRR, or the High Resolution Rapid Refresh model. Now this forecast is updated hourly, which is great for forecasting storms and severe weather. It only goes out 18 hours. So when you're trying to look for a forecast, the following night, that's not going to help you. Now there is the extended HRRR, which is updated 4 times a day, and there's that Z time again. So 6Z is essentially 1 o'clock in the morning, Central Daylight Time. 12Z would be 7 o'clock in the morning, Central Daylight Time, and 18Z is 1 o'clock, and 0Z is 7 o'clock in the evening. And again, that's all Central Time. You can convert it to your time zone. The NAM 3 kilometer goes out 60 hours, so now we're getting a little farther out where you can get at least 2.5 days and pretty close to 3 days. And then you got the NAM 12 kilometer. I'm going to show you the difference between the resolutions and how lower resolution computer models essentially lose the details. And when you're forecasting thunderstorms and high clouds from thunderstorms, like we were for the August 21st, 2017 great solar eclipse that went across the United States, yeah, there were storms that popped up in Kansas City, and that cirrus deck was coming over my observation area in central Missouri. So that was a whole nother nightmare. We won't get into that. But synoptic scale models, they're long-range models. So if you're predicting a night sky viewing for 10 to 14 days out, then you want to look at those long-range computer models. The GFS model, known as the Global Forecast System. This is an American-made model. It goes up to 16 days out. Keep in mind, though, there is lots of error with the speed of these systems, the strength of the systems, so there's definitely some issues there when you're talking about the GFS. Not all computer models have their limitations and they're not perfect. And then you got the European model, 10 days out, better verification, but very, very hard to find free cloud percentage or free cloud cover products. So they're very hard to find. So let me take you through some free computer model sites, and this will give you an idea on what you can do to forecast the weather. So again, that Weather College of DuPage website, so useful. And we're going to go to that. And so when you bring up weather.cod.edu, you'll come to this home screen. And with this home screen, all you have to do is go to Weather Analysis Tools, and you go to Numerical Models. And you're going to notice that they've got different models up at the top. So remember that HRRR only goes out 18 hours, and it's updated every hour. And sometimes the full computer model is not in. So now you can click on your location where you live, and essentially if you're in Florida in the southeast, we'll click on this. Now this is for precipitation and wind speed and stuff like that, which might be useful for you. And you can see those storms moving into my area, into western Arkansas and the eastern Oklahoma area. But this is what you're going to want to use. You're going to want to use average cloud cover. And so this is a real easy way to look at average cloud cover. And there you can see right here as the clouds roll in. So notice Florida starts seeing some clouds, and now we're at Z time. So remember 0Z is 7 o'clock in the evening, which would be 8 o'clock in the evening Eastern Daylight Time. So you got to remember Z time because that's what everything is going to be in, all these computer models, and you just got to convert it to your time zone. Now you got cloud cover continuing to build. There might be some clearing over northern Florida early Wednesday morning as the storms kind of linger. But keep in mind, this is a computer model and it might essentially not be perfect. Now, another thing you can use is what's called simulated echo tops, which will basically tell you if there's thunderstorms. And so that's kind of useful, but you're definitely going to want to use that average cloud cover. So now there's different models besides the HRRR. There's also the NAM or the NAM Nest. It's always best to go higher resolution. And so this is a 3 kilometer model. And we're going to zoom in here on the southeastern US. And now we're going to look at something called simulated infrared satellite. And honestly, I think this is one of the best cloud products that you're going to find. Now, you're only going to be able to go out 60 hours, but it gives you an idea exactly where these clouds are expected to be. And so let me go ahead and step through the time here. And you can use this slider bar, and there you see the cloud cover starting to build in. And then now you're going to notice that, so here is the forecast, which that one model did not have cloud cover, and there wasn't much cloud cover percentage. But now you can tell that you got these cold cloud tops that are coming over Florida early Thursday morning, and that might cause some issues in viewing. And so it might not be perfect. Now, there could be breaks in the clouds. So this is kind of a way to give you an estimate as to what type of clouds you're going to see. It's not perfect, it's a computer model, and it's not exactly accurate all the time, which is why forecasting is a difficult, non-exact science. But you'll notice that if I was forecasting a night sky view event over our area for Thursday morning, there's a pretty good chance that we'll be totally clear. And you can kind of see that. And if we go back to our surface products, and so each one of these different products offer different things. The different computer models offer different things. So that's weather.cod.edu. Again, you can go to that average cloud cover. You can bring up that. It's a little more coarser, but it gives you an idea of cloud cover. All right, so that's a good site there. I'll give you another good weather website, and we've got Pivotal Weather. So Pivotal Weather is a great site that will show you, again, that simulated reflectivity. We'll go to that, and I'll bring up that site, and you can get an idea for what you see with Pivotal Weather. So when you go to pivotalweather.com, you're going to go to forecasts, and you're going to go to models. Excuse me, not forecasts. You're going to go to models, and you're going to click on models, and this will give you an idea of what to expect. Now, personally, I like that slider feature where you can kind of slide back and forth. And so when we look at single image, we want to go to a forecast loop. Forecast loop is going to be your best friend. Let's say you want to zoom in a little bit more. So let's go, and we're going to come into our zoom, and we're going to pick regional. And you guys can play around with this, and you can have fun looking at the different computer models. But a lot of amateur meteorologists, a lot of amateur astronomers do use these sites. So now, on the left-hand side, you see all these different products, and it can get a little overwhelming, but we're going to look at cloud cover. Again, this is what we're doing. We're forecasting clouds. It's a percentage from 0 to 100. And so we have a totally clear sky right now over our area, and there's literally no clouds on the model. Now you'll see these clouds rolling back in. So remember that forecast for Thursday morning. And now look at what we've got. When we go to a lower resolution computer model, which we talked about, the GFS, now we've got a little more widespread, and the cloud cover is not as detailed. Now I'm going to bring up some different models that you can look at, and we're going to go back to that mesosector, mesoscale, and we're going to go to mesoscale meteorology, and now look at the difference on those higher resolution computer models. But they don't go out as far, but they give you a better idea at some of the smaller scale features. So there's really great sites here. Simulated infrared. This is a very useful thing for the NAM 3 kilometer, which you saw on the College of DuPage. It's a very similar thing. But let's say you want to forecast even farther out. So you got to go to these long range models, and you'll see them right here, the global. You got the GFS, you got the European. Now, when we go to the European, which is personally my favorite computer model, it has the best statistical verification, but you're not going to get clouds on this. And so, unless you go to a paid site. And I've looked at many different sites out there, and there's really no good cloud forecast products with the European. Finally, another one of my favorite sites, as I'm giving you kind of my top 3 computer model forecasting sites, is going to be Tropical Tidbits. And honestly, this might be your absolute favorite. So Tropical Tidbits is where you have very good satellite products, and it's also really easy to understand. So let's go to that site, and I'll show you what we've got for Tropical Tidbits. So when you go to tropicaltidbits.com, it's not just for tropical weather. You're going to go under forecast models. It also has satellite imagery too, but I think College of DuPage is one of the best ones for that. Now we've got global, we got the GFS that it constantly loads, and you're going to pick up upper level dynamics. So you see this upper level dynamics. You can go to simulated IR for the satellite, and look at what we have here. You've got cloud cover that's rolling in. There's the big giant storm. Look at that comma head cloud. So this shows you a really strong low pressure system that is coming through. But I'm going to show you the difference, and this is where it gets pretty awesome. I'm going to zoom in, first of all, on this, and down here you see regions. I click on that. I go to South Central, And you can see how that still has resolution, but if we go to mesoscale products and I go to a NAM 3 kilometer, now look at the difference. Now it's showing low clouds, which don't show up quite as well, but you can see the difference in the cloud cover. And so if you go to low cloud fraction, this is also important too, where now you've got a combination of clouds, but you can get more detail. So now it shows that, hey, maybe we won't be as clear on Thursday morning as those clouds kind of stick around. Now for the Texas Panhandle on that morning of Thursday, that looks pretty good for viewing, but we still have these clouds that are sticking around most of the night into early morning, and that could be some fog too. So that is a great way to predict low clouds. And then finally, if I go to a longer range model, you're going to see how this, first of all, disappears. And that's because some of the models don't offer clouds and cloud types. And so that's a great example there. And so when we're clicking around here, you don't see anything with cloud cover, which is why it dropped off. So we want to go back to the NAM 3 kilometer, and we go back to upper dynamics, and you got high cloud fraction. Here's a simulated infrared. And again, you can kind of see the clouds and the low clouds if you loop it and move through. All right, so that's kind of a basic understanding at predicting cloud cover and looking at how clouds develop. And remember, it's always best to kind of look out the window. So let's do a quick recap here when we look at what we do to predict cloud cover. And so you always want to check satellite first to see what's actually happening. And that's what I mean by looking out the window. Looking out the window is probably the best way to predict cloud cover because you can actually see weather systems coming in. But it doesn't help you 5-10 days out when you're predicting weather events or astronomy events. Now you want to look at what's happening out the window on satellite, and for meteorologists, we compare that with the computer models analysis. What is it showing is happening right now compared to what is it predicting that's happening right now, which is what we call initialization. If you want to learn a quick way, you go to the tabular forecast data. You can enter in your location by city, and then you can bring up your tabular forecast or your hourly forecast, which is just a different way to display it. And computer models, they can be a great tool for forecasting the weather a long ways out. But remember, when you go longer out, they lack that resolution, and so sometimes it'll give you a convoluted, cloudy look, if you will, at what's happening, more than 7 days out. So forecasting the weather pretty much beyond 7 days is very difficult because these weather systems come off the west coast of the United States, and no computer model is going to get it right all the time. But that'll give you an idea as to how to predict cloud cover. So I hope you enjoyed. Happy sky watching, everyone. Enjoy the stars. And here's hoping for clear skies. So I hope you enjoyed that. And if you have any questions, you can direct them to Dark Sky, or you can direct them to Scott Roberts. He'll pass them along to me. But very useful tools, the satellite, the models, as well as looking at that tabular forecast. So my name is Dan Skoff, Chief Meteorologist of KNWA Fox 24. I hope you enjoyed this little tour on how to predict cloud cover.
We're back with Scott Roberts, whichever direction he's in. He's down here probably for you lot.
Yeah.
And we are going to do a giveaway. Is that right?
That's right, Simon. So we have, I promised we'd do this with one of our 2-inch eyepieces, and it is turning out to be a 25 millimeter 100-degree eyepiece. Okay, now our eyepieces, we have over 40 different models, 7 different series. I have some eyepieces that I call our impossible eyepieces. Okay, this is one of them. I was told by a very knowledgeable person about eyepieces, actually not told directly, but kind of indirectly, that the longest focal length 2-inch 100-degree eyepiece would be a 22 millimeter. This is a 25, okay? So I just wanted to prove that we could do something that that was told that couldn't be done. And this is a fantastic eyepiece. It has about 14.5 millimeters of eye relief, 100-degree apparent field. It is like looking into a bay window out into space, and nice focal length as well. All of our eyepieces are gas purged. And the way that they actually test these things is they put them in a meter of water for half an hour, okay, to see if they leak. All right, because I warranty these eyepieces forever. That means if you buy one, you get one at Woodland Hills, you register it right away with us in customer service. You can do it online. And once it's registered, it's warranted forever, and it's a no-fault warranty. Now, what I didn't bring here, and I should have, is a melted eyepiece from the Paradise Fire up in California. The guy lost his entire house, lost all of his telescopes, lost everything, but he was able to return to me 2 melted eyepieces, okay? It looked terrible, and you can see how hot this fire was. Through no fault of his own, the eyepiece was destroyed. I replaced them, okay? That's the deal. So, you know, if it's somehow damaged, you roll over it with a tank, I don't know. What the eyepieces.
Who's going to roll over it with a tank?
I think maybe now after this video, someone's going to find a tank so they can try it. Okay.
Oh my
They'll
gosh.
probably survive it because these things are built like a tank. Okay. They'll probably push into the ground and they'll get it out and go, damn.
So Scott Roberts will replace the eyepiece, but not the tank. Just to be clear.
Tank, yeah, your tank track might get destroyed and you'll owe them a pretty penny, but not so with us. Now the other cool thing is that this is a transferable warranty. You know, amateur astronomers love to trade and trade up or trade across or whatever. They love to try different things. You know, we make, as I said, over 40 different eyepieces in 7 different series, and our series are all about the apparent field. And that ranges from 52 degrees, okay, which sell for under $80, all the way up to one of my other impossible eyepieces, which is this 9mm, 120-degree apparent field eyepiece. This is the world's widest field commercially produced eyepiece. 120 degrees means, what is 120 degrees? That means you put your hands out as far to the left and the right, pull them together while you're looking straight ahead so you can see your fingertips. That's how big the apparent field looks, okay? This eyepiece is a beautiful eyepiece, lots of magnification, tons of apparent field. It is wonderful for people that might have a big Dobsonian, because with more apparent field, you have more true field. Not only will you have that magnification, but you got more true field. So if you don't have a tracking system, okay, like on a big Dob, like a big 30 or something like that, or 20, the object's still going to be in the eyepiece for a long time, and it makes it easier to find the object when you're trying to center up, but it's at high magnification. It's a 9mm, okay? So this is a lot of fun. One of the most fun eyepieces I've used. I just love it.
So,
yes.
So the giveaway, this is how this one's going to work.
Okay.
And this is going to prove if you were paying attention. So we're not going to do a 1 through to whatever and say, I want to win. We're going to ask a trivia question.
Oh.
So here is the trivia question, and I want everybody to post their answer, and then Scott will pick a number between 1 and whatever. And here is the question.
Okay.
What color was the shirt Dan wearing?
What?
So the question again. The question again. What color was the shirt Dan was wearing?
Oh my God.
Put your answers in there. I will go through them. And then Scott will pick a random winner by giving a number 1 to whatever it would be. And he cannot see the chat, so he can't cheat either.
No, I'd like to, but.
Give it away to, oh, look, Scott Roberts. Oh, there he is. Give it to him.
Yeah.
So
I win my own eyepiece? Yeah, great.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what color was Dan's shirt? Start putting it in, okay? And you can enter more than once. So go. If you need a hint, it's 4 letters. And away it goes. All right, Scott, let's talk about other eyepieces.
Other eyepieces. Okay, so we talked about the 120, which is, I know I have to talk that way, but another really great eyepiece
I mean, I just love this eyepiece. This is the 30 millimeter, 100-degree eyepiece, okay? Now we have a whole series of 100-degree eyepieces. We have 6 different focal lengths ranging from 5.5 millimeters up to this 30, this massive 3-inch, 7.5 pound. There's tons of glass in here, okay? But this eyepiece is the longest focal length, 100-degree apparent field, a hyper wide field eyepiece, okay? Again, you know, forever warranty, gas purge. Now, why did I gas purge these things? I'll tell you some funny stories, okay? When I first came out with waterproof eyepieces on a very popular user group, I'm not gonna point it out exactly, but there were people making comments like, oh God, waterproof eyepieces. I'm gonna use that the next time I'm observing deep sky objects from the bottom of my swimming pool, okay? And just comments like that. But there was a guy that came out with some very expensive eyepieces. He was out observing all night long just in his backyard, okay? Goes back, crawls into bed. Guess what? It rains, okay? It rains, and it rains hard, all right? The next morning he comes out, he's looking at his open case of eyepieces, and it's absolutely soaked. All those eyepieces had to go back for getting taken apart and reassembled. And guess what, folks? It wasn't free. Okay, so that was an expensive lesson. You know, if you don't have waterproof eyepieces, you got to be pretty careful with them. I'm big into educational outreach. Okay, and I want my eyepieces to withstand makeup, peanut butter, cotton candy, spit, whatever, you know, because a lot of people look through them. And a lot of amateurs who do educational outreach and love it won't take their good eyepieces out. Okay, because they know they're going to get abused. Okay, our eyepieces are designed for use, right? Right. So that's part of that. But these eyepieces used at the Yerkes 40-inch, which will reopen soon. It's used at Mount Wilson. It's soon to be used in McDonald Observatory's outreach program.
Ooh, that'd be a good one. Yeah. So, okay, guys, I am going to put a stop to the entries because it is going absolutely ballistic right now, Scott, and I've gone past almost 200 entries here.
Wow.
So I'm going to stop the actual thing now. All right, so no more entries below that point that I just posted. No more entries after that post. So you guys can stop spamming it. Of course, there's a delay, so I got 20 more seconds worth of delay to deal with here. So if you want to do the next eyepiece, I need to get a stop-start position. So if you want to do that, I will go from there.
All right. What often is considered our masterpiece eyepieces, though, is the 92-degree series eyepieces. These eyepieces have over 20 millimeters of eye relief. They're still in the hyper-wide class. David Levy, in particular, loves these eyepieces. He so much has said that on video with me, and he especially loves the 12 millimeter. But we have a 12 and a 17, and they're, again, some of my most favorite eyepieces. Fantastic, perfectly sharp to the edge, and tons of eye relief. So if you have astigmatism and you want a hyper wide class with some medium focal lengths that you can use a focal extender or Barlow lens to magnify even more, you can do that and keep all those wonderful properties. You know, our very, very popular 82-degree series, we've added some long focal length, long eye relief versions of them in a 4.5 and a 6.5 and an 8.5 have joined that series of eyepieces as well. I think they'll love looking through those. I have people that have, you know, I go to star parties and they show me all of their, you know, full sets of 100-degree and their 82-degree and stuff like that. I always feel great about seeing that kind of thing, but I will tell you that the real aspect of getting the best eyepieces is that, you know, it's really a scenario where it's best to try before you buy if you can. That's why you should join astronomy clubs and go to star parties when you can. But there are some attributes such as eye relief that you need to think about, and apparent field and true field of view.
contrast, all these things. I made a video that you can see on our website, and maybe at another time, Simon wants to get me to come back on air and we can go more into detail about eyepieces. But you can do a lot of homework to narrow in on some focal lengths and stuff, and then you can look at there are other great brands of eyepieces out there. And, so I'm not going to say that any one company is the world's best, but there are some very high-end types of eyepieces out there that you should consider. And face it, that getting a best eyepiece to go along with your amazing telescope is that just makes all the visual experience all the more better.
Okay. That was one heck of a count. I counted 207 entries.
What?
So it's a number between 1 and 207. Where would you like to pick?
Is it just a number? I pick
any number.
Number in my head,
You have a number in your head already?
I did, yeah. Even before we started this, because you said, Sky, I should probably pick a number, whatever, and so.
So what is that number?
Between 1 and 200 and what?
7. 207.
Okay. All right. So. Well,
no pressure.
No pressure. So I'm going to start with the number 1.
Ooh.
And then we're going to go to 5. And then the last number is 8.
158. Okay, yeah. Hold on 1 second. So if I go back to my line and type and count 49 backwards.
This is yours.
6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. I swear to God, if he gets the answer wrong, I'm going to kill him. 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. We actually have a winner.
What?
Yep. Okay. That was a tough one. Okay. So in case you're wondering why I was counting to 49, what I did was minus 158 from 207 and counted from the bottom going back up, because it would have been faster than me counting 157 from one all the way down the other direction. So the winner is Richard Eisenberg. Richard Eisenberg, you are a winner. So I need you to send me your email address, and I will forward this over to Scott Roberts. He will rob you of all of your personal information and probably your credit card. No, I'm just kidding. All your information, and he will get you your prize out to you. Okay, so Richard Eisenberg, I need your email address before the end of Scott's talk, which is in less than 6 minutes, maybe a little bit less. So if we don't see your email address, we just have to throw it back out there.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So,
okay.
I got a question for you, Scott. Out of all your eyepieces, what actually is the best starting set of eyepieces that you have there?
Well, that's a good question. The starting set for a lot of people, if we didn't even think about brands or price or anything like that, I always recommend that people have something like around it between an 8 and a 10 millimeter, 8 to 9 to 10 millimeter. Okay, because usually as a higher power eyepiece, those eyepieces don't have too short of eye relief. Okay, they typically will work pretty well even at these higher powers, even during relatively mediocre seeing conditions. Okay, you'll see almost every amateur astronomer that you go out with, and you look in their eyepiece case, there's going to be something in that focal length. Okay. Even like a 12, that's the 12, 17 would fall into that range. And then I would recommend something that is somewhere between, let's say, 22 and maybe 28 millimeters, okay? If you tend to fall more into loving to look at deep sky objects, you're going to think about more apparent field, okay? If you have bad astigmatism in your eye, you're going to want to choose eyepieces that have longer eye relief, maybe as much as like 18 millimeters or longer eye relief, okay? It kind of limits you in a way, okay, if you're someone that suffers from that, but you can use focal extenders or Barlow lenses. Now these keep the eye relief for you, they keep the apparent field of the eyepiece for you, but it gives you that extra magnification. So I like to use them. One of the things to look at too is what kind of light pollution do you have? You're going to do, the better astronomer is not how dark a skies you can get to once or twice or 3 or 4 times or maybe even 12 times a year. It's the better astronomer is the astronomer that observes every clear night if they can, okay? And so a lot of times that means we're observing from the city, from our backyards, from our balconies, okay? And that's how you train yourself to be better. If you really want to get good, you start drawing what you see at the eyepiece. And so one of my friends, Carlos Hernandez, we did a video about that recently, and he shared some of these things. So it's really interesting. When you draw at the eyepiece and you finish your drawing and then you come back, you find out that you drew features that you might have missed. But the eye works like a camera does. It's clocking along at fractions of a second, and you're building up a visual impression. So we have Mars now coming up towards opposition. This is a great time to try this. Okay, so we got a 9-ish, 20-something-ish, and now you need to drop down to lowest power eyepiece, okay? And so your lowest power eyepiece is going to be based off of exit pupil. And there's lots of ways to calculate exit pupil, but it will have to do with the diameter of the aperture of your telescope and the magnification that you're using, okay? So again, you can get all these formulas online, or you can watch my video on how to calculate all those things, but you want to have a exit pupil that's going to match what your eye will fully dilate to. Now, you can do that by measuring yourself with like hex wrenches that are in the millimeter size format, and see when you can blink out a star, okay? By just holding it up to your cheek, looking up at the star, and then you bring it together. And as you get close, you'll see that you're splitting a star, and as you get to where it's almost too big, the star just blanks out. So you can kind of calculate what this is all about. A more accurate way to do this is go see your eye doctor. He'll dilate your eyes and he will measure them to the millimeter or the fraction of a millimeter. And I did that once. So
I'm trying to get Richard Eisenberg's email. He did just say something though. He says, "Tell him my purchase is 6 degree." So
6
yeah, I'm not sure because it's a weird slash over there, but I'm assuming that's what it said, 6 degree. I don't know what to do here at this point because I still haven't gotten his email address, and if he doesn't respond, we're going to have to redo this. Dun, dun, dun. Luckily, I did copy and paste that list of people, so I just got to go through it again, that's all. So hopefully by the time the stream catches up with you, you will give me your email address. Oh, yes, I got it. Woo!
Okay.
Oh, my God, I was getting nervous then. I was getting nervous. Oh, you know what the funniest thing here is? You should see what his email address is after what you just said.
iDoctor 2020. Great. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. So.
All right. So we're going to get you, or what? Scott is going to get you out this eyepiece. He will email you directly and we will go from there.
Beautiful.
All right. So we've got Alex McConahay coming up next. Awesome. We're going to take a quick break And when we're back, we're going to have Alex McConahay doing Sequence Generator Pro. And Scott, thank you very much for being a part of all of this. I love it when you join in these streams, and you should have heard our banter backwards and forwards when we were, muted, so to speak. This guy's a bucket of fun. If you ever get a chance to meet him at any Star Party event, you just got to sit down and listen to some of his funny stories. He'll tell them. I know, and you've got a lot. That's the funny thing. All right, then. So, Scott, I will see you the next time round, and we will be back in just a moment.
Take care, guys.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Alex McConahay. For those of you who don't know who Alex actually is, this guy has the head the size of a watermelon crammed full of information. And this is our one chance to crack it open and pull it all out. So he's got this fantastic presentation on Sequence Generator Pro, which I know all of you, or most of you at least, are using this software. And let's just face it, there's not enough people that talk about this program and how to use it. So Alex, take it away.
Thanks, Simon, and thanks, Farah. Also, I love both you guys. You do so much for the community. I'm a member of the Riverside Astronomical Society, among other things, and one of our most important jobs in the Riverside Astronomical Society is bringing the joys of astronomy to Southern California. And on Astronomy Day, thanks to the offices of Woodland Hills, we're bringing it to everybody. Today, we're going to be talking about automated sessions and particularly about a Sequence Generator Pro SGP. In an automated session, the software manages the cameras, the mounts, the focusers. It takes care of the errors. Basically, if everything works right, you press start, you walk away, and then you come back and the data is all sitting there on the drive. Cool, huh? This is part of a big data acquisition process. In order to get a night's worth of images, you need to set up, connect your equipment. You got to aim your telescope and center it precisely where you want it for the right composition on the right target. You got to focus it in the first place, and then throughout the night, as temperature changes, you've got to refocus. You got to have a guider that makes sure that your mount follows that star exactly, follows the star so that you don't have streaks and blurs. At some point with most of us, you have to flip the mount. Otherwise, the mount's going to bang into itself.
And then, of course, someplace along the line, you've got to take the exposures. You got to run the cooler, the filters, you got to have the proper exposure settings. You have to store all that information on your computer someplace. And nothing ever goes completely right. I think that from Scott's presentation and Dan's presentation, you saw the clouds come through. What happens when a cloud comes through? What does the automated process do? If you're like this guy here, who's not using a session manager at his observing or at his imaging, you have to sit down and do all that stuff yourself. Well, you don't have to do that with the session manager. Just to show you a little bit, I'm going to take you to my backyard. Get a little idea of what it's like to conduct a session overnight by heading out to my backyard. It's about 150 feet back here at my observatory. Find out more about what my observatory looks like by going to my webpage down here. I link to it, and you'll find a whole description of the little outhouse. Here we are back here, and we're going to get ready for a night of observing and imaging. And we're going to open the door and slide it off. It's just a big old steel frame with some siding on it, some garden wheels on the bottom. And when I push it back, underneath there's the whole telescope gear and rig and everything else. I start by taking off the old the dust cover. It helps a little bit keeping the dust down. And you can see that it's a pretty standard setup, Losmandy G11 and the NP101 right now. Put on the power switches there, the Gemini switch. If it's been a warm day, I can add ice to my cooler. Got a little cooler on the back of the QSI 583 there. Reach up, take off the front of the telescope there, the lens cap, and put that aside. Pull the new shield out. Usually by this time the Gemini's to a point where I can do something with it. I don't actually have to do this because I can do it later from the house, but I like starting the Gemini and getting it going. Open it up. There are cables running under from the computer over there back over to the pier and telescope. A couple of power switches on, and while the computer gets warmed up, it's ready to go. I lock it back up. I won't be looking at it anymore tonight. I'll be looking at it from inside the house. There's some things I do here just because I like to do them. Tell the telescope to start off going to a bright star so that I kind of get the idea of where it's going to. It turns out it's pretty useless information because it always goes where it's supposed to go. I guess these are just some old habits that I built up. Now we're going to shut off the camera. I can see by the comments over on YouTube that some of you are having a little difficulty hearing that. So I'm going to just go audio on you here, and I'm going to narrate it live. You can see that I'm saying, hey, I've got to go walk back to the house right now. So we're going to turn around and head off back to the house. Simon, is it going better now? Okay, great. I thought that thumbs up earlier was that the sound was okay. Anyway, we got to walk back to the house about 150 feet away. I sit down and my desktop, the same one I'm at right now, and I call up Tight VNC. Tight VNC is one of many remote programs that allow you to look off into the a remote computer and control it. You are now looking on the middle of my monitor screen there at the screen that's back in the observatory that you just saw me start. I start Sequence Generator Pro by clicking on the icon, just as if I were sitting out in the observatory area right now. And you can see that I've got that's what's called a sequencer sitting right there. And it tells me all the stuff that I'm going to do tonight. We're going to talk about that in a little while when we can get there. And as you can see, the I have some other things to do. I usually like to go over and start some of the other programs like PhD guiding, and you can see that I've just started that. I don't have to start PhD guiding. In fact, my Session Manager Sequence Generator Pro can also start it all by itself. I could have hit the run button and it would have started all my equipment, connected all my equipment and everything else. But I like doing it because it makes me feel like I'm doing something important. And so here I go. I got it going. The next thing I'm going to need to do is I'm going to have to decide what I'm going to image for tonight. You'll see a little bit later in the presentation how I actually go about doing that. And I am going to call up a program that I already, or a sequence that I had already started before. I'm doing narrow band imaging here, so it turns out that I have to take a lot of the same images over and over again, and these were running half-hour exposures. So I thought, you know, that everything's going okay. I'm going to start the new sequence, and you can see by the gray lines there on the page that I've already done quite a bit of work on this and gathered a lot of the data already, but oftentimes when I'm doing narrowband in particular, I just start the sequence again, or I analyze which frames I need or don't need, and I go from there. So I tell it that I want to take so many pictures of blue, or of my hydrogen alpha in this case filter, so many of my O3, so many of my S2. And then I tell it, do you really want to, you know, do this? And I tell it to run, and it asks me if you really want to do it. Basically, the problem is that the camera hasn't cooled down enough yet, and it knows not to start a session until the camera cools down. So it stops, tells me to stop. But it's only 6:30 now in the movie. Actually, it's 6 years ago and 6:30 in the movie. And I say, no, it's okay. It's cool. Sun doesn't go down till 7, so it's not till 7:30 I want to start imaging. So I've got plenty of time to wait, and I tell it to wait. And so it knows to wait. And now I'm finished. I've got nothing more to do the rest of the evening. Now, in fact, I'll put something up on the screen that I can watch most of the night if I feel like it, what's going on over there. But you know, get up in my family room here, and this is my old TV, but you know, Monday Night Football is waiting for me over there. And over on the other side is my couch. And so it's time to start taking pictures. Now, the next morning, yeah, I'm wearing the same clothes, but you know, this is all kind of make believe just to like illustrate the point. I'm not a morning person, I tell people. And then I sit down right in front of my Wally Pacholka painting of a nighttime image of Monument Valley. And I once again call up tight VNC, remote desktop, and there's a whole lot of programs that do the same thing. And I'll put my glasses on first, I guess. And after I got them on, sign in, and up comes what's happening in back. And as you can see, over the night, I got a great big picture. Actually, I got many pictures overnight, and kind of recorded them, and they sat there, and I go, hey, yeah, that's cool. And I may do a few things here, but among the things I'm going to do is I'm going to probably turn off some of the devices. I'm going to, I want to make sure my mount is starting to park, and make sure my camera is warming up. So I check the temperatures on all these things. Now, in fact, Sequence Generator Pro and any of the other kinds of programs that I'm going to be talking about as session managers can do the same thing for me. They can do it all automated, so that all I've got left to do is go shut the place down. I turn off PhD2. I like looking at it to see what it was guiding like and some of the results it had for the night. So I like looking at it overnight and see the results. And I am pretty much done here. I'm probably going to have to wait for 10 minutes or so for the camera to warm back up to ambient before I disconnect it. But that's where we are. And it's just about, that's it. That's all the more work I did. Oh, I've got one other thing I have to do. I have to go out in the backyard, and I have to close the observatory down. Now, the movie does show you how I close it down, but let's face it, closing it down is the opposite of opening it up. You can see right now that the screen showing on my monitor there is my laptop is shut down and the connection has been cut off. So I'm done. It's time to go out, close the observatory up, and that's that. That, folks, was an automated session. Oops, there we go. Let's talk about what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to talk briefly about what all it takes to process, to acquire data. I'm going to tell you a little bit about the computer and software you're going to need for an automated session and using a session manager like SGP, some hardware, software demands of automation, how to monitor it from afar, and then I'm going to use an SGP example. I know that Simon told you that I was going to talk about SGP. Sure, I'm going to talk about SGP. I always like to talk about SGP. I'll tell you some cool stuff about SGP, but there's no way I could tell you everything you need to know about SGP in a 45-minute show. There are other shows. You can come out to Goat Mountain anytime. GMARS is our club observing site, and I'll spend 8 hours with you playing with Sequence Generator Pro.
What's the website for your club, real quick, so they know?
For my club, rivastro.org is Riverside Astronomical Society, and that's rivastro.org. Okay, and you can also find me on the Astro Imaging channel almost any Sunday. Anyway, I should tell you that we're not going to talk about all kinds of astro imaging. We're going to be talking about deep space imaging because that's what a session manager is for. And I should also tell you that we're going to be talking about automation and session managers, not about remote operation. Remote imaging, you don't have any physical contact with the site. You're not there. This is New Mexico. Your scope is in New Mexico and you're in wherever you are. And session automation, however, it's a session with a session manager. It's a piece of software that completes all the tasks that you would normally have to sit there and do. You may or may not have physical contact with your equipment. You may or may not be near it. An automated session may be remote or it may be local. And a remote session, you can sit there if you're really goofy and like doing this kind of stuff, and you can give commands to the camera and everything else in real time. A remote session could be automated or manual. We're not doing remote imaging, which is a whole nother level of complexity. We're just doing automated imaging. And that relies on a session manager. It's software that manages devices either by itself or by controlling other software. There's some simple kinds of software that they take the identical exposures or maybe varied exposures, and there's some session managers listed there that do that kind of stuff. But then there's the more sophisticated ones, and Sequence Generator Pro is definitely one of the more sophisticated ones. In addition to all the stuff of taking the pictures, it also automatically focuses, points, the telescope corrects, guides, manages the camera cooler, can manage your observatory, can watch for clouds, can do all that other stuff for you. These are Sequence Generator Pro, CCD Autopilot, CCD Commander, the Sky. There's all sorts of them out there. As a matter of fact, there's so many of them that we're not going to go into it. I will refer you to the Astro Imaging channel, and I can see by the comments over on the YouTube page that we've got some of the same people here. Every Sunday night at 6:30 California time, 9:30 Eastern time, we get together and we discuss astroimaging. And there are usually anywhere from 40 to 100 people there live. And in the course of the next week, 1,000 people will watch the show. We've got 6 years worth of programs piled up in our YouTube channel. So there are 300 programs. One of the most important of them was by Roland Archer from, I think, last October or so. And this is the URL for it down in the lower left-hand corner there. And he compared all of these programs, and look at the prices over here, $6.95, $14.95, $95 to $2.95. But incidentally, you need to buy Maxim in order to get that one to work. Nina is free. Prism is $149 to $4.99, depending on how many features you want in it. So there are all sorts of programs, and Roland did a great job of describing which ones. They've got their own styles. They've got their various reliability reputations. They've got features. They've got cost. Go to Wallen's website and watch the YouTube program that he put on for the Astro Imaging channel, and you'll see a comparison of these things. What I'm talking about today mostly is all session managers. I'm going to use SGP because it's the one I know best. It's the one I practice with. It's the one I use. It's also a very, very good one. It's the big dog in the pack right now, I think. And it got that way because it broke a price barrier. For $100, you can get a program that does what's the $1,495 program does. So it does almost everything you'd want to do and does it very well. That's why it's the big dog. What do you need to run it? You need a computer. Doesn't have to be a particularly powerful computer. They're usually Windows. Almost all these programs are Windows based, but you can get them for Pi or anything else you like. Nice to have Windows 10 on it and big hard drive, because most of them do come in Windows, and they do store a lot of data. You need lots of USB ports, and you need serial connections because an awful lot of our equipment is still on serial. It's also very good, just buy yourself an old used desktop. They've got these serial connections already, and it's cool to have it without having to mess with the converters. I want to talk about the device manager, something that many of us don't need most of the time nowadays because software drives itself, it hooks itself up. But there is a thing called the device manager that you can find in Windows, and it lists all of the different elements of your hardware set. And you need to learn how to use that if you want to use a sequence manager. A second thing you want to know about is ASCOM. You're going to need ASCOM in your computer. It's a piece of software. It's Star Trek's universal translator. You know how no matter where they went, they could talk to people? Well, before ASCOM and such came along, that couldn't be done. But what happens now with ASCOM is that a software developer like Ken and Jared, who developed SGP, can say, we want certain things done, and give that command to ASCOM, and then ASCOM translate it to all the different manufacturers so that you don't have to have each software developer writing a driver for each and every program, or for each and every piece of equipment that might possibly use it. So you're going to need to learn that pretty well. You are also going to need a good mount, one that's fairly stable and reliable, one that gets you where you want. This is my observatory out at Goat Mountain. You want a camera. Almost any kind of camera will work with one kind of sequence or session manager or another. You probably want an auto guiding system because most mounts simply can't can't track well enough all night, and you're going to want to be able to correct it. You want a focuser because temperatures will change during the night and things will change, and you'll want to refocus every now and then. Each of these devices, if you're going to be doing an automated session, each of these devices must work reliably and independently before you rely on any session manager. So remember that. All of these things have to be working and working well together. Do not expect any session manager to do what you can't do without SGP. Too often I say, hey, SGP wouldn't do this and it wouldn't do that. I've never got a good polar alignment out of SGP. SGP doesn't do polar aligning, okay? So get that into your head, okay? You got to get that. What do you need in a mount control? You got to be able to park it and unpark it remotely. You got to be able to slew and point it. You got to be able to plate solve and center, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. And you have to be able to do a meridian flip. Plate solving and centering there's actually three operations. Slewing is moving your telescope to one part of the sky or another. Plate solving is nothing to do with moving a telescope. It has to do with looking at a picture and deciding where that picture is in space. In other words, if you've taken a picture, you want to take a picture, you want to figure out where that is, you know exactly where your telescope is pointed at that point. And if it's not pointed where you want it to point, you want it to center. Center and plate solving are not the same thing. Center is moving based on the information of a plate solver. almost all of the programs that are called session managers will have plate solving within it. Sometimes they use an outside program like Plate Solve 2 to help them with that kind of solving. Second thing you want your mount to be able to do is do a meridian flip. Most of us use some kind of German equatorial mount. And if you start off pointing at a star up here, and in the course of the night, eventually your tube is going to wander around until it's going to bang into the mount. Well, before that happens, you have to meridian flip. And there are lots of problems defined in flipping at the meridian. First off, the mirror is going to flop. Your focuser is going to change where it's the direction of gravity, so it's going to sag. Your scope may not be built orthogonally. In other words, it's not at right angles to itself, and that causes a problem. A scope that's been bent one way will now bend another way, differential flexure. The guide star you were using is no longer going to be there because it's going to be on the other side of the frame. So you need to get, and your guider itself has to have its commands reversed, where it used to go left and now it has to go right in order to find. And if you haven't engineered things correctly, there are going to be things to grab, things that'll just reach out and grab the knobs on your mount, and that's not good stuff. So during a meridian flip, you have to stop the imaging, flip the mount, make it go from one side to the other. You have to recenter it using that plate solve and centering again, and then you have to flip all the guiding commands. One of the things that has to happen. Then finally, you get to the part where you wanted to start with in the first place. You have to take a certain number of light frames with a certain filter at a certain exposure time, give it a various binning or maybe an ISO if you're one-shot color. You want to tell it how many times you want to repeat, and that's you got to set your camera up so that it'll cool at a certain rate. You've got to decide whether you want to take all of your luminances and then all your reds, all your greens, and all your blues, or you want to space them, L, R, G, and B, L, R, G, and B. Have to specify your filters. Your computer, your session manager has to know this stuff in order to do an automated session. Under auto guiding, there are various formats for how to build an auto guider. Two different scopes, on-axis guider and off-axis guider. Various ways to decide how to do this, but no matter what you do, the object of the game is to focus on a particular star, and if that star moves, you need to move the mount so that the star is back where it was in the first place, or stars for some pieces of software. You have to select your star in the first place, and then after the flip, you have to reselect it. You've got to dither, move your scope ever so slightly between exposures in order to spread the errors of the sensor around. And finally, you got to let everything settle, and when everything's ready to go and it's guiding again, start the next exposure. And as I said, you're going to need a focuser. You're going to focus originally. You're going to take focus when the temperature has changed, the length of your tube or the coefficient of refraction of your optics. And when your filters change, if your filters need different focal lengths. Usually what happens to focus is it takes a picture, it takes another picture, takes another picture, takes maybe 7 or 8, 9 pictures, and it determines the half flux ratio of how big the star is. You want the smallest star, so it goes back to where the star was the smallest. You should, in an automated imaging session, have an absolute focuser versus a relative focuser. An absolute focuser knows exactly where it is. It's either got a sensor or it uses its motor to know exactly where it is. A relative focuser keeps track of how long it's moved and in one direction. So if I tell my motor to move for 10 microseconds, it moves for 10 microseconds, but it doesn't know exactly how far that is. It knows how far it thinks it is, but it may get off. So if you're really going to get into this astroimaging with automated sessions, get yourself an absolute focuser. You might also want a rotator, various observing controls to monitor the sky, and there's all sorts of things that session managers can do. I don't use any of them, so I'm going to skip this section. There are other things that most session managers would want to have in them. If something goes wrong, you want to know that it's going wrong. You want to be told right away so you can do something about it. If you're taking flats, darks, maybe you want to keep a record of how good your half flux radius is, and you want to evaluate each image as it comes down. Maybe you want the little calculator in there to suggest what the ideal exposure would be. All those things are available in a good session manager, including Sequence Generator Pro. This is what error recovery looks like. Let's say it's 1 o'clock in the morning and one of Dan's clouds comes through on your imaging session. Well, you know, the guide star disappears. When the guide star disappears, what do? Well, you send a message saying, hey, the guide star has disappeared, but you also stop everything for 5 minutes and then check to see if the guide star is back. If it's not, that means the cloud's still there. So you keep that up. In Sequence Generator Pro, you can set it up to for as long as you like, to keep trying for as long as you like minutes, and eventually it'll either find it or it won't. If it doesn't, it aborts the session or does what it is. Now, when it finally finds a star and it knows that it's good again, the cloud's gone, it'll have to recenter, which means it knows to call the plate solving, and it needs to know the centering routine and the refocusing routine if you ask it to, and all that other stuff. That's one of the things that all good session managers and SGP does. I also said that we would talk about monitoring from afar. Here's another view of that of my observatory in the backyard. There's that little computer that you were seeing snippets from. You were seeing it on tight VNC, but as I said, there are many of these. And there are lots of ways people have tried to remotely control their monitor their rig from afar. Icron Rangers, USB extenders, USB over Cat 5 or 6 or whatever the modern Cat is, wireless hubs. There are lots of ways to do it. Everybody that I've ever talked to eventually says, you know what, buy yourself a cheap desktop computer or a cheap laptop computer or your old laptop computer, stick it back there, have it run the session back there, and just monitor it from someplace far away. Here's here's Pocket VNC. I've got it on both my phone and my iPad, and I can be at an outreach 40 miles away and watch to see what my observatory is doing back home. That's probably that's the easiest way to do it. And to do that, you call up your session, and this right here, you can see that's my whole background right there of my desktop, or the blue sky back there. And here's a kind of a blown up of the controls that I have. This is what my connection looks like, and I can stop the connection. I can refresh the connection. I can do all sorts of things. I can send a control alt delete. These are all things I can do. But this part right here you're looking at, the main part, is the computer back in the backyard. Okay, so that's the easy way to do it. So there's some things I got to tell you about. One, when you're plugging your equipment together, try to plug and play it the same way. It may or may not matter, but sometimes it does. Always put that USB cord in the same socket that it was in before. Separate your ports if possible. If you can have a computer like an old desktop computer with, I got a $200 used desktop computer out of GMARS, and it's got USB ports and all sorts of things just sitting around. Do that if you can. Pair your high demands and your low demands. For instance, your focuser very rarely has to do anything work, but your auto guiding camera is regularly downloading stuff and things like that. So you can pair those two together because one's high, one's low. And the other thing is spend the money on good USB hubs. All right. If you're going to buy them at all, buy good ones. Get your cable management right. Each device must work. Don't expect SGP to do anything that you can't do without SGP. If you change something in your system, be sure to go back to the configurations in your hardware in your software and change them. And remember that an apparent problem in one program may really be in a completely different program. Okay, the programs are it's meant to work together, but they don't necessarily do that. Some hints about wiring: bundle your cables as much as possible. You can see coming from the computer or from the camera here to the dovetail, there's just one cable going there. Then there's one big cable going down to the center of rotation on the right angle. Make sure they're tangle proof and inspect them regularly. Make sure they're plugged in. Automation cautions in the last words. The session manager is not necessarily what is failing you. Just take it easy and go through the process logically. Use the log files. All of these programs have big, extensive log files that you can read. Check the settings in other programs, other equipment. It may not be Sequence Generator Pro or Prism that's messing up. It may be your guiding program. Check your equipment mechanically. Make sure that, you know, the cables have enough room to move. Each device must work reliably and independently before you rely on a session manager. Don't expect the session manager to do what you can't do without the session manager. There's a whole lot more to be said about how to use SGP, and I wrote a tutorial a long time ago, and you can find it on my web page. It's called SGP the First Week, and most of you cheat and do it in less than a week. I know that because I've been told. There's also an excellent book. I don't know if it's excellent or not, but it's the only book I wrote, called Using Sequence Generator Pro and Friends. When I wrote that book, I was trying to tell people everything I know about session managers, including how to use PhD, how to set up for an evening and all that other stuff. One last piece of advice I want to give: RTFM. Read that fine manual, whether it's this manual, that manual, or the manual that your software maker puts out. Read it. There's a lot of cool stuff in there usually. Let's go through a session. First thing you have to do is you have to define who you are and where you are using a profile manager. And you have to define what your equipment is using the equipment profile manager. And we're just looking at I've got like lots of profiles depending on which camera setup I'm using. And you can see that what it does when you're defining these things is you're defining things about your camera. All of these things show up someplace else. This information about readout noise is used in helping predict an ideal exposure time. For instance, the number of pixels is used in helping to define what you need when you start binning and things like that. So all of it matters. In Sequence Generator Pro in particular, you have to pay attention to whether you're in the control panel or the equipment panel. This is the control panel this is the equipment panel for the camera. This is the control panel for the camera, and you'll notice they've got a lot of the same information. I find it easier to ignore the fact that there is such a thing as a control panel. I do all my changes up in the equipment panel and take it from there. You may have your own style. One of the nice things about session managers is everybody's got their own style. First thing when you sit down, after you've defined all that stuff on a given night, you want to find out what you want to take a picture of. Sequence Generator Pro has what's called the Framing and Mosaic Wizard. And you just type in the name of the object that you want to get, and you fetch it. You have to be on the internet to do this, but once you've done it, once you've downloaded this picture and gotten the raw data, you don't have to be on anymore. So you can do this at home and then go off someplace else. You draw a rectangle around what you want to take an image of. Oops, looks like I drew too big a rectangle. So I've got a 2x1 instead of a 1x1. Now I've made it back into a 1x1. I move it around a little bit so that it focuses so that it centers on where I want it centered. I can rotate the picture a little bit. And when I got it to where I really run it, I tell it, yeah, that's what I want to do. I go over and tell it, okay. Come on, screen. And it creates a target for me. And you can see that's that grid, and that grid has all the information that we briefly looked at it before. And I tell it that I want to take some lights. I want to take 4 lights, and then I'm going to specify what my filters will be. I like to start off red when the object is near the horizon and hit the luminance when it's up at the top. So I do it like that. And all I'm doing is I'm going through the check boxes. How long is my exposure? I think I'll do, what do I say here? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? I suppose I should look. They're 5 minutes. I'm doing 5-minute exposures. So I fill all this in. This is how you define a sequence of how I'm going to take, which pictures I'm going to take today. Now I'm telling it what my binning, and I can have different binning at different levels. And I tell it how many pictures of each one I want to take. Okay, so now I've defined, and when I press run here, it'll light up all these areas up here. That means that my equipment's connected, and off I go to take the pictures. I don't know why we're there again. Here we go. You know, that sequencer looked pretty complicated, but in fact, it's just a big table, and there are various parts to it. When you're looking at the sequencer, there are these parts in red. Those are what's happening in tonight. These are things you filled out down here. You've told it what the target was going to be, and you told it what you wanted your exposures to be. The things in yellow is how's it going tonight. And it's also happening over here. You can't see it. I'm sorry, I missed that for some reason. It tells you the progress. The things that are in blue are things that once you've set up in the equipment profiles, they stay there forever and ever and ever until you change it or choose another profile. So while it looks like there's a lot of stuff there, well, that's because there's a lot of stuff there. But it's all very friendly stuff once you get used to it. You've connected the devices, you programmed the session, you got your exposure sequence. All you got to do is press run the sequence right down here, and off it goes to do that. First thing it's going to do is focus. As I said, it's going to take a series of pictures, find out pretty much where the lowest, the smallest HFR is, and having done that, it will decide, okay, that's where your best focus is. It'll move the focuser back there, and then it'll point your telescope slew to where it belongs, plate solve to make sure it's there, and if it isn't there, it'll plate solve again and center again, and plate solve and center again until it gets where it belongs. And then when it's good and ready, it'll start PhD guiding and connect everything that it's supposed to connect and start guiding. Now at this point, I usually set up a screen looking something like this. And this is from this right here is the standard PhD screen to tell me what I've just gotten a picture of. This screen here is what's called the big status view, and it tells me pretty much what object I'm taking right now, how long I've got left in the show, and everything else. The nice thing about this is I can be sitting on that couch over there with this showing, and I can see how it's going. I can follow kind of the squiggly lines down here and see how my guiding's going, and seeing whether my these come from PhD too, and I can see how my guide star looks and how I'm guiding in general. If I get an error, it stops and it waits for everything to come out right, and I can watch that happening on my screen from across the room. I can use my image history to tell how good things are coming out for the night. Okay, I can watch that if I want to. And I can even get text messages. I can get emails. I can get an alert on what's called the good night system. It'll tell me how things are going and what I need to do. Finally, it'll shut itself down. All right, it'll show me what all I've done that night when I wake up in the morning, and it'll shut itself down. Now, I've just done in 12 minutes what it took me 409 pages or something over here in this book. And God, the tutorial is supposed to take 7 nights. I asked Bob Moore how long my presentation at NEAC should be in September. And he said, well, some of them go up until 2 o'clock in the morning. So honest, there's a lot more to learn about Sequence Generator Pro and all session managers, but they do make your life easier. So thanks for Woodland Hills for giving me a chance to tell you about all this. If you have more questions, I invite you to come on over to the Astro Imaging channel every Sunday night, and we'll be there for you. Okay.
So we're going to open up the floor to questions. Try not to send any massively over technical questions that suck up all the time.
And stump the presenter.
And stump the presenter, more importantly. So I've got questions right off the bat for you. Are you ready?
Yes.
I've been to a lot of star parties actually in my time, and there's probably one that I enjoy going to more so than any other, which is Nightfall. Is Nightfall going to happen this year? Assuming
of course it's
that
going to happen.
How
could it not happen?
Stuff not going to
I'm
go
also
away.
native for Nightfall, and Nightfall is a wonderful star party that we have every year down in Borrego Springs, California. We take over an RV resort, and Woodland Hills is one of the big sponsors of this, and we really appreciate that, Farah and Simon and Dr. D and all the people you bring down. We take it over for like 4 or 5 nights, and you can bring your RV, you can camp down there. There's an imaging workshop and all this other stuff. Nightfallstarparty.com is the place you can go to find out about it. I'm waiting for them to update the website, but I can make the announcement here is in early August, we will make a decision based on the current conditions to what we need to do to keep everybody safe. Between now and then, we are planning a full program, and we're going to be making it work as well as we can make it work. If there are such restrictions that we can't do what we usually do, we might do less. If there are too many restrictions, we might not have it, but we won't be deciding anything until August, early August. So check the website now and check the website occasionally between now and August. I should tell you that you've got to get your reservations at the Palm Canyon early if you want a hotel room. You don't have to stay at the Palm Canyon, and there is no registration for Nightfall itself, but there is a registration for the Astro Imaging Workshop. This year, the Astro Imaging Workshop is going to be featuring citizen science, how you, with your pretty picture Astro Imaging gear, can contribute to science at the same time. So we encourage y'all to look into Nightfall Star Party. Hi, were there other questions?
I do, yes. You mentioned about the focusers, absolute and relative.
Mm-hmm.
This actually hasn't really been brought up as frequently as it should be, but could you give us a good example of a absolute focuser?
I would rather defer that question to the folks at Woodland Hills. Remember, I don't buy, as Simon and Farah can probably tell, I don't buy a lot of stuff. So I don't know the current recent names of everything.
Oh, okay, let's rephrase this. Which one are you using?
I'll let those guys tell you, but I can't tell you in theory. Absolute focusers either have a sensor in them that tell them exactly where, up or down, close or far, the focuser actually is. Or they could do it with their stepper motor counts, knowing that it's a 1-to-1 distance for every time they move. And so they can keep track of exactly where they are, or they can sense exactly where they are. Whereas a relative focuser, I told it to go to there, and then I told it to go to there, and then I told it to go to there. Assuming it went to each of those places I told it to go to. Actually, I didn't even tell it to go to there. I told it to go this far, and then go that far, and then go that far, and then that way. And when you add and subtract all those fars together, you get to a certain position. But that's not necessarily true if for some reason something slipped. It doesn't know where it is, really. Okay? So that's the difference between absolute and relative. So...
yeah, so just for you guys out there, there are quite a few different types of, let me get out of this mode. So, oh, do you want to stop your screen sharing? That's what it is.
Stop share.
There we go. So for those of you who are looking at buying an electronic focuser We do have an array from all different companies. The best way to describe this is actually price will dictate if your focuser is an absolute or a relative. Generally speaking, focusers that are inexpensive, and I'm talking electronic focusers, do not tend to be absolute focusers. So just keep that in mind when you're making a decision. Feel free to give us a call at the store or fire off an email, and I can definitely give you a list of all the different ones. I have my own preferences, but I've used quite a few of them now in my time. But again, I have my personal ones that I like, and then everybody else has their own little input. There was another question that I saw. How do you get SGP to actually email you?
Let me go back to screen sharing.
Sure.
Where am I? Oh, share screen. Screen, share. And there we go. You will find this under your, I forget where it is. One of my problems is I don't do some things very often. Might be tools. I don't really remember where it is, but this is the page you're looking for. And you will see that you've got Good Night System, which is a app that you can put on your phone, and it communicates with you in a various, well, you see all these things over here: status updates, alerts, warnings, errors, and timed errors. These are all the things that it can communicate with you. Or you can have 3 different email addresses, and you configure each of these email addresses differently. They may be the same email address, but let's say you're going to sleep at night and you're not going to be checking email anymore. You don't want to know certain things. So, okay, I don't want to know every time it starts a new exposure and ends in the old exposure. I do want to know if there's an alert or a warning. And if certain things didn't happen, I want to know, because maybe something, I've lost my power or something like that. So you can configure the email in 3 different ways. And then text file, you can send text files. By the way, one of the ways you can send an email is to a text, so that your phone picks up the email. It's in the book someplace. I've forgotten where, but it's in the book about, I think those chapter about sleeping all night. But basically you have to send a text, you have to send an email to Verizon or at Verizon, and then your phone number or something like that. You have to talk with your provider and they'll tell you exactly what your text number is, so that you can send yourself an email to your text. That makes sense?
Of course. All right, if you want to jump out of a screen share for a second again.
I forget.
So next question, and this probably won't require the screen share. Is it practical to use a session manager for planetary imaging?
I don't think so. I don't know very well. I don't do very much planetary imaging because I don't think I'm very good at it. And, why beat your head against a wall? Now, the real reason I don't do it is just because I've spent so much time in the deep space. Just every time I've seen Christopher go or Damien Peach, no, they're doing it real quickly.
Yeah, those guys are doing it on the fly, literally. And
yeah,
I got to admit, I have done the only thing from a session standpoint that I do with planetary imaging is just changing from one filter to the next and rattling off each capture.
Yeah, and you kind of want to be there when it's happening.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other thing is, remember, like when that picture that you saw on the splash screen at the beginning of my presentation, that was like 40 hours worth of exposure. Okay, that hydrogen that narrowband picture. The typical Jupiter picture is all going to be taken within 10, 12 minutes at the most. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you don't need a session manager. You're going to be there. I'm not going to sit there through 40 hours of deep space imaging. So I don't know of anybody. Now, there are plenty of pieces of software. And there have been some shows on the Astroimaging Channel YouTube program you can find about doing planetary or solar imaging. They're very similar in their technical requirements, and these guys don't sit there for hours on end or go to sleep for hours on end while their rigs are imaging the planets or the sun. They're sitting there doing it, and there are some very good pieces of software that are recommended during those Astroimaging Channel shows.
Okay, we'll do one more question, and this is actually quite a good one. Is it possible to incorporate flats into a planned sequence?
Certainly. Remember when I was, it's too bad I don't have Sequence Generator Pro on this computer. Yeah, I'm going to share my screen again. Screen share and see if I can flip up to there. You see the sequencer here? See the type? Your choices under light could have included dark, bias, and flat. So you could pull down on the light button there and in Sequence Generator Pro and in the other programs. Remember, competition makes it so that they all do a pretty darn good job. They have wizards that will help you determine what the proper exposure is for your flats. And then you can tell it, okay, now go take a bunch of flats for this particular sequence. And I want 20 of each, and boom, it'll be off and doing it for you. Okay, it'll even park your scope in front of your flat panel so that, and it'll turn on your flat panel too. So it'll do all that stuff for you.
Excellent.
Oh, as a matter of fact, if you look all the way at the bottom of this screen here, see where it says light, luminant, dark, that really should say, that first column there should say dark. And then I use my dark filter to take the dark. So, okay.
Excellent, excellent.
Oh, I got to stop screen sharing again.
Yeah, that's all good. Okay, so we're pretty much out of time. If you do have other questions, you can actually contact Alex directly. He will be more than happy to spend his happy years and the rest of his remaining time on this planet answering all your crazy questions about Sequence Generator Pro and everything else for that matter. Honestly, though, I would probably recommend that you actually go over to the Riverside Astronomical Society if you're based here in LA, or at least visit the Goat Mountain and then sit down and do some one-to-one sessions with Alex. He'll be more than happy to overload you with information as far as I'm concerned.
Well, the easiest way to get, I'm on cloudy nights all the time under the name Alex McConahay. Okay, got that? Mm-hmm. Nothing tricky, Alex McConahay. And of course, I'm on the Astroimaging Channel every Sunday night. Okay.
Oh, tell us a little bit about that, because you're on tomorrow, aren't you?
No, I'm not on tomorrow. Tomorrow night we have a fellow coming. Tomorrow night we're gonna. Okay, sorry for ruining your little schedule here, sure.
That's all right,
Simon.
We got 2 more minutes to kill.
We're not killing. Okay, how do you get out of there? There we go. You get out of there. You. That's my devil's monument. That's my screen. Screensaver. What is there? Tomorrow night we got Brian Clemens talking about comet processing. He's going to show us, I think, how to do it in deep space. Next week we've got Dennis Vita and Bob Massey, amateur astronomers. This is the Astroimagingchannel.org. The Astroimagingchannel.org, and here's our regular schedule for the all the way up until Sunday, June 28th. So, I mean, we've got interesting things happening every week, something to see. And as far as past shows, there's just a load of them. We've got, 6 years at about 50 Sundays a year. So we've got plenty of stuff to see.
Exactly.
Come on, just come on over to the YouTube account. Okay.
All right. We have pretty much run out of time. I am going to be bringing in Tanya and Brian from Losmandy in just one moment. Alex, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure.
Adios.
All right, then. We shall catch you guys in just a moment. All right, guys, we are back. I'm sorry if you're in the toilet and you can probably hear my voice and you're like trying to pull your pants up and running back at me right now, but don't panic. We're not going to launch into it right away. I have here Tanya and Brian from Losmandy. These guys, if you don't know who they are, why are you even watching them? You should know who Losmandy is. These guys are actually based in Burbank, California, and it's always a bucket of fun going over there because it's like looking into Scott's head, you know, with all the treasures and all the little trinkets and cool stuff everywhere. And it's always fun just going in there because you never know what Scott's going to say or what he's going to do or how excited or not excited he is. But today he has got a reason to be excited. That's why he's got you two here, right?
Indeed. Thank you.
Yeah. So introduce yourself to everybody out there. So Tanya, you first.
Hi, this is Tanya Losmandy. I do a lot of the just the managing of the office and everything. And I've been here for about 4.5 years. I just wanted to let everybody, do you want to introduce yourself, Brian? Here's Brian Valente, our newest member of our team. He's amazing. He's our Gemini guru. Do you want to say hi, Brian?
Hi.
Hi.
Just briefly, I've been a Losmandy customer for about 10, 12 years now, using a lot of Losmandy products. I live about 20 minutes away. I think I went over there and asked them enough questions, enough time. They're like, hey, maybe you come help us out with all the answers we gave you now. So
you're the creepy guy that was hanging around the street corner looking around.
Yes, exactly. We just
That's me, yes.
Yeah, so we've been really, he's been a great addition to our team, that's for sure. We're very happy with him on board. So basically, I'm just here just to say hello, introduce myself, and letting you know that we are still working. We're still manufacturing, but we're just keeping the doors closed to the public, but we are shipping. So anything that you need from Woodland Hills and Losmandy, just give them a call. If they don't have it in stock, we'll get it shipped out to you from here. We drop ship also for them all the time. Because we do have everything, in stock right now. We've got some mounts. We're getting a little bit low on some of them, but you know, if you get order in with Woodland Hills, they'll be able to get it out for you. And Woodland Hills is offering a free GPS unit with every mount order up until May 16th, which is great. I mean, it's a great addition to the Gemini unit. It does puts all your information in there for you, especially if you're really portable.
Losmandy GPS unit, right? Not just third party.
Right. They're going to include the Losmandy. Yes, thank you for clarifying that. They won't throw some rinky-dinky one in there.
Yeah, no, it is. Let me make 100% sure you guys out there understand this. It's if you order a mount through us only, we will give you a GPS unit. It has to be a complete mount. It can't be half a mount, 3/4 of a mount, or just a counterweight shaft. You've got to buy the whole mount. We at Woodland Hills Camera and Telescope will give you a GPS unit, and believe you me, that thing is handy when you're running around in the middle of nowhere going, where am I?
Yes, very much so. So it's $150 value. Thank you, Woodland Hills, for including that in your mount orders. We appreciate it. We'll get those mounts out to you. We've got the GM811s, G11s, and GM8G, all in stock. The G11 GT, the big mount, should be ready to go, or we call it the G11T now. The G11T should be ready in about 4 to 6 weeks. We're finishing up production on that now. So if you have any questions about lead times, you can call everybody at Woodland Hills. We have a great working relationship with them. So, and I think that is it from me, Tanya. But I will still be here at the end of our hour, if you have any questions for me. But everybody at Woodland Hills knows our products really well, so you can get great support through them. I think, one other thing, sorry. I wanted to let you know that Brian has set up on our store.losmandy.com webpage. He has set up a mailing list that we are going to start. I don't know when he'll start doing that, but he has set it up. So get your name on there. What that's going to do, it's going to allow you to get new announcements for products, new software updates, anything that we need to announce. That's the way to be able to get that information delivered to your mailbox, your virtual mailbox. So we just set that up. Please get signed up on that store.losmandy.com. And then also, if you're not a Losmandy subscriber on YouTube, you should definitely get on that. That's a great, we put a lot of tutorials on there. We're trying to put one up at least once every week. You know, people have questions about stuff and things like that. So, and then we also do have our Facebook page, which we do some technical, and we like to share photos and images from our customers. So get on there. It's Losmandy Astronomical on Facebook. So don't have an Instagram yet. Hopefully get that up soon. So please join all 3 of those platforms and get the information that you're looking for. Brian, do you want to go into it now, or is there anything else I'm missing?
No, I think we're good. I mean, we're going to do a little bit more of an educational part now that Tanya's kind of ran through where we're at with Losmandy. And Simon, I'm going to, in a second, just share my screen, but not quite yet.
You go and share your screen whenever you are ready.
All right, I appreciate that. So I gave a presentation. Well, hi, everybody. Brian again, Losmandy. I gave a Zoom presentation about 2 weeks ago, maybe it was a week ago. I don't. Time just seems to, I gotta lose track of time here. But I gave a presentation talking about the use of micro routers and how to get more advantage from your Gemini in using this. And it was so well received that I'm gonna give a bit of an encore presentation with a few updates here. Now, what I'm talking about, of course, I'm going to talk about the Losmandy Gemini, which is the astronomical computer that comes along with our mounts. Looks like this, very handy device. It's got all sorts of connections we'll talk about here in a second. Some of the things I'm going to talk about, I think, are going to be relevant for pretty much any type of equipment you're going to be using. I recently have been trying to figure out more and more how to do remote imaging, or I guess sort of a combination of remote and automated imaging, because like a lot of folks, I'm basically lazy and I don't want to freeze my butt off at night, and I want everything to handle itself. So if something goes wrong or if I need to check on something, I'd like to do it from my living room or from my bedroom or wherever I happen to be hanging out. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here, and I'm going to kind of walk through this. Hopefully, Simon, are we okay on that? Do you see it okay? Okay. So on the Losmandy unit itself, there's a bunch of different ways that you can connect to use it for doing imaging with your computer, of course. There is a serial connection, which is a traditional RS-232 type of port, of course. There's a USB connection, which is kind of what we're all used to, and I think is kind of the de facto standard. But in addition to those, we actually have an Ethernet port on the Losmandy. Whoops, sorry about that. Which is down here. I was hoping that this wouldn't get cut off, but it did. Anyways, we have an actual Ethernet port on the Gemini, and it is a full network-capable TCP/IP connection. And this is really what we're going to be focused on, how to take advantage of today. Now, some of my setup, I'm going to go through. The actual setup might be a little bit different because I'm having to do a network connection here for the Zoom meeting, and I can't. Last time I did this, I pressed the button and I disconnected from the Zoom meeting. So I think I'm going to show you a slide version of this instead of the disconnect, and you guys are going to be wondering where I am. So I'm going to talk about this micro router, and Simon, I'm going to show this real quick on my camera here. So this is a micro router. It is actually a fully capable, it's tiny, by the way. It weighs almost nothing. It's a plastic one. It weighs maybe 3 ounces. I don't know. I mean, it's ridiculous, right? It's got a LAN port. It's got a WAN port. It's powered by micro USB, which of course is going to be handy for us. It's got all sorts of capabilities, and it's about 20 bucks right now. I think it's $20.50. I mean, it's astonishingly cheap, right? And this is, although I'm not really focused so much on this specific one, I am going to talk about it, but a lot of routers like this are going to do what I'm going to talk about, but I'm going to talk about how to use this particular one. So Simon, if we can go back to my presentation. I'm going to talk about the advantages of using a micro router in your connections and how to set up your Gemini. And this is not, I'm not talking about remote, and I'm not talking about going to a location. I'm actually talking about both of those and at home as well. And there are a bunch of advantages that we're going to go through. I'm going to show you how to do this. First of all, it's relatively easy to set up. I'm going to show you probably in a couple of slides how to do this. It is super portable. So once you have this up and running, you can literally unplug your telescope, your mount, your computer, take everything, go out to a remote location, plug it back in, and everything is going to work. You don't have to reconfigure things. You don't have to realize that your home network is no longer available. What I'm going to describe to you works, and it is portable, right? And portable in that you can use your home network as part of it, but you don't require it. So I can pick this up, go someplace, and have it work perfectly well. And by the way, this includes, it's got some really fancy VPN capabilities in there. So if you're doing actual remote stuff, like at a remote observatory, you can actually tunnel into this router and have it work there as well. The nice thing again is that you don't have to customize your computer settings. So once you set it up, and you'll see we have a couple different ways to do it, but once it's set up, you can use your computer on your home network like I do. I use it for work, I use it for imaging, I use it for processing, then I use it for my telescope. I don't have to reconfigure things, which is really nice. And as I mentioned, and you'll see, we can actually use it alongside the home network and remote access applications. So once I have this up and running, I can actually use my home network combined with this network and do things like blind plate solving, for example. It requires an internet connection to do this. And the way in which we're going to configure this, we can work with any operating system. So this is nothing specific to Windows, at least the sort of the basic connectivity part of it. And you get advantage of some of the advantages of Ethernet through Gemini. So it's a very fast connection. It's asynchronous, which means that it's not waiting around for a lot of other things to happen. And you can also access the Gemini web server, either from your computer or from your tablet or mobile phone or whatever. So it's a really great way to take more advantage of all the things that Gemini has to offer. And we mentioned it's inexpensive. There's a couple advanced features I'm going to show you here towards the end. I'm going to cross my fingers that they're going to work. They were working last time I checked, but you never know. So in this basic setup, I have this little micro router. It's the GLI, I think it's called the Mango. Yeah, it's the 300M mini smart router, but I believe they describe it as the Mango router. And what we do is we connect it to our Losmandy Gemini via this Ethernet cable. And what we're going to do is we're going to connect our computer. Now, again, this is a laptop, but it could be a telescope top computer, a little computer head, or a desktop, whatever it is that you do imaging with. One nice feature that I want to point out right here is that we have an extra USB port on the Gemini that you can power this micro router from. So you don't need a separate battery right now. Earlier I talked in my previous presentation, I talked about the idea that you would need a separate battery, but it turns out, nope, actually you can plug right in and you can use the power directly from the Gemini itself. There is a default address and a default password. This is all covered in the documentation for this router, but we're going to plug it in. And then what we do is use our computer to do a little setup. So we type in the default administrative password. And one of the things, and Simon, if you could just switch back to me for a second, I want to show, so this is one of the things I didn't quite realize until the light bulb went off. This has two ports. This is a LAN port, which is for your computer connection or your Gemini. And then there's a WAN port, which is wide area network. This is typically where your internet modem or something gets plugged in. And I always thought, okay, well, I really prefer and want to have both my computer and my Gemini connected together via wired because it's the most reliable. I don't have to worry about Wi-Fi dropouts, things like that. But I was always unable to use the WAN port. And I'm done with that part, Simon, if you want to go back to the presentation. So it turns out, in a fairly recent release of their firmware, you can actually convert that port into a LAN port. I just circled this piece here on the admin panel. You can click this button that says use as LAN. And now suddenly we're going to have two LAN ports, one for the computer and one for the Gemini. So now we've got a way to connect both of those together and we wire them in. There's a little bit of additional setup that you want to do. And again, I'm in this router administrative panel. We're going to set up a little Wi-Fi name. So for example, I use BV Astro. I've got about 7 of these now. So this is BV Astro 7. I know which one I'm connecting to. We can change our password, click the modify button. And then the last thing I do, because now, as you can see on this, I've clicked on my client's screen for this router, and I can see my computer here. This is my BV Threadripper, and then my Gemini device. This is wired in. It's got an IP address, but it also has a MAC address, which is kind of like its very unique hardware address. And one of the things that's always kind of vexed using these types of systems is that the IP address is always changing. And what we really need is we need to know that the IP address we're going to give this Gemini is always going to be the same. So in this setup panel, I'm going to copy, and you can just, of course, click and copy it, but I copy the MAC address, and I go under this LAN IP, and I set up with the same MAC address, a specific and dedicated IP address. I just copied the one that it automatically assigned it. And now this is what's called a static IP address. And this allows me to always use that address. And anytime I plug in that Gemini computer, I know that I always get that address. So this solves this problem of, you're trying to connect stuff in, you plug them all in, then you press the button and it doesn't connect. And the way that you use this now in your Gemini Telescope.net application, this is the ASCOM version. And again, there's Indy for Mac and Linux and other platforms. But in the Gemini Telescope, I can click on my setup button here, click on my Ethernet, and I actually type in this IP address. That's the exact same one that we just talked about. We are skipping some options that are platform specific, like NetBIOS, which is a name resolution that's specific to Windows. We could use it. If you know what it is and you like it, that's fine. You just use the name of Gemini. But in this case, I like to use IP addresses for all the reasons I mentioned. It works on any platform and pretty much works 100% of the time. So, so now what essentially I have, let me just back up for a second, is I now have this setup working, right? I've plugged in the router, I've plugged in the computer, I've plugged in the Gemini, I've connected them all together, I've set up my Gemini properly. And now what I'm going to do, I hope this works, is I am going to so I actually have a telescope outside. Fortunately, it got late enough that it's in the shade. But I'm going to go ahead and connect to it. I think I'm actually already connected to it. And let me just show you that. So this is a computer that's sitting on top of my telescope. It's connected to all the various devices here. Here I am in my Gemini telescope. When I click on this, you can see this is my setup, same screen as last time that I showed you in the slides. I can click on this. Here I'm using NetBIOS, but I'm going to change this to the address that we just talked about. Oops, sorry. This is an earlier version of the Gemini, so I hope that works. And when I click to connect it, you can see that I can connect. I'm warm starting because right now I'm shooting M64. So it's been imaging last night and hopefully we'll image again tonight. But now I've got, the ability, so now the computer is connected to the Gemini and I'm actually connected through this micro router. I'm using my desktop computer here and I'm accessing both of these at the same time. So what's nice is I'm taking advantage of my home network for my desktop to connect to this. Now, if I was out in the field, I could do exactly the same thing and not require my home network. I would connect to this micro router. I could log into the computer that's sitting, or if it's a laptop or telescope top computer that's sitting on my telescope. I can be in the comfort of my car, my tent, my trailer. And boy, in Mount Pinos, it sure gets cold up there. So I was glad to be able to be inside my car and doing this. And this allows me to actually not only use all of the capabilities of this computer, but for example, if I'm going to use framing in Mosaic Wizard, which is a feature of a sequence generator, and And the point here is not that I want to kind of talk about sequence generator, but they have this feature where you can type in a target like M101, and it will fetch through the internet. I need an internet connection to access this, right? I need to be able to see this. It's gonna fetch through the internet on one of these image servers an image of M101. And the point here is that I'm using a combination of this micro router, but also my internet connection on the desktop. And I hope it's going to work here. Of course, it may not. But to access this, this capability. Oh, great. So here we go. So of course I can frame it up, figure out how I'm going to take a picture. But the thing here is what I'm trying to show is that I'm using a micro router that is, again, completely mobile, but I'm also being able to take advantage of my home network. And this is because I have both a combination of a connection on my desktop computer to the micro router, but also to the internet. And of course, there's other devices that I have connected here. Now, one of the other benefits, and Simon, I'm going to ask you to connect use the camera portion here. But am I on the live here now? Okay, so this is, of course, is our friend Sky Safari. And of course, we like to use our mobile devices and our tablets and things for planetarium type stuff. But I can, in the same way that I'm connected to my micro router, I can use a tablet here. And I'm gonna go ahead, I've typed in the same IP address. I'm connected to the micro router. I'm gonna click connect. Please God work. Oh, it's working, okay. Polaris, yeah, that makes sense. So, so now I have the ability to access Gemini from a wireless device that's not even a computer, right? Which is really great. And of course I can type in different types of things, use it as a planetarium, go to, align, you know, all the great features that I have in Sky Safari. And by the way, it works in Stellarium as well. All these IP connected planetarium apps work great. So, you know, with this little $20 device, I now have an access point instead of the money that we're having to spend on something like Sky-Fi, and I can put that towards other equipment and use my planetarium application. One other thing I want to show, and if you could switch back, Simon, to my presentation here. So I'm going to sort of minimize that. Let me get this back up and running. So we talked about that. I'm going to skip ahead a few slides here that we went through all this. Okay. So we talked about a little bit about using a combination of the home network for blind plate solving, framing and mosaic, something we demonstrated. Then we also showed the ability here for connecting our planetarium applications and so forth. Now, this is something that's relatively new, and I haven't shown anybody yet, but I just got this running a few days ago. But you can also add additional devices, such as a WiseCam, and this is spelled W-Y-Z-E. This is essentially again, it's like 20 bucks. It's really designed or was kind of originally marketed as a low cost, I don't know, like a home security camera, I guess. It's IP capable, it's powered by micro USB, and it turns out that it's got some abilities to do remote connection unrelated to security. So for example, so here is my little device. It's sitting out there, and it supports a streaming protocol called RTSP, which is, I think, real-time streaming protocol, but it has to do with essentially IP-based, or I guess internet-based streaming of video. And what I found is I can use, again, I'm using my my USB port to power this device, and it's connected to that same micro router. So I can use this here at home, and I can take this with me to my remote location, or even use it in my remote observatory. And just to show you that this isn't some trick, I'm gonna try to figure out how to do this here. But I'm gonna go back to my computer. This is my remote computer sitting on top of it. And I am going to open it. And there it is, it's opening. So you know it's real, right? Now, I mean, that's not exactly rocket science, right? But here's the really cool thing. I started to realize now I can record this video stream. So if I run into a problem later with, for example, I was trying to diagnose meridian flips, I can actually rewind that back to the time in my logs that says, hey, you had a meridian flip and it failed, and just watch it and see what happens, or how close am I getting to the pure collision or something like that. Or if I'm really doing remote observing and I want to be able to reset the mount back to essentially counterweight down or home position, I can visually see where I can actually do this. And the cool thing is it's $20. I mean, what can you do in astronomy for $20? Maybe get parking validators. I don't know. But, you
can buy a celestial eyepiece for $20, Brian.
Is that, oh, well, I mean, if you want to buy a celestial eyepiece, sure, $20. But here's the point, right? And I just want to finish on the camera here. We're talking about some really handy, inexpensive devices and really, I think, innovative ways to access the Gemini, to do a little bit more remote automation, do a little bit more automated observing, and to get a better handle on your rig. But I think a lot of this stuff can be applicable to kind of anything that you're doing. It just happens to be that Gemini just makes it really quite easy. So that's what I'm doing right now. This is my driveway. That's my telescope. These are the things that I'm using. Fortunately, it's working smoothly enough with these tools that I can get a good night's sleep, and I wake up in the morning. I happen to use Dropbox as a way to move my files over through the night, so I can get up at my desktop computer in the morning and start using my imaging apps to start processing. So that's my presentation. I hope that was helpful and informative. I'm happy to answer any questions either here or just drop us a line at Losmandy if you have any follow-up questions. I'm happy to talk about it.
Excellent. I'm just going to unmute everybody so they can hear and join in the conversation. I got to say something, Brian. I have not seen that part of the Gemini ever.
Well, Simon, that's interesting that you say that, because Scott and I, until Brian came on board, we didn't really know any of this. We had no idea. Brian has really opened up our eyes and just opened up our customers' eyes to all of the things that the Gemini unit can do. The mount mechanically is a great mount, as everybody has known over the past 30 plus years that it's been in production. But I think this is going to be a really great thing for people out there.
Well, I think to me, this is like a massive game changer in the sense of like being able to control a mount. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are plenty of devices out there that do something similar, or you have other ways of setting it up, whether it be a Intel NUC computer or something like that, or these new little fangled Raspberry Pis. But this thing essentially eradicates all of that kind of crazy stuff, with the exception of obviously the cameras and stuff like that. But the way the Gemini system works now has just made it even easier for people to connect. And I think that's the vital part to all of this.
Yes.
Yeah. And I would just, so the interesting thing is it's all pretty much since the Gemini 2 Mini, which I think must be at least 4 or 5 years old at least. It's always been able to do this. And I just think that there haven't been enough folks or enough resources trying to explain how it works. And that's kind of what Tanya and I and Scott started talking about is, how do we get more of this out there? And how do I explain, not just what I'm doing, but just what's possible? And you're right, Simon. I think it's just incredibly powerful. I was surprised when I first started talking about this, how few Gemini owners actually were aware of these capabilities.
I mean, it's amazing how in-depth the Gemini actually is, especially when it comes down to the hand controller. A lot of people just use the basic go-to sides of things, but there is actually way more to just go-to in the Gemini system than just that. And hopefully you guys will be able to come back on another time to show some of these other cool little features, because to me, there are too many hidden features that just need to get out there so people can see this.
Yes, definitely.
And Simon, I live probably, I think, 5 minutes from you guys, so.
Well, okay, that's straight as the crow flies, maybe, but yeah. So
maybe we should do a Losmandy class.
I think we should. I think that's a really, really good idea, and we should drag Scott out of his bed and have him host this. I don't know where we're going to do this at this particular point. I mean, depending on it, we can do this virtually or we can do this in a physical gathering. I don't really know what we're going to do yet. Depends on how we're doing. I got to ask you this. This camera thing that you're showing right now,
yes.
I've seen very, very similar situations with this. I'm just assuming it was just a standard IP camera. A couple of people may have noticed that there's that green square that's dancing around.
Yes.
How is that going to be useful to do things like cloud detection? Because it's obviously looking for movement.
Well, look, first of all, I think the real IP cameras have been around and can kind of do this. There's two pieces here that I think are really interesting about this particular setup.
Mm-hmm.
One is, this is a $20 camera, okay? I mean, yes, you can buy an eyepiece, but you can't really buy a whole lot. I mean, let's be honest, right? It's a ridiculously inexpensive camera. The second thing is it's USB powered, right? So that means I don't have to do anything special either to my mount or my power system or anything else. I can literally plug it into my second Losmandy port. And I want to show this again. So this is normally the USB port that you use on the Gemini to sort of control it, but this little USB port here, this is actually a power port. You can use this to power not only this little this micro router, but also this camera as well, right? So it kind of is, it's sort of the same, but now it's available to so many more people and so easily that I really think it's a kind of a different ball game there.
No, I totally agree with you. Let's do a quick question here. Hey, Frank, we know who you are. Is there any plans to do any more updates to the Gemini system, which is actually a good question?
Yes, in fact, although I hadn't planned on talking about it, we are working on a firmware update right now. Some of this relates to a little bit more support of this. Some of it relates to some fixes and improvements that people have asked about over the years. There was, for example, something about in very, very unique circumstances related to the meridian and centering, sometimes the mount would kind of slew off, and we have a fix for that. And then we have support for Alpaca now, which, as you may know, is the ASCOM remote connection capabilities. So I don't want to kind of go through all of that, but yeah, I mean, we are continue to evolve the Gemini. And now that I'm here and kind of really seeing the things that I see it's capable of, I think we're going to start to see more of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so everybody needs to really get on that mailing list newsletter so you can get those announcements when they're available.
Susie McNeil, is Astronomy Day starting yet? It already started. The minute it turned 12 o'clock in the morning, it was Astronomy Day. So we're all going nuts. So let me ask you a couple of other questions about in regards to the mounts. One of the biggest things that you guys did was to have the mounts come apart with the RA and declination. For those people who are not familiar with this concept, it's not like the newest thing on the block, but for those people who want to understand a bit more about this, give us a quick rundown on this. Oh, do you want to stop your screen sharing real quickly so they can see you full screen?
Does that work?
Perfect.
All right.
So did you want to talk about that, Brian, or do you want me to go through the mounts?
Why don't you want to start and just to hand it off to me if you have anything you want me to add?
Okay. So basically what Scott did, I think it was my first year here, it was 2016 when he came out with these not configuring mounts, modular mount system. Basically what he wants to do, in his mind, he was thinking, what if you had a different setup for every one of your telescope imaging? You know, somebody has a refractor or a big, Richard Creason or whatever. So he thought you can grow your mount with you instead of having to buy 5 different mounts. You can just have 3. You can have a GM8 deck, a GM8 RA, a G11 deck, a G11 RA, and a Titan RA axis. So those are 5 pieces, but they're all modular. So you can take the deck off the GM8 and put it on a G11 RA axis, and then you get a GM8 11, and then your load capacity goes up. And you can use the same tripod, and it's for a fraction of the price. So, I mean, it's a great system. It's working well. People are really getting it. So we've been really happy with it.
Yeah, Tanya, if I could add something to that.
Yeah.
So one of the things I've heard as a customer, Scott has often said, this is the last mount you'll ever need. And I was kind of like, yeah, I mean, you know, everybody says that kind of thing. But I realize now with this notion of the separation of the RA and deck, that it allows me to grow my mount from, you know, I'm starting with a GM8, which is kind of the most portable mount. It has the least amount of weight capacity, but still pretty substantial. It's like 40 pounds, I think, of just the imaging side of things, right, Tanya? Is that the number?
That is correct, yes.
So if I want to move to that next step, I don't have to sell that whole thing. I can actually buy just the G11 RA. I can remove the G8 RA, kind of attach the 8 deck axis, and now I've got one that's bumped up in weight capacity. So, and that allows me to go through that. I can do a full G11. I can go to a G11T, which is kind of the Titan version of things. You know, and that combined with what I found to be Losmandy's sort of ongoing and endless support of older mounts. You know, I just saw one come in the shop that was going to be upgraded, and it was from 1993, I think. I mean, we're talking about mounts that are in the field, continuing to be used for 30 years now, nearly 30 years. I mean, that's pretty astonishing to me. And it says that these mounts, you know, when you get into this, it's going to be a mount that's going to be upgradable for you, and it's going to exist for quite a long time.
Well said, definitely. That's Scott's idea. That's his whole idea behind every product that he makes.
And you know, one of the greatest things that I liked about Losmandy's mounts is, and it's funny because I watch Scott when he's tinkering in the background, is he loves to look for different ways to modify stuff. And I think one of the best things that has come of this is the tucked motor is a good example. And when you're buying any Losmandy mount, you don't just buy a mount and that's it, you know, off you go. It's you buy a mount and you just never know what comes out of Scott's head. And suddenly it pops out and it just gets implemented.
Simon, that's a great point. And in fact, interestingly, that's how Scott and I met, because in my earlier G11, where I didn't have the tucked in motors, through my own fault, I didn't tighten down the clutches. And of course, my telescope flopped over and banged it in the motors and smashed them. And I needed to get them repaired. And, you know, at the time I didn't, you know, I was terrified. I thought I completely destroyed this whole thing. And Scott was very, very nice to me. And, you know, for a pretty, I forget the amount, but, you know, maybe a few $100, he replaced the motor parts and so forth. But at that point, you know, he mentioned that he was working on these tucked in motors and would I like to try them. And I did. And of course, it became the tucked in motors we have today. But later on, you know, we talked about the idea of spring loading the worms, because I was kept saying like, you know, well, I keep having to sort of bias the weight on these mounts so that the RA, you know, gears keep engaged. And, you know, a couple months later, it's like, hey, I want you to try out this spring-loaded worm, which, you know, allows us to do imaging basically in any part of the sky without having to worry about adjusting anything, even adjusting the backlash and things, which has been a tremendous help, especially if I'm trying to do automation, right? And I don't want to know at 1 o'clock I got to get up and, you know, move some weights around, that kind of stuff. And there's more stuff coming. You know, Scott and I are paying attention to what's going on, and, you know, Scott's throwing out a lot of ideas, and I'm sort of testing and refining them and talking to a lot of customers about what we're doing. So I think you're going to start to see a lot more of that kind of stuff coming down the pike from Losmandy.
Awesome. So here's the big question that everybody loves to ask. Will you do any other colors?
Well, we've gone back and forth about that. We really have, and it's not a never. We're never going to do it. It's a possibility of something, you know, we could do, but I mean, there's new stuff coming. So just like I said, get on our mailing list and everything. And there's new stuff. So it's all exciting. Like I said, it's great to have Brian on board. It really has just helped a lot of things. So,
Simon, what color do you want?
What color do I want? You know what?
And you better not say mango.
I think I've asked Tanya this before, believe it or not. I actually really wanted a Titan, but unfinished.
Like a raw, bare bones metal look?
I remember asking Tanya a long time ago if that would ever happen. I know Scott was like umming and ahhing.
What was my answer then?
It ain't gonna happen, and it probably still won't happen because try get a Titan right now.
Right. Titans, I don't think you're going to be able to, I don't think Scott's ever going to make those again as of yesterday. But we never say never. But like I said, just stay tuned. We have some neat stuff coming. Just not ready yet. So maybe our next show that we do with you, we'll be able to introduce something new. So, but.
Yeah, we're not allowed to say anything about this new toy.
We're just... You know how Scott is. He likes to make sure everything is correct before.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, he's really good about that. So I'm always like, let's jump on the gun. Let's do it right away, you know. And he's like, no, Tanya, you slow your roll.
But no, in all honesty, I know it seems really odd when people ask that. Is like, do you do different colors? It's one of those things. It always has been amusing. But you know what the funny thing here is though? I could always tell a Losmandy Mount a million miles away, not because it was the jet black color, is when, you know somebody who's been using it, it has this really interesting aubergine color to it sometimes when it's faded out slightly.
Yes.
And to me, that was like, that's a Losmandy. And you just instantly know. And that was one of the cool features. It's not a feature, but it's one of the cool things that I loved about that mount was it's like, oh, this is kind of neat.
I have a friend who images near the ocean in Malibu, up the coast from us. And I asked him, he's got a couple Losmandys. He's got some other stuff, he's got like Stellar View and some other things. And I asked him, are you worried about the sea air at all? No, we're 1,300 feet, blah, 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 blah. So, some 5-6 months passed and the mounts and also the Stellar View stuff that's anodized black is now a copper color. I mean, like, it looks high-end copper color. Like, I got to take a picture and send it to you. It's really remarkable. And I asked him again, are you sure you don't think the sea air has any impact? And he kind of, well, maybe, but you're right. It does have sort of that interesting sheen as it ages.
Yeah, but the thing here is, though, the anodization part of the entire process is actually a vital thing. You can't just leave an exposed thing out there without having some kind of treatment, because, of course, you will get some kind of oxidization occurring. But that's another thing that a feature that you guys kind of don't really hammer home is you got to remember, these mounts are built to be used outdoors. That's another big deal about some of these mounts that you guys have. They're not overly technical. There's not plastic parts in it. There's not all this, useless bits and pieces that can get destroyed by heat or the sun or whatever. It is a solid construction.
And I think that's why we see them continuing to be used, 20, 30 years on. One of the things that I do is I often will pull a mount that's come in and I'll just measure its periodic error, just sort of see how it's performing. And there was another one from 96, came in for some upgrades rather. And I measured the periodic error and it was well within tolerances of a mount that we offer today. And I was like, this is, to me, just as a imager, that to me was pretty remarkable that a mount can go on that long and didn't seem like it was particularly well cared for. I mean, I don't want to say like it seemed unused, right? It clearly had been out in the field. But, I think that says a lot about Losmandy being the last mount that you're ever going to need.
Totally. So before we wrap up with this, Tanya, it's not just telescope mounts that you make over there, is it?
That is true. We do have another division. Which division are you talking about?
Portajib.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, we do have the Portajib division where we make camera support equipment for the film industry, broadcasting industry, and the fashion design industry.
Yeah, so again, I've told this story countless times. I work in the Hollywood TV and film industry. I've actually used the Portajib before in the past, not knowing what it was, and I never put two and two together until I walked into the building one day.
Oh,
and
wow.
I'm just like staring at it going, this looks vaguely familiar. And I just couldn't put it together. It was in my head. It was just like, I remember the spider dolly. I remember the Portajib. I remember like a handful of things that we were using on a production because we all wanted to get one because it was like all the rage back in like 2006, 2007, back in that time frame. And then while I was shooting an interview with Scott, I'm like staring into the corner going, why have you guys got this stuff here? You know, are you guys doing a production or something? Was somebody filming here? No, we manufacture it. I never put two and two together.
Yeah, I know. Well, a lot of, it's funny, Brian used to also be in the film industry, but you don't find a lot of people that mix the two. You know, it's not a lot of astronomy people. A lot of them are not in the film industry. We don't get a lot of customers from that, but yeah, that's been going for Scott for a long time also. It's been going very well for us. Thank goodness we have the telescope division right now during these times because we would be dead in the waters if we only had production.
Yeah, I know that's where everything's shut down. I mean, it's funny to see the folding HD tripod even show up in regular productions because it's actually quite a revered tripod.
Oh yeah, all that equipment does very well. I'm surprised to see how many feature films and that we're on, and so it's pretty fun. A lot of reality TV shows and stuff that we do.
So for those guys who are watching at home, this just gives you an idea of, Losmandy isn't just putting together a bunch of telescope mounts. He actually has a very long history when it comes down to engineering and things like that. Like I said, I had actually interviewed him, and there is actually a video. I'm not sure if I'm going to have time to play it, but it's up on our YouTube channel. You can listen to Scott go on about his life story, which is absolutely enthralling and fascinating in so many respects because we very rarely see the man.
And he kind of likes it that way. He's a pretty private guy, but, he loves machines. He loves tinkering. Simon, you came in the shop and there's a lot of antique machines, you'll notice, not necessarily computers and things, but machines. And he has a real respect for, well-machined devices and things. So, he's designed all of the mounts here. We build everything in the USA. It's 100% Losmandy, and Scott takes a tremendous amount of pride in that, and that's really where he likes to spend his time.
All right, guys, we're going to wrap this up. I'm going to play this video. Hopefully it doesn't run too long. I've forgotten how long it is, but I'm waiting for the next person to dial into the chat soon. So, Tanya, Brian, thank you very much.
Thank you for having us. This was great to do.
Simon.
Mm-hmm.
So when we have the next big thing, I'm sure we're going to drag you guys back in because we love having you on this stuff. We love working with you guys. And remember, if you buy a mount, any Losmandy mount, it has to have the Gemini 2 system, obviously. We at Woodland Hills will be giving you a free GPS unit. No other person has this. It's just us. We are giving this to you as a gift if you buy a Losmandy mount with the Gemini system. All right, so we will be back in about 10-15 minutes. I'm going to roll this video with Scott if you've never seen this before. It's been up on our YouTube for quite some time now. So if you haven't seen it, then do sit down and watch it. We will be back in hopefully 10-15 minutes with the next speaker, which is Chris, talking about Canon and how to shoot in the dark and the light, I think it was. I don't have the schedule in front of me right this second because I'm talking to you guys still.
It's going to be one of those two, right? Light or dark?
I'm probably doing both as far as I know. All right, guys, we'll see you soon.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Oh, it's the motor. It's the motor. It's this.
Well, I started astronomy in 1976. By 78, I was building my own equipment. Joined the Los Angeles Astronomical Society in 76 also. By about 1984, I had a cave Astrola mount that I had modified extensively. And one of the gentlemen from the club said, "Why don't you build your own mount? You have enough equipment to do it." And I said, that's a good idea. So that's when the GM100 came out in 1986. Then in 1992, we started making them for a major company. Did that for 5 years until 97. And in 97, we broke apart from them and started making them on our own and selling them. Well, at the time we built the mount, which was the GM100, which looks very much like the G11. There was no equatorial mounts really out there. You had, a couple from Japan, I think, but most of it was all fork mounts and no equatorials were out there. And so we started doing that and just happened to come out with a very good design that was, really has not changed much over the 30 years it's been out. I was always trained by my father when he says, when you build something, just add extra holes so that you always have something to come back with to bolt on. And that's what I always did. So we always have holes there. People go, "What are these for?" And I go, "Don't know yet." So it's a good thing to have, and it's always worked out well. So I think what we're trying to do with our mounts is give a very accurate and stable platform so people can start getting into longer photos. A lot of people are just doing these 1-minute shots and then they stack them. And the thing is you want to get 5, 10, 15-minute shots. But when you start doing that, your mount has to be very accurate. A lot of mounts can't do it, and all you can get away with it is like maybe 1 or 2 minutes. And our mounts, you can go into 15, 20, 25-minute shots with it. And that's, I think, what will keep the industry going, because people will get tired of looking at the same 1-minute photo stacked, 60 frames on it, because you just can't go deep enough and get a lot of information out of the photos. Just taking a lot of short pictures. You're missing a lot of information, and especially if you're getting into H-alpha type things where your photos are going to be, 40 hours by the time you're done with them, and I think that's what will help, keep the industry going. What I love about astronomy really is the mechanics. I love building mounts and constantly working on them to make them better and better and better. We've been building mounts now for 36 years, and so have a little bit of background on that. So it's a professional tinkerer, building go-karts and just taking machine shop in high school, and all that is just really just a love of machining. And never took any mechanics courses or engineering courses. It's just all from trial and error, and just a constant work in progress to make them better and better. My goal is mainly to make a mount that is extremely accurate, and it will just stay that way because it's machined accurate. We don't try to use any kind of, systems that will compensate for errors. We try to machine everything so there is no error. That's my main goal in the mount industry. So I love the mechanics of old equipment because they just make things do the most incredible stuff with just mechanics. They don't have solenoids or it's just all just hard mechanics. It's like a weight drive system for the old telescopes. It's just this weight-driven mechanism, and that's what all these are. They're all systems that are mechanically incredible, and the people that have designed them were just brilliant. I think quality is, I like the way old stuff is built because it's still here and still working, and it's 100, 125 years old, and I think that's influenced me in making products that are going to last you a lifetime. And also, I try to make it visually pleasant to look at too. I don't want it to look like, a casting or something, because we don't cast, we machine everything, and so I want it to look good. And that's what I get from older equipment that, antiques that I buy is they're beautiful. You could just stare at them. You don't even have to use them. You can just sit there and look at them all day. About 1998, 99 area, and I was at a trade show, NAB in Vegas, which is the National Association of Broadcasters. It was a film show. And there was a company across the way that was making this 8-axis motion control system. And I knew one of the guys there, so I went and talked to him, and I said, where did you get the electronics from? Because I wanted to come out with a servo system for our mounts. And he said, this gentleman right here in the booth built it for us, and so I talked to him, and he was into astronomy. So I hired them to make up the servo driver system. Problem is it had no smarts at all. It was just a servo system to run motors. Then, just out of the blue, couldn't have been more than a week after the show, I get this email from a gentleman in Germany saying that I'm designing a go-to system for your mount. Would you be interested in it? And I emailed him back in one of my long emails as usual saying yes. And about 6 months passed. I got the servo drive system from the company. A week later, I get an email from him saying, okay, I finished it. And I said, is it servo or is it steppers? And he says, steppers. So I told him, I said, I have a servo system. Can I send it to you and see if you can get the two to talk to each other and work? And I said, I'm going to be out there actually in a couple of weeks doing a trade show in Munich. And he said, sure. So 2 weeks later, I met up with him, stayed at his house for about a week, and played with the system, and it was unbelievable. And from there on, he's been constantly doing all the programming for it. And so, and the nice thing is if there's something somebody wants, says, it'd be nice if this go-to system did this, I just email him and say, can you do this? He does it, you just download it into your Gemini, and it's going. And they've just been upgrading the electronics, mainly because after about every 10 years, you can't get the parts anymore, so you have to just change to new electronics. And that's why they're where it is now. It has nothing to do with it's better, it's just couldn't make it the other way. But they constantly get better because the programming is better, the chips are better, and all. So. That's a C6 F8, built in 1969. They only made 50 of them. It was nice that they picked our plate to become the standard, and it's probably because we were the first ones out with a system, and it just made it, I think, so much better for all the astronomy people out there that they did decide to stick with one size, and everyone just basically copied it from us. But it made it so much easier because now people can interchange their telescopes and all that. And so it's, I don't look at it really as an achievement or something. It's just, it was nice that they picked us, but that's all I can say on that.
Warning! Warning, my foot, be still, you bubblehead.
Look, it went on.
Rush. Kill. Destroy.
I like Lost in Space TV show. Just thought it would be so neat to be able to fly around there, and I think that just got my interest in the stars and all that, because every time I look up to the stars to this day, I just would love to see them find life somewhere else, you know, any kind of life. And just a dream before I die that that happens.
All right, guys, we are back with Chris from Celestron, and he's going to be talking about doing DSLR photography as well as nighttime photography. So,
yep, absolutely.
Give a quick, brief description of who you are for the people who don't know who you are, and if they don't know who you are, why are you watching?
Well, as Simon said, I'm Chris Hendren. I'm with Celestron. I'm the technical support manager there. I've been in the astronomy industry now going back to about 2004. I think I got the whole trajectory of my life changed once I learned about digital photography and learned that you could put a DSLR on a telescope and record what you saw through an eyepiece. And funny enough, I work kind of backwards. I've known a number of people who have started in photography. They either become professional photographers or lifelong hobbyists, and then they kind of gravitate into astrophotography when they need a new challenge in their life. They're like, okay, getting paid for my photography is too easy. I need something difficult to do. I kind of went the reverse. I got in from the astrophotography side, and then that kind of reignited my interest in doing daytime photography. But I'm going to start the reverse of my journey, focusing on the daytime first, and then bring in some of the other nighttime photography, using those techniques in order to improve your nighttime photography with Canon DSLRs as well. So Simon, I'm going to go ahead and set up the screen share here, if that works. Okay, good. All right, everyone. All right, let me know if that shows up. Okay, looks good. And you'll have to apologize. I'll have to apologize here because this is literally the rough draft. It's the first time I've run through this particular presentation, but I wanted to go over here with everybody watching how I go after and plan out my photography, and the techniques I use as well. So the topic of my talk is using Canon cameras both day and night. So if you ask my wife what she thinks I think when I look at a sunset, this particular Canon ad is probably it. Even when I'm not walking around with my Canon in my hand, I'm looking out for, oh, that would be an interesting photograph, or that's an interesting color. I love the way the light is right now. I could capture that. So again, my particular Canon journey, I actually got into digital photography with the very first digital Rebel back in 2004. I did about a year of film just to kind of give myself a little bit of photography chops before I dropped at that point $1,000 on a camera, which was a lot of money for a poor college student. But that camera lasted me for 4 years. I upgraded to the Rebel XSI in 2008. I still have that camera, actually. When I went to full frame with the 5D Mark II in 2011, I actually got that camera infrared modified. And that's actually one of the types of photography I do that really interests me, looking at nature in a different way. And then since 2017, I've been shooting the 5D Mark IV, which is a fantastic camera, and I do all types of photography with it, nature, fast action, birds in flight, air shows, as well as long exposure astrophotography. The picture behind me of the Milky Way on the wall actually is a picture I did, a full frame mosaic, I should say a mosaic of the entire sky of the Milky Way over the north rim of the Grand Canyon. And it's one of the few photos I've actually printed, but it's just a reminder to me that getting out to those natural spaces and seeing the night sky is one of the main things that drove me into photography in the first place. So as this is a Canon talk, I have listed my most used lenses. Most of these are for daytime photography. I do obviously have a couple lenses I use for a lot of my night sky photography, but to be fair, I figure people can guess the number of asterisks there for brands. But these are pretty much the lenses I use for most of my work. I do have a fisheye lens I use occasionally, and I have a couple other manual lenses, and then I actually have telescopes I'll use that I'll talk about at the end of my talk. So other daytime equipment I use, 1.4 teleextender. Having a sturdy tripod with a ball head is great for composing different shots. It's doing double duty right now, holding my webcam for the talk. So, figured it's the perfect way to get the webcam at exactly the right height. This quarantine has made trying to do remote talks a little bit interesting. I'm sure Simon can agree on this, that it's, framing is important, not just in photography, but when you're doing Zoom meetings as well. So filters for exposure and effect, I mentioned infrared filters or even modifying a camera, neutral density filters to increase the required exposure, circular polarizers, things like that. Flash and a ring light. I use the ring light when I do macro photography, but most of the time I prefer natural light. I have used flashes for a few of my shots, but most of the images you're going to see were actually done with natural light. And then a good backpack is key. If you're going to be traveling away to a distant site, you need a way to lug all that gear around. I think I'm probably up to about 4 photo backpacks, and I need at least 2 of them to actually carry all my gear with me. So I have to pick and choose depending on the nature of the photo trip I want to do. So just a quick recap on technical factors in taking an image. You want to look at exposure, composition, exposure, of course, being how bright or dark, how much light you let in, how much time is involved in the exposure. Composition is how the natures in an image are put together, where you put the subject of your image, where do you want to put the viewer's eye, if you will. Color is important as well. Do you want to shoot in monochrome and boost contrast, kind of like Ansel Adams for effect, or do you want to push rich, vibrant colors? Contrast and dynamic range. How much from light to dark do you want to show in your image? What do you want to concentrate on? Do you want to expand past the range that the human eye can recognize, or do you want to draw the viewer in to just look at a compressed dynamic range just to have the right emotional effect on them? And then focus and depth of field. Of course, the F ratio of a lens controls your depth of field, and the focal length of a lens will also have an effect. One of the things I like doing is using long telephoto lenses for nature photography to isolate subject matter. And it gives you the same kind of effect of using a fast prime and getting really close to your subject, except you don't have to get as close, which can be important when shooting birds or animals, which might be skittish. So this is the off shown. Honestly, there's probably 1,000 different visualizations of the exposure triangle on the internet. This just happened to be a random one I picked up, but it's a good indicator of how effects you choose with your Canon camera change the way your photo looks. Shutter speed, controls whether you freeze motion or whether something blurs. Depth of field is controlled with aperture. And then ISO setting, of course, is how much gain has to be added to the image in order to see things that are deep into the shadows. Hence, you get more grain at higher ISO settings. So just kind of breaking this down, and I'm just going to run through this because we may have some people who are beginners, or as I've found sometimes people like me will buy a camera because they want to do astrophotography before they've learned how to do the photography part. So just to run down, most cameras nowadays will have exposures from 1/8,000th or 1/4,000th of a second up to 30 seconds of exposure. Some have more than that. And then you have a B or bulb setting, which allows you to lock the shutter open for longer. Again, shorter exposures freeze fast action. If you're shooting something moving, a car, an airplane, a bird, using a shorter exposure can freeze that. With long exposures and low light, or with filters, you can blur motion intentionally to create a specific look for your images. One thing to note, image stabilization can allow you to handhold in camera longer, but if your exposure is too long, your subject matter is still going to blur. So it can't freeze the subject that is moving, but it can allow you to handhold in dimmer conditions. So here's an example of using a fast shutter speed. In fact, I didn't quite use an exposure short enough to where you can actually see the wing blurring on this Anna's hummingbird, but the actual bird is essentially frozen in place. I believe I was using about 1/2000th of a second for this, but those wings beat incredibly fast. I would have probably needed to go closer to 1/4000th to actually freeze it. On the other end, this is an infrared photo on a non-modified camera. This exposure was 30 seconds long. So I have this stream running behind me that's essentially turned into almost like a glassy mirror by allowing the water's motion to essentially average out over 30 seconds of time. You can see a little bit of blur in the plants as the wind blew and the clouds, of course, streaking across the sky. But using a dark neutral density filter or an infrared filter, you can get a cool effect with your exposure. So with color, there's kind of a debate. Sometimes, I know in astrophotography, there's a lot of people that focus on correct scientific color. I don't happen to be one of those people. I feel that the color in your image should be used for effect. You know, as a photographer, you're trying to connect with your audience. You're trying to either represent something faithfully, or in another case, actually exaggerate an effect in order to drive a certain feeling in the person who looks at your photos. Time of day, weather, and subject can all affect the color in your images, so be aware. Reducing saturation or shooting in monochrome can help you better capture the mood you're going for, or it can allow the eye to focus on the detail rather than get distracted by your color. So for example, this is a shot where I pushed the enhancement. This is El Capitan last year after a snowstorm in Yosemite, right around sunset. And I just got this sunlight splashed across this rock. And I definitely pushed the saturation up a little bit on this because I wanted the effect to, you know, just that striking last light of day across this huge monolithic rock. On the other hand, this particular tree out on the Santa Rosa Plateau, East San Diego County, you know, this tree looked completely isolated when I saw it. There was, you know, no other trees around. It's just growing out of this hillside. And I, you know, desaturated the color and played around with it to try to go for a certain effect. Again, I won't pretend, this is an early photo of mine, so I won't pretend it's the most technically proficient. I was still learning how to take digital photography when I did this, but you know, it's an example of how color can be used for effect in your images. This is another infrared image using the modified Rebel camera. I actually caught the moon setting behind a rock face in Zion. And this kind of gives it an even more alien feel. You're out in the desert, there's not a lot of life. It was 100 degrees out, but using different types of filters, again, can enhance the view of what you want to convey about a certain place. Here's another one where it's also infrared, but where I flipped the sky color from red to blue. And that's a trick that a lot of infrared photographers use, to where it almost has a very cold, icy feel to it. This was out in Anza Borrego, and airplane trails overhead almost look like just icicles cutting through the sky. So again, this is just, think of a way to utilize the color that your camera picks up to give a certain feel to your subject matter. So a note on infrared imaging here: if you don't modify your camera and you get like one of the, I think Hoya calls it an R72 filter. There's a number of other companies that make infrared filters. It's a very, very dark filter. It can cut the brightness of your photographs by 12 stops or more. So I found that your exposure will increase to about 3 to 30 seconds. And you pretty much have to use live view in order to even see the subject matter, because you can't see infrared through the filter. If you, however, send a camera off, there's a number of companies online that do modification services. Then you're usually needing about 0 to 2 stops, depending on how much sunlight there has been that day. You're essentially recording light past the end where the human eye can see. So the color balance and contrast is very different. If it's been a very hot day and you shoot into dark shadows, sometimes the image will be very bright in infrared if there's been a lot of trapped heat where your camera is pointed. So again, these were pictures that wasn't actually taken of me. I went to a friend's studio years ago, about 10 years ago, when I was first getting into infrared photography. This is just a sample of a picture of me taken in visual light. You know, a little over processed for my taste, but normal colors: black shirt, red on there, blue jeans. If I take the same picture taken the same day in infrared, this is what it looks like. So the color tone in the skin and beard is completely different. That black shirt has become white. Mainly, you can actually tell when you shoot clothing. Clothing is designed to release infrared. It's designed to not trap it in. Otherwise, you'd cook while you're wearing it on a hot day. So just for example, just using a difference in a filter, you can see the same shirt looks vastly different. So when shooting portraits or when shooting nature, you can control the look of your image in a new way with an infrared filter. Composition, you know, everyone's probably, if they've used a camera long enough, has heard of the rule of thirds. It's a good start. It's basically when you put the subject matter either 1/3 of the way from the right or left or top or bottom of your frame in order to kind of draw your viewer's eye away from the center. If you put something dead center, oftentimes it looks a little bit awkward for whatever reason. The way the eye and brain works, it likes to look at things that are a little off center, and that's kind of where the rule of thirds came from. You also have diagonal composition, where you can have lines running diagonally through your frame. Mirror image or reflection. This is one case where centering something can work very well for an effect. You have leading lines, where lines start to pull the viewer's eye into the background. And then you'll have cases with foreground interest or extreme depth of field, oftentimes where you're using very fast lenses to focus on one aspect, either the eye of a portrait or you know, one animal you want to focus on if you're shooting wildlife, or one plant, and you're essentially telling your viewer, look here, that's where I want you to look. And again, as with anything, learning the rules first can help, but you then want to bend them to fit your vision. Nobody's going to require you to shoot any particular composition. And the best thing with digital photography is you don't have to keep paying for film. You can experiment. You can try new things. You can try 10 different ways of framing a particular subject to figure out what you like best. So again, play around with it and use these as tools in your toolkit, but don't essentially focus only on those. So here's a pretty simple rule of thirds. The horizon is about 2/3 of the way up. The way the lines on the ground, this is out in Yellowstone, Grand Prismatic Springs. The way the lines sort of run from the lower center left up towards the upper right kind of draws the viewer into the mist a little bit. Sign of, at least for me, it kind of had this air of being mysterious by like hiding something behind there. This was an image, again, the same trip out to Yosemite of Half Dome. This was an example of a mirror image. where you can see I didn't exactly center it, but I wanted to capture the reflection of Half Dome on the water, as well as the leading line from the left about 1/3 of the way from the bottom, kind of drawing you back towards Half Dome a little bit. So with contrast and dynamic range, you will have, you can have more tone levels, allow a greater range of detail to be shown. That can be very useful to a photographer if you have things deep in the shadows or deep in the highlights. Being able to take it into Photoshop and post-process and pull more details out of an image can allow you to kind of expand the way your camera sees a little bit. It can also be somewhat overwhelming in certain cases unless you've chosen what you want to focus on in the image, what's the most important. You can combine exposures of different lengths into a high dynamic range image, or generally speaking, if you shoot at a lower ISO, around ISO 100, with almost any modern camera, one of the things I liked with the 5D Mark IV is, especially after shooting the 5D Mark II for 7 years, there's so much more latitude in the shadows to pull up details. So I can shoot an image and the background, if I'm shooting into light, either the background or the foreground will be almost black in the raw exposure. I take it into Lightroom and I can pull so much detail out of it. So that can be useful. Just because an image looks like it might be a ruined exposure doesn't necessarily mean it is once you get into software and are able to process it more. So this is a shot of a sunset. The sun is obviously extremely bright. This was done out near Petrified Forest in Arizona. We just had this, jaw-dropping cloud pattern with these bands overhead. But I really wanted to try to capture not just the sun, which is about the brightest thing you can photograph, but I didn't want the foreground to be completely without detail. So choosing the right exposure settings and then bringing up the shadows while keeping the highlights in check was the best way to process this particular image. This next image is another example of a low ISO image. This was actually a combination of 6 different frames I shot and then stitched together. I had the sun peeking through the trees. This is the Kaibab Plateau up near the north rim of the Grand Canyon. And you can see my dog down in the lower left side. I couldn't actually see that she was in the frame when I first took these exposures because the foreground was essentially completely black from the way it appeared in my camera. But once you learn the tools and you learn how far you can push an image, you can pull a lot of detail out of the shadows without blowing out your highlights and having a sky that's just completely white with no detail. So focus and depth of field is also important in an image. Using faster lenses and long focal lengths, like I talked about, you can isolate your subject. You focus the viewer where you want them to look. Stopping down lens, on the other hand, brings more into focus. You can also use techniques like focus stacking, where you actually move the focus of your lens a little bit each time and will combine maybe 8 to 15 images, and then you can actually go well beyond the range of any lens to focus, and you can focus all the way out to infinity to the closest thing in your image. Achieving the best focus on the subject is always the goal, because that's essentially an indicator, an unconscious indicator to your viewer saying, this is where I want you to look. So for example, this was a shot of a red dragonfly that landed. I took a few shots here. This was the best of them. And my depth of field was so narrow that each wingtip is going out of field or out of focus at either end. But I got the focus line right on the little reed he was landed on, as well as along the body. This was taken out in Yosemite, where there was this gorgeous orange light with the sunlight shining through this leaf. Snow was falling out of the trees in front of and behind it, which lead to all the out of focus highlights you see. But using this, you can kind of direct the viewer's eye to what's most interesting to you about that photograph. This was out in Joshua Tree. Again, I wouldn't necessarily put this as a fantastic shot of a bird because I wasn't able to get as close to it as I wanted to, but it's an interesting composition just showing how it landed on the Joshua Tree and how you basically slice that little bit of depth of field out of the scene. On the other hand, this was a shot where I actually did an attempt at focus stacking. I'm not going to pretend, again, it's the best technically, well, it's not the most technical shot. I didn't pick the most interesting subject matter, even to my own eye, but I really wanted to focus on the ocean in the background crashing on the rocks, as well as these California poppies in the foreground. I used about 8 different exposures to get this effect. And that way, every place you look in the image is essentially a perfect focus. So, subject matter. This is the other thing. I've talked about all the technical details of how to take a picture, but subject matter. This is very hard to quantify. Subject matter is what's important to you as the photographer. You're going to be more passionate about improving your skills with a subject that interests you. My apologies for the spelling mistake. Again, rough draft on the talk. What do you want to show your viewer? What do you want to tell them? One thing to remember, you can have a technically excellent image that's boring because you followed all the rules, you got exposure nailed, you got your depth of field, but to a certain extent, if it doesn't speak to you, it doesn't make it a good image. With modern cameras and autofocus and fast frame rates, I find that that's usually the determining factor in which photos I show and which I throw away. I have lots of well-focused, shot images, but some of them just strike me as boring or uninteresting. So, you know, here's just a little rundown into what motivates me. Getting into astronomy in 2003 really reignited my love of the outdoors. I got back into hiking, camping, traveling to natural spaces. My wife and I started this while we were dating, but we started the goal to see as many national parks as possible. The two of us have seen 19 together so far, and we're just ready for this quarantine to be over so we can go back to going to see some more. The one thing that this quarantine has taught me is to look at nature in my own backyard as well. I live in a gorgeous part of Long Beach now, and we have a backyard that backs up to some trees. There's squirrels that pass through, there's wild birds that fly overhead daily. Somebody 20 years ago released or accidentally let go a whole bunch of parrots. So there's a bunch of parrots that fly over my house on the regular. I caught them once, but they're always seeming to laugh at me as they fly behind my neighbor's house and I just hear them. The other thing for me is preserving the night sky. A lot of people look at, climate change. They look at pollution. They look at people dumping trash. But for me, the night sky is a precious resource and it's something to be cherished. And being able to show that to people, I read a study once. I did a talk on it at another event where fewer than 1 in 3 people in the United States have ever seen the Milky Way. And over 80% of them can't see it from their house. And to me, that's a huge shame because what's motivated me as a photographer and an astrophotographer is going out and seeing the most untouched spaces possible, and just exploring, all this amazing nature away. It's kind of a way to refresh and reset myself before I go back into the city and do the 9 to 5. And it allows me to share that passion with other people through my photographs. So, this is just kind of a little subset of a gallery. These are the kind of images that motivate me. This one was tunnel view in Yosemite after a snowstorm. This is the last sunlight on Mount Langley. My wife and I hiked up into the Eastern Sierras, about 8 miles, with a friend of mine who now also works at Celestron, and we backpacked into the Sierras, and just seeing that last light hitting this mountain made that trip totally worth it. Seeing a sunbow over Lassen, and catching the reflection in the lake there. This was a trip to, I don't even remember which island, in Channel Islands National Park, Santa Cruz Island, I believe. But this is a native fox that lives there, about the size of a house cat. And unfortunately, people often give them snacks and feed them. So this one felt right at home, just posing for the camera right in front of me. This was out in Yellowstone, a bear who my wife still thinks I was crazy to get that close to. For this, I used a 300-2.8 lens with a 2x extender. But even then, I was probably a little too close for her comfort. But just catching the last sunlight off of its back as it walked along into a little area of natural geysers. These are some birds that were flying near Bolsa Chica Wildlife Preserve in Huntington Beach, right in front of the sunset. Again, I'm showing these images not just to try to show off and say, look at these cool images I took, but I'm just trying to give you an idea of what really motivates me when I go out and take photographs. But not just motivated by daytime photographs. A huge part of my passion and what really got me into photography was astronomy in the night sky. So with night versus day, there are going to be a few differences. You're going to keep the rules of photography. You're going to do exposure, composition, depth of field. All of this is important, but you have additional challenges because there's so much less light to work with. And, using a fast lens with a long exposure, you have the double issue of things are too close to you in the foreground, they'll be out of focus, and any wind that comes through will cause blur just the same way as if you're using, say, an infrared filter in the daytime for a long exposure. So there are going to be some additional steps. So this is some other nighttime tools that I use. I use a TC80N3 shutter cable, which allows me in bulb mode to set longer exposures. The 5D Mark IV actually has a long exposure mode in it, but it only allows you to do one exposure at a time. So I usually still use the cable when I want to take multiple exposures, be it star trails or Milky Way exposures. A heavier duty tripod. Sometimes I'll take out a much heavier tripod if there's a breeze, because again, it's one thing for a tripod to be stable for 1,000th of a second. It's totally different for it to be stable enough at the pixel level for a 10-second long exposure. For a tracking mount, Skywatcher, Star Adventure, or similar. I know Ioptron sells a few. Simon would be a better guide for that for any of you who are looking for a tracking mount. And then for longer lenses, you may actually want to look at an equatorial telescope mount for your astrophotography with your Canon camera. A light pollution filter. I use a Hoya Red intensifier and then a Hutech LPS filter. There's a number of them on the market. Some clip into your camera body, some thread onto the front of the lens. But it can be useful because man-made light encroaches more and more every year. I use an Ioptron iPano panoramic mount. So for some of the shots you're going to see after dark, you can actually program it to take shots in a row and then move up a row and move back and forth in order to allow you to more easily stitch those photos together. You can set it to overlap 30% on each photo, and you even have it set up to take multiple exposures per move, which can be helpful with some of the stacking techniques I'm going to talk about. And definitely the last bit, extra batteries. I can't tell you how many times when I was learning, I would get about an hour into a night after having driven for 3 hours to a dark site, and my one battery just, cuts out. I'm done. So having extra batteries or a battery grip or an AC adapter to one of these, lithium ion power packs that have an inverter can be very helpful and make sure your night doesn't end too early. So I'm going to go through just a quick breakdown of categories of night photography. So I have landscape first, nature and weather, cityscapes and artificial lights, astronomical landscape, and Milky Way. And I'll get into the differences between those two. astronomical landscape and what I call night landscape. Star trails, tracked wide field images, and then long exposure, long focal length, or telescopic images. So for night landscape, this is where you're taking it at night, technically, but the focus really is on the landscape rather than the night sky. So you might have stars in the background, but you're not really focusing on that. That's just one element, but you're trying to showcase something in the landscape instead. You're using a tripod with manual focus. It's not much different than a daytime shot if you use an ND filter, or if you're doing a manual shot at sunrise or sunset. So for an example, here's a shot taken out near the Bixby Bridge in Big Sur. It was about a 30-second long exposure with some fog starting to settle in. I just happened to get 3 cars driving along the highway at the same time. So you can see the ocean down there is completely blurred smooth, but being able to shoot and catch these cars all going around the various curves at the same time, the last one with its lights illuminating into the clouds, just, showed me an interesting perspective on the landscape. Again, it's at night, but there's no stars. There's nothing really astronomical about it, nothing to focus on except the landscape. Here's a shot taken out in Indian Cove Campground in Joshua Tree. It was actually a combination, I believe, of 8 photographs stitched together. Again, you can see stars. There's the Pleiades way off in the corner to the left, but that's not the main focus. My brother-in-law, now brother-in-law, then my wife and I were just dating, and we had our friends camping with us, decided he needed to build up the biggest fire he could, and it was illuminating these rocks out to about 200 feet high. So for me, it was just a time to step way back away from the campsite and try to catch that illumination splashing across the rock. So night, nature, and weather is another way to do night photography. Images that focus on what I call natural illumination. You can use moonlight as well. I'll grandfather that one in, even though that usually falls under astrophotography. It's when you don't get detail on the moon, but when you're using it to illuminate your subject. One of the things I'm really excited about for the summertime is when the North American monsoon kicks up. And my roommate and I love going out to Arizona or the Eastern California deserts to chase thunderstorms, especially after dark, because you can't predict the illumination. It's completely random where the lightning bolt is going to be. And if you're in the right place in the right time, you can get patterns on the underside of clouds or on the landscape that are just amazing. And nobody will ever get a photograph exactly like that again, because you can't recapture exactly the same illumination. Firelight is another useful tool that can be used. So this is actually out at GMARS. I know Alex and I and Frank Boker, who I saw watching the last talk, are all members of the RAS, the Riverside Astronomical Society. And this was my friend and I setting up watching the moon rise. Again, the moon is in the picture, there are stars, but I don't really classify this as an astrophoto because I'm just using the moon as essentially a flash to illuminate the subject matter I wanted to shoot. This again was the Holy Fire a couple of years back, quite a horrific fire on Saddleback, but it created a very interesting mood one night where the smoke got extremely dense, almost looked like a volcano was going off. I traveled out to an overlook to capture the light. It's hard to see, but they're actually the little 100, 150 foot tall radio towers are just dwarfed by these flames coming up off the back of the mountain. And then this is probably my favorite lightning shot to date. This was out near Benson, Arizona, east of Tucson. I had chased this storm for probably about 2 hours, set up my camera. There was a car just out of frame that was, probably people on vacation or rebalancing the load, strapping things down, and their taillights were on while they were working on their car. And I used the tail light to kind of illuminate the foreground. and just got this amazing lightning bolt coming straight, almost straight towards me. It landed about half a mile away. I think I waited less than 2 seconds to hear the thunder kick off after that flash. So, but this is just another thing you can do with the camera after dark. I will say this was probably about a 15-second long exposure, relatively low ISO, 400 or 800, and just set the lens at infinity and take a shot.
Sorry, Chris, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I've got to ask you this.
Yeah.
I mean, part of this is blind luck to a certain extent, but how did you know that framing would almost get away with that, or is the frame cropped?
No, that actually was set up. Essentially what I did was I pointed the camera towards where most of the flashes were occurring. And I shot probably 80 to 100 shots that night. And it is quite a bit of blind luck, a little bit of spray and pray, even though each exposure is between 6 and 15 seconds long. So I couldn't have predicted I would have gotten that bolt in that position. It really is just trying to get in the right position at the right time. Looking at the radar maps, you don't want a storm that's coming directly towards you because that's dangerous. What you want is a storm that's kind of crossing in front of you. So you can just kind of like angle your camera towards the lightning as it comes up. But in this case, I just picked a framing and kept shooting. And this wasn't even the last shot I did. I knew I had gotten an amazing shot when it went off. But again, I shot probably 100 shots that night.
That's just incredible, that shot.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, didn't mean to break you up there.
No problem. So, sorry, that's my dog deciding to bark at the TV in the background. So with cityscapes and artificial lights, these are images that focus on man-made illumination. I'll note that I'm probably not the strongest at this. Mainly, I spend a lot of my night shots trying to get away from the cities. But sometimes if you're up on a mountain, you know, I've been up to Mount Wilson sometimes at sunset, and you get all of the LA basin out in front of you and just see all the lights kick on. It's pretty amazing. You can also talk about other sources of artificial light, you know, fireworks, campfires, things like that. So here's an example of some fireworks I shot 4th of July a couple years back. Managed to get a site where you can actually see the launcher down behind the fence. Unfortunately, couldn't get a shot around the fence on the other side as they were keeping everybody out. But again, I couldn't necessarily have predicted this, except they were launching them up, and got my camera between a gap in the trees and just kept shooting for the whole show. This was probably for fireworks shots, usually stopping down the lens to around f8 or f11 and taking around a 4 to 8 second exposure tends to work pretty well. And then adjusting the ISO based off of how bright or dark that is. And you can actually see the moon in the background there with the lens flare from the shutter, the aperture blades. So this again, cityscape, using artificial lights to illuminate the subject. That's actually Saddleback in the background. I forget where I actually was when I took this picture, but you know, you can actually use the leading lines of the streets and cars on the streets, kind of draw the viewer back to look at the mountains. And you can actually see also a line of aircraft in the air flying over the mountain. Well, it's kind of like a little wispy stream. This definitely I won't rate as a technically fantastic photo. This was really just grab a camera because you're not going to catch this. This was a SpaceX night launch that just happened to catch the sun right after it had set. And I actually have the first stage as well as the second stage launching off to the left. You can actually see a bit of the debris from the first stage catching the sunlight up above and to the right. So again, this is just an example of, you know, if you ever get out near Vandenberg, or if you ever see some of these satellite launches, they can provide some really interesting material for shooting at night. So here I'm going to talk about landscape astronomical images. So this is really an image that has the landscape in it, but you're focusing on the night sky. And you really want to be aware with these kind of photographs about light pollution from artificial lights. I used to try to find places that had absolutely zero artificial light whatsoever, but sometimes a black foreground is just uninteresting. You can see a shape of a tree or a mountain, but a little bit of light can add some color or tone to an image that would otherwise be, interesting from a pure dark sky astrophotographer standpoint, but not necessarily interesting in a general photographic standpoint. So this is where I bring up a very useful rule for people. It's called the rule of 500 or 400. So essentially, this is a rule where you adjust your exposure based on the focal length of your lens in order to prevent blur in the stars. You either start with 500 or 400. With my newer camera, I usually use 400. The smaller number is better to use with a higher megapixel, more modern DSLR, and 500 is good if you've got an older DSLR that might be a decade old, because the pixel density isn't quite as high. You can take a longer exposure before the blur shows up, essentially. So this, I provided a little bit of math here. So 500 divided by a 24 millimeter lens, you can expose for about 21 seconds before you see a significant amount of blur. I used to shoot 20-second exposures with my 5D Mark II. I now reduce that to about 15 seconds with my 5D Mark IV, both to reduce blur and because there's better high ISO performance. I can just raise the ISO a stop and I don't need a longer exposure. But here's the problem you run into, and this is why later on we'll talk about tracking mounts. If I'm using my 300 millimeter 2.8 lens, I can only shoot about 1.6 seconds before the stars start to blur. This is a big problem. This is, again, the blurring is from the rotation of the Earth. The Earth is always turning, things are always moving. And so if you want to actually freeze the action in much the same way of taking a image of a bird at 1/2000th of a second to try to freeze the beating of its wing, you're trying to freeze the motion of the Earth's turning so that those stars look sharp and don't streak into trails. So again, this is just a good rule of thumb, something to keep handy depending on your particular camera and lens combination. You can figure out what your maximum exposure is before you see noticeable trailing. And I use the word noticeable. If you dig hard enough, you'll probably see slight star elongation, but when you look at it at any proper viewing distance for the whole image, it's not going to be noticeable. So again, rules can be broken. Print size is a determining factor. Again, the proper viewing distance. If you print 4 feet wide, you're not going to stick your nose against the picture to look at it. You're going to be standing back 2 to 4 feet at minimum in many cases. So if you have trailing that's, say, a pixel or two, when you have a picture that big, it's really not going to be noticeable. And the goal is, again, to try to take a good picture rather than focus on having technically perfect round stars necessarily. So you as the photographer have to determine what you're comfortable with. It really is a personal choice when you choose what exposures work. So experiment with it, figure out what works best for you. So here's an example of an image shot. This was actually up in the Eastern Sierra. I used someone's campfire to illuminate the trees and caught the Milky Way coming through on the left side. I believe that was Jupiter and Rho Ophiuchus to the center of the frame. I stacked a few frames for this image using, I believe, 8 to 10 second exposures. But this is, again, having the campfire in the foreground kept the foreground from just being boring and uninteresting. I used the log to put a barrier between me and the brightest part of the fire and just use it to illuminate the trees. But, again, this is a landscape shot, but there is a big focus on what's in the night sky behind it. So this is a shot of Orion rising out in Joshua Tree in this last December. There was a snowstorm that dumped close to a foot to a foot and a half in the lower parts of Joshua Tree. Up where we were staying, it was probably 3 to 6 inches, depending on where you were. It was cold. We were tent camping. It was probably about 25 degrees that night. But I saw Orion just cresting over the mountain right at sundown. And in this case, I took a number of 6-second long exposures, I believe 18 of them. And I actually used a program I'm going to talk about called Sequator that allows you to isolate the foreground and the sky without using a tracking mount and get them to blend together. So there are some blending artifacts. You know, I know where the flaws in this image are. I'm not going to tell, but they're pretty minor. Most of it is just because of people's light changing at campsites down the way. But you can get a really good, smooth shot with high ISO and short exposures if you're willing to stack a number of exposures together. You used to have to choose, do you align on the sky or do you align on the land? But there's now programs available. I use Sequator because, you know, I'm generally imaging on a PC and it's free and I like free software. There's also a program on Mac called Starry Landscape Stacker that does kind of the same thing. I don't know where we are on time. I guess I've blown way past the time, but Simon, if you're okay, I'll keep going.
Keep going.
Okay. So Milky Way. Here, the Milky Way, of course, we're looking at our own galaxy from our position inside. We are kind of in the galactic suburbs. We're not in the center. We're not at the edge. We're about 2/3 of the way out in this spiral disk that appears as a band going through the sky. This is the one time a year where it isn't really up. The winter Milky Way is setting. The summer Milky Way is going to rise later. So I guess if a quarantine is going to happen, this is one of the best times for it to happen because there's less things I want to go out and shoot this time of year. It's galaxy season, but I can't really shoot that from my light polluted backyard. So I'll wait until the Milky Way is up and I can go back to dark skies. So the brightest section of the Milky Way, the galactic core, is near the southern horizon. Having a good south-facing view and you know, being aware of what's to the south of you can be useful when you're framing a Milky Way shot. Needing access to dark skies well away from cities for best results. So I've had a number of people say, oh yeah, my skies are dark. I can see quite a lot of stars. Or the one I like is, it was so dark I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. And to which I know from having gone out to the North Rim of the Grand Canyon and Great Basin National Park, when it is extremely dark, you can almost read by starlight. It's, you know, I can read the license plate on my car with no other illumination but the Milky Way, because your eyes will adapt if you remove all the artificial lights. So for imaging tips, again, having dark southern or eastern skies in early summer are huge. Southwest skies in late summer, early fall are good. A lens 50 millimeters or wider, 14 to 35 is ideal. Having fast optics, you want a lens that's f1.4 to 2.8 generally. Any slower than 2.8, you'll run into having to take too long of an exposure. 10 to 30 seconds is about the sweet spot on exposure time. And then depending on your camera, shooting ISO 800 to 6400 in order to get the right noise level. So this is an image of the Milky Way rising over Crater Lake in Oregon. This is a stitch of about 15 frames. Again, the skies weren't completely dark yet at that time. There's a little bit of light pollution off in the distance and a lot of light reflecting off from the ground. But again, I wanted to set myself up on the southern side. I'm sorry, actually in this case, I was on the western side looking east so I could catch the Milky Way rising. This is a shot where I stacked a number of frames, the North Rim of the Grand Canyon. If you've never been there, it is amazing. probably one of the darkest places I've been in the lower 48. This, I actually stacked 21 frames of 10 seconds each with no tracking mount whatsoever. So the software Sequator was actually able to grab and line up all those frames as the Earth was turning, and I got the equivalent of 2.5 minutes of exposure without needing to use a tracking mount. It just came together. There was a light under my tripod illuminating the foreground, and one of the other campers was leaving, and his headlight illuminated the road in front of me to kind of give the foreground a bit more depth. That same night, this was a shot from my campsite. My wife and dog are asleep in the tent, a little bit left to center, and this was a stitch of a number of different exposures. I think I stacked a total of 33 exposures and 11 frames, each frame 3 frames stacked. And again, using the colors of the artificial lights, I hung a red light from a post in the campground to illuminate the tent. I put another red light under my tripod to illuminate the brush in front of me. And then I used the blue and yellow lights from the other cars and campers to kind of add points of interest to the shot. This was a shot, it wasn't with a fisheye lens. I actually took a number of different exposures in Kings Canyon. Not a lot of Milky Way to look at, but some interesting features from the trees, the campfires around me. I actually stood for half of an exposure down there at the bottom. You can kind of see me there as a little ghost. But, you know, again, use your creativity and look into ways of showcasing the world around you at night in different ways. So here's a short breakdown. I mentioned I stacked some of those images. If you take a single exposure, you got to get everything right. You got to balance your ISO and your exposure. You're going to wind up with some noise because you have to get it right in just one shot. When you stack multiple exposures, you can actually push your ISO much higher than you normally would. That shot of the Milky Way over the Grand Canyon, that big arch, I shot that at ISO 10,000, which is much higher ISO than I would normally use. But by being able to stack a number of exposures, it helps clean up the noise together. This is something that people who take astrophotography have known for a long time, but using software like Sequator, Nebulosity, or others, they allow you to get more depth out of your images. So here's an example of a shot with one exposure. This was shot at ISO 6400, and the background just looks kind of grainy. There's just a little bit loss of detail here. It's a good exposure. I used a headlamp to paint the bristlecone pine in front of me, but this was shot years ago before I had developed the technique as much. Here's another exposure where I stacked, and you can just see how much smoother the shadows are, how much smoother the darker areas of the Milky Way are. It allows you to get into the dust lanes running through Scorpius in a way that you just can't do with a single exposure. This was about, I believe, 12 exposures with a 45mm lens at 8 seconds. So I have roughly 1.5 minutes of exposure and didn't even need a tracking mount to do it. So for processing software, I use Photoshop and Lightroom. PT GUI is really good for stitching panoramas, although Photoshop has a tool, and a lot of people use Microsoft ICE as well. Sequator is a good simple landscape stacking tool for PC. If you use a Mac, Starry Landscape Stacker is the name of the program. And then Nebulosity 4 is what I use for my long exposures. So I'll try to breeze through this, Simon. I'm really not trying to go too long. Again, I probably way underestimated how long this was going to take. So let me go ahead and, all right, well, I'm getting a shrug from Simon, so I guess I'm okay here. I'm not being too annoying by running too late. So the star trails, this is kind of the opposite of what we've been talking about. This is where you want to see blur. You want the stars to move to showcase the motion of the Earth. The center of rotation is going to be around the North or South Pole. And a lot of people try to get that as a primary focus of their exposure. But sometimes it's fun to actually not point towards the pole, point towards the equator, and you can get a completely different look to the sky. Generally, using a shutter cable, turn off long exposure noise reduction, use exposures between 30 to 120 seconds, and set the delay to 1 second. And then what you can do is use another free program called Star Stacks. That's STARSTAX, which is free and runs on Windows, Mac, and Linux, I believe. And that can combine all those photos together into a star trail. If you really zoom in, the stars might look like little sausage links stuck together. But again, at normal viewing distance, it's going to look just like you took one long exposure. So this is shot out in Bristlecone Pines at Patriarch Grove, about 11,500 feet. I used a headlamp to try to illuminate some of the trees. You can actually see my red light down in the background as I'm waving it around. But somebody was driving about a mile down the road, and as they came around a turn, their headlights just splashed across the tree. So out of 200 odd frames I stacked, one frame had this headlight illuminating the tree, and I just grabbed that and made that the foreground. Here's another shot, again with the North Pole off to the left. This one I really liked. This was in Great Basin. The clear parts of the sky kind of looked like a human heart to me, and the tree branches kind of looked like veins running across it. So I kind of went with that concept and called it the Heart of Night. But again, looking for interesting things to focus on in your photographs, even when you have to set it up to take exposures over 3 hours, as I did for this, you can just get interesting effects to show your viewers. This was shot out in the desert between Barstow and Baker. And again, I looked the complete opposite direction. I'm looking towards the celestial equator, and that's the belt of Orion. Right in the center as Orion tracks across with Sirius below it. And just seeing the position in the sky where the curvature of the way the stars appear to move through the sky switches from south to north was what I was going for, along with the light of a campfire illuminating an old railroad bridge. So tracking and astrophotography, again, the Earth's turning at a constant rate. In order to exceed the rule 500 or 400, you have to use a motorized mount to counteract that motion. Small mounts, as I mentioned, are available for $300 to $600 that you can use up to 200 to 300 millimeter lenses. Beyond that, it's best to look at a dedicated telescope mount for greater accuracy. And talk to Simon and Woodland Hills. They have quite a bit of inventory available. Not to point out my own company too much, but Celestron makes a number of different mounts that are good for people getting into this type of photography. So this is an example of Milky Way shot with a 300 millimeter lens, stitch of about 20 frames. And there you can really see some clear detail in the Milky Way that wasn't available with the wider lens shots.
Just go back the shot for a second.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you a question now, just in case we run out of time and we don't get to ask questions.
Yeah.
A shot like this is obviously built up of a panel or a mosaic. Is there a reason why it's better to shoot with a longer zoom lens to create a panel than it would do to just straight up shoot with a wider angle lens and then do the distortion correction later?
Well, one of them is the resolution. If you look at how fine-grained the Milky Way looks and the detail that's there, if you shoot it with a wider angle lens and do distortion correction is not lossless. You always give up some detail where you correct distortion. But shooting with a longer focal length lens, it just allows you to pull out more detail. This actual image is about 25,000 pixels by 10,000 pixels in size. And I actually shot the foreground the next morning using, I left the lens in exactly the same infinity focus so the trees would look natural when I stitched them back into the photograph at the end. So this is a composite. This is the first image that hasn't been just like done as one shot in one setting. But for me, it really is just the longer focal length helps separate out the stars in a way that, say, a 24 millimeter lens can never do. For example, you saw a lot of my Milky Way shots where I had Rho Ophiuchus available. Here's a deep dive into Scorpius with, this one was a 70 millimeter lens, I believe, 70 to 200. And you can see color and detail there that's just not visible when you back off, because the stars kind of overwhelm the image when you take an image with, say, a 24 millimeter lens. It's easier to do, but in order to go a little deeper, you need a tracking mount and you need a longer lens to separate out those stars. Same thing for this here. This was a 45 millimeter lens, and you can see the California Nebula, the Pleiades, and the Hyades there in Taurus, as well as some of the dust going through there. This is about an hour and a half stacked, taken out, I believe, in GMARS actually. So it was a very dark night out there. So even using a wider lens, you can just get more detail and less noise, and allows you to push detail in your photographs a little farther. And again, the solar eclipse in 2017, you really needed tracking with that in order to follow the event. I was shooting at about 400 millimeter, a 100 to 400 lens with a converter, so I was at 560 millimeters for this shot. And this is a combination of images from 1/8,000th of a second to half a second in length. There was a close-up there. I can breeze past that. So astronomical tracking mounts, I can breeze past this. This would be one to talk to Woodland Hills, and a lot of the other talks like Losmandy focused on mounts that allow you to take longer exposures. And this is where I've attached my Canon to the back of an actual telescope. In this case, it was actually with the 300-2.8 lens on Orion, stacking 2-minute exposures, about an hour's worth, on top of a small equatorial mount to allow me to get deeper into it. Here was a shot of the Pleiades taken with a Takahashi TSA 102 with my old 5D Mark IV Joshua Tree years ago. And then this was a shot I just took recently from my backyard, a Celestron Evolution 8 Edge HD with my 5D Mark IV. I took 3 different exposures to show both the light side and the dark side of the moon at the same time and stitch them together. And then lastly, this is a shot taken of the Lagoon and Trifid Nebula through a 6-inch telescope with my 5D Mark IV and a light pollution filter, pretty similar to the Optolong L-Enhance. And that's it. I ran way over time, but
it's all right. It's okay. Yeah. All right. So do you want to stop the screen share for a second so we can see each other?
Let me. Let's see. Yep, stop share right now. Okay, good.
All right, so let's go into gallery mode. There we go. That's more like it, so we can see both of us at the same time. Okay, I'm going to start with this question. When you're using your camera to shoot anything, especially like the Nightscape photography, Canon has lens profiles that can remove distortion.
Yep.
When you usually shoot with that kind of stuff, do you actually like to turn the profiles on, or do you actually keep them off in order to retain that aspherical look?
I turn it off in camera, mainly because I utilize my camera for daytime as well, and I find that it really cuts the maximum shutter rate. It slows it down quite a bit. So since I don't want to have to go change all my settings and go track that down, for when I switch to daytime photography, I generally leave it off. I do use Adobe's lens profiles, which I find to be very accurate and just as good, in my opinion, as the Canon ones. I'd rather retain the actual data that the lens saw when I take a picture, and then I can choose how strongly I want to correct, because I can do a slider then. I can use 100% of recommended correction, or I can just correct for vignetting and not for distortion if I feel it gives the image a better look.
So when you're shooting with longer lenses, if you need to get that extra reach with the Canon, of course they make the 1.4 and the 2x tele-extender. And yep. This is actually a misconception and sometimes a misunderstanding from a lot of people. The 2x is not just applicable to the focal length.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go into a bit more information about that?
Well, yeah, it affects your focal ratio as well. So again, I have behind me, I have my 300-2.8 with the 1.4 TC2 on it. So that's my usual birding situation that I use with that, because it extends it from 300 millimeters to 420, but it also, I lose a stop of light. I go from f2.8 to f4. And that is a consideration when using it. You add extra glass, you do, so just by that, you're gonna have a little lower contrast. And if you're using it for daytime, a little slower autofocus. But for night, you're going to lose a stop of light. So it's going to require you to double your exposure or go up a stop in ISO in order to compensate.
One of the other things here with camera lenses is they are designed specifically for daytime use. They were never really geared towards astronomy. So one of the biggest problems that we can actually get from them is coma. Do you want to go into a little bit of information about coma and how we actually correct for it in the astronomy world, and how we actually can deal with coma even if you're using a regular camera lens?
Well, here's the thing to remember. Camera lenses, more than telescopes, are compromises. They're designed to focus on something relatively close to the user or something at infinity. They're designed to operate at maybe f2.8 or at f32. They have lenses that move for focus. They have lenses that move for image stabilization, which can create its own problems. The other thing is, except for a few lenses, they're largely using spherical optics in camera lenses because they're less expensive to produce a spherical curve when you have to automate something in a factory. Aspherizing lenses, which is what they do in telescopes, is costly and can be prohibitively expensive if you're trying to get a lens out at a certain budget point. If you look at any Canon lens, you might have between 10 to 20 pieces of glass in it, whereas an astronomical telescope will often have 2 or 3 lenses in the front, and if it has a field flattener, another 2 or 3 lenses in the back. So the contrast from an astronomical telescope tends to be higher. I'll be honest, I like the speed of my 300-2.8 for shooting Milky Way and night shots, but if I want greater sharpness, I'll usually pull out my little Stellar View 70 refractor or one of my other telescopes, because they can do more in correcting off-axis aberrations like coma and astigmatism with fewer pieces of glass than you get out of a camera lens, which again can use 20 pieces of glass because they assume you're going to shoot in the daytime. You got plenty of light to deal with. The other thing you didn't even hit on is off-axis flaring. Bright stars can get really funny looking halos on camera lenses because of the way they use little separators to separate out groups of lenses down the barrel. And again, when you use them at night, if I use my 300-2.8 wide open, it's really pretty ugly on bright stars. I find that you have to stop down a camera lens, usually around 1 1/3 to 2 stops. So I stop down to f5 or f5.6 to get a cleaner image out of it. You know, f2.8, I did a shot of the witch head once with Rigel in it, and it was just horrific looking until I stopped the lens down. An astronomical telescope is designed to correct for those off-axis aberrations at the native focal length it's built at. So by its nature, you're going to have a greater level of correction available. And that's definitely important when you use a large sensor full frame camera like the 5D Mark IV or any other branded DSLR or mirrorless camera, because digital photography keeps moving to smaller and smaller pixels, and it makes it easier and easier to see those aberrations in lenses lens makers used to be able to hide.
I'm glad you brought up the sensor sizes actually. So APS-C, full frame, micro four thirds. Canon only really concentrates on full frame and APS-C, not so much micro four thirds these days. But the interesting thing here is does one offer better image quality than the other, or is it just one of those boot point type scenarios?
I think in many cases, the jury is still out. One thing I can say is if you scale the focal length, so what that means is if you use the same field of view. So if you use a 50 millimeter lens on an APS-C and an 80 millimeter lens on a full frame, you're going to see the same field of view, and you just have to look at it as the full frame sensor has about 2.5 times the area, so it's capturing 2.5 times the photons. What I really feel that helps is dynamic range in the shadows. We want to pull things up, which is really important in night shots. You can just get cleaner shadows out of a full frame camera, in my opinion. Now, if you're adjusting the lens, or if you're not using the same lens or field of view, it really goes out the window. And you know, when somebody asks me about a camera to get, I'm usually pointing them towards a good mid-level APS-C camera to learn on, because the sensors right now, any brand, are so good. My roommate's looking at that new M6 Mark II, which I think is going to be a phenomenal astro camera. He wants to get it to put on the Celestron Rasa 8 telescope because there's a Canon M-mount adapter for it.
Right.
And the dynamic range of that sensor looks really fantastic. So I would say for somebody who's on a budget, there's nothing wrong with going with an APS-C sensor to start. But you know, you and I know that the real money is going to be in the lenses.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, the interesting thing here is, and I've championed this to a certain extent, is a lot of people tend to go for the inexpensive cameras like the T6 or the T7, and I think there's a T8 now. I can't remember off the top of my head. I should know this. I work in a camera store.
Yeah.
But the funny thing here is, though, I've gotten more and more people into using something like the M series. I actually do a lot of my DSLR or mirrorless imaging with my M3, and it's a really old camera by comparison. But it actually, because of its size, its portability, and the sensor is still pretty damn good for that type of photography.
Yeah.
And I kind of feel that the 5D Mark IV is almost overkill in the realm of a telescope. Not necessarily with camera lenses, because I kind of feel the 5D Mark IV with a 70-200 performs better.
Sure.
But when it comes down to telescopes, I try to say to people, look, don't go crazy. Don't go full frame. Stick APS-C.
Yeah. Well, the thing, much like with camera lenses, you know, smaller format lenses are cheaper to make and they're cheaper to buy. Telescopes are much the same way. Once you go with a full frame, everything you buy is more expensive. The lens, the telescope you buy, the corrector you buy, the mount to carry it, because now you spent so much money, you have to get a good image out of it to justify all the money you spent, right?
Right.
And going with an APS-C sensor, you know, I realize this is a Canon talk, but most of my astrophotography is done with various, you know, one-shot color ZWO cameras. And then I have a monochrome STXL 16200 at my observatory with a CCD camera. So I have certain things I do with my Canon, which were talked about in this talk. But yeah, when I'm shooting astrophotography, either one of the low-cost cooled cameras, the CMOS cameras that are out, or even just a lower-cost DSLR, because any DSLR flat out in the last 10 years is going to be fine for the first 2 years to maybe 3 years somebody's learning, because until you really push the limits of what your camera can do, which takes years to learn, to know your equipment, in my opinion, especially in something like astrophotography, where you might only get out a couple times a month to use it. So if you buy a 5D Mark IV right off the bat versus a Rebel, you're not going to take any better pictures up front, and you might be frustrated because of the cost you put into it. So I would definitely go with that. And I honestly have been pointing people towards that new M6 Mark II or even the M50. Which,
totally. Or even the M100.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing wrong with it. My roommate's still shooting an old T2i. And
you know what, the funniest thing is, though, that camera is still one of the best ones out there. That really set the pace for the Rebel series.
Absolutely.
The other interesting thing here is the reason why we like to introduce people who do astrophotography specifically into APS-C cameras is also the connectivity side of things. This is the one great thing about Canon, to a certain extent, is there are so many different versions of the same adapter that can connect that camera to your scope. And it don't matter what it is. It doesn't matter if you've got a field flattener, a reducer, or a doubler, or whatever it is that you have. Every system can always adapt to a Canon camera using the correct T-ring. And you don't have to go nuts to find the M48 or an M56 or this, that, and the other. A standard T2 thread, which is the M42 thread size, is more than sufficient to cover the APS-C sensor. And in certain cases, you don't even need to do the 2-inch filters. You can get away with the 1 1/4.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, in certain cases. Or the clip-in filters, which can be less expensive than a 2-inch as well. So
now, do you recommend doing these conversions that a lot of people are doing? I know some people that do the sensor conversions. I know some people go as crazy as adding a heat sink on the back of their camera.
It depends. The only modification I've ever done to any of my cameras has been the infrared conversion of my old Rebel. And that's when I safely had a primary camera to use. I feel that if somebody is buying their camera specifically to do astrophotography, if that's the goal of that camera, then it's okay to modify. But a lot of the modifications people do, like the full spectrum mod, or some of them just go in, they look at a YouTube video, they rip off the cover glass on their sensor, and now their autofocus doesn't work. So people just have to be careful with that and realize that, okay, if this is a camera for experimentation, or if it's a camera for pure astronomy, modify it. If it's just, if it's your primary camera, I tend to caution people about jumping into it too soon.
You know, I totally agree with you on that one. Usually I tell people, if they're getting into astronomy and they want to take pictures, buy a regular DSLR camera like a Canon camera, so you can utilize it for other things, but do not do a modification. Which actually transitions quite nicely into the fact that you can get a Canon camera made specifically for astrophotography now, which is the RA.
Yep.
Have you gotten a chance to play with it yet?
I have not. I would love the chance to. Canon, remember, has made not 1, not 2, but now 3 cameras specifically dedicated to astrophotography: the 20DA, the 60DA, and the Canon RA. I know Nikon's made 1, but Canon has from the beginning supported astrophotography with their camera and really made an effort to make their cameras better in that field of night sky photography. And I really feel the RA is sort of a continuation of the fact that by changing the filter in front of the sensor, you can triple or quadruple the amount of this red nebulosity coming in from the night sky. However, kind of like modifying a camera, you have to realize that if your main goal is just shooting the Milky Way with a 24mm lens, the nebulas in your shot aren't going to be that big. They're going to be little tiny, pinkish or reddish parts of your lens. And that camera is going to be trickier to do daytime photography unless you set a custom white balance or use some kind of a clip-in or drop-in filter. So you have to consider that. The RA is almost more of an argument for putting it on a telescope, because the types of emission nebula you want to photograph, you're going to want to zoom in and make them fill more of the frame so you can really get that rich red color in your photograph.
Right. All right, so we are pretty much out of time. Well, we are out of time, but I am going to play a bonus tutorial about color processing, and it's all pretty much done in Photoshop. This is all applicable for monochrome data, and it's a bit of a twist because traditionally, most people do their image color processing with their narrowband data or RGB data, for that lack of description, in RGB. And I show a different method where it's actually done in CMYK, which gives a very, very different result, and it actually lends itself to have more control over the luminosity than you would do traditionally with RGB, even though you can kind of get away with it with a luminance layer. So I will be playing that in just 2 seconds. First of all, I want to thank Chris for spending his time out of his day to do this presentation. I got to say, I love that lightning bolt shot. That was awesome.
That's one of my favorite shots I've ever taken. It was just definitely right place, right time.
Totally, totally. So, any last words, Chris?
I'll thank you, Simon, and Farrah and everyone at Woodland Hills for having me on. And to anybody out there, if you've got a Canon camera or any other brand of camera that's either gathering dust because you haven't used it or you just use it in the daytime, start pushing your limits. Take it out at night. Go out away from the cities once we're allowed to leave our houses, and go explore the world.
Excellent. All right, guys. Stay safe out there. I'm going to play this video for you in just 1 second. For those of you who are interested, we're also going to be doing another talk, probably sometime middle of the month, depending on who I can iron down to be in the chat. We're going to do one specifically about 35mm film. I can throw in some astrophotography in there if you guys are interested, because strangely enough, there are some people that still shoot astrophotography with regular 35mm film. And then the next one after that, I'm working on getting people like Bob Denny involved, and possibly the guys who helped create PhD2 to dispel some serious myths out there about PhD2, because it's quite amazing how much misinformation is out there and the usage of PhD2. So hopefully you guys will be able to catch us on that one. It's probably going to be closer to the end of the month. So we'll go from there. Again, check out our website, telescopes.net, for more information. You can buy all these cool little things that we sell. And of course, we sell Canon cameras and Canon lenses, as well as all the different types of celestial mounts. So without further delay, here is the bonus tutorial.
Hello, my name is Simon. I am the Stupid Astronomer because I do the stupid things so you don't have to. And in today's tutorial, we are going to look at color processing using narrowband data. So I have here the Orion Nebula, and I have already sorted out the different filters into different layers to make it easier to work with. So hydrogen alpha, sulfur 2, and oxygen 3. And we're going to basically produce a color image, or a false color image, using these 3 pieces of data that we've acquired. Now, I'm actually going to show you something a little different. Most of you are familiar with the Hubble palette, which is SHO, and if we look at the channels here, we can see sulfur 2 has been mapped to the red channel, hydrogen alpha to green, and of course oxygen 3 to blue. Now the idea here is, instead of creating this color image in this particular fashion, there is actually another method that is not actually as well used in the world of processing because of the way a screen actually works. But the results in this particular method are actually quite surprising and give a more aesthetically pleasing color. So let's have a look at some of the color theory to begin with first. Now in this particular diagram, we can actually see how color is actually made up. On the left hand side is your traditional red, green, blue method, which is basically how screens work. So it's the same thing on your phone, your laptop, or your TV, or any other device that is electronic and has a screen, with exception of your calculator, which probably only has one color. On the right hand side is the actual traditional print method of CMYK. This is actually the method that we're going to be using in order to process our image, and that's because of the way color is combined together to create this particular image. So if we look at this carefully, there is a lot of green and a lot of blue, which means that these 2 colors are the strongest in order to create this side of the spectrum. Now if we change how we actually assign the colors, we end up getting different effects. So if you're more familiar with, say, HOO, so if we just quickly change these layers around, we end up getting a more natural looking color as if we shot it in RGB traditionally. So as you can see, because the red channel is the strongest, and then we've assigned oxygen 3 into both blue and green, we are getting more towards the white area. So the colors that we're essentially looking at is in this part of the color chart. Now when we use CMYK, something else is going to happen, and the primary colors that we're used to, red, green and blue, become secondary colors within this particular color chart, and white becomes black, which we would use for our luminance layer. Normally when you try to apply a luminance layer to this, you have to go in a roundabout method by copying the luminance data that you have, so we'll just use hydrogen alpha in this case, and we're going to paste it over, and then we're going to change it so it's the luminosity of things within the actual layers. This does make for a very, very strange looking image because it tends to blow everything out, but it's not a bad way of doing things. And if I was using the Hubble palette, it'll be somewhat even more crazy. Of course, we can obviously go into this and manipulate it by changing the levels and things like that to try and create a more aesthetically pleasing image. Again, that's all down to how you prefer to do your image processing. But for this tutorial, we're actually going to look at a completely different method. So let's have a look at this chart here for a second. What happens here is when I combine certain colors together, you'll start to see the primary color that we're used to, red, green and blue, will start to show up. The idea here is we don't want the red, green and blue to be the primary colors. We want the print colors, the cyan, magenta and the yellow colors, to be the main color. So if we go into our data, which is available for you guys to download so you can have a go at this, and of course if you have your own data you can apply this to your own data. So I've already gone ahead and named all the layers so it can make more sense to you, so you know which one's which, although in some cases I think it should be pretty obvious by now for most people. We're going to copy this and create a new document, but in the color mode we are going to set it to CMYK. Now, before we start pasting all these colors into all these different channels, we need to know how do we assign these colors. So let's have a look at the visible spectrum for just one moment. In this particular image, what I've done here is I have taken two different charts and overlaid them on top of each other. So it's the red, green and the blue. And I've also applied where these actual narrowband filters live within the visible spectrum. So hydrogen alpha and sulfur 2 are somewhere in the red, and oxygen 3 is somewhere in the blue-green area. The way that we assign these colors is we want them to sit as close as possible to their native color. So sulfur 2 is to the far right hand side, which is in the red. So what we're going to do is, for the print equivalent of this, that would be the magenta layer. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the sulfur 2 data and paste that into the magenta layer or magenta channel of this image. We're then going to pick up the hydrogen alpha because it's the next one along, which is here, and apply it to the yellow channel. And last but not least, we're going to take the oxygen 3 layer and paste that into cyan. And when we combine all these three colors together, this creates the actual colors that we're going to be using. So now that we have all three of our narrowband data applied to specific channels, we now need to create a luminance layer, which we will apply to the black channel. Now the way we can do this is we can just simply take the hydrogen alpha layer and paste it into our black to create our luminance layer, which is what gives us this particular result. Now, the reason why I don't want to just apply the H-alpha layer is because certain things may not show up. Like, for example, the Running Man Nebula over here has pretty much disappeared, as if you look at the data, you'll see that in hydrogen alpha and oxygen 3, it shows different parts of the nebula. And we want to make sure that this still comes through. So the best way to do this is to combine the hydrogen alpha data with the oxygen 3 so we can have a luminance layer made up of the two different channels. Now the way that I like to create a luminance layer with the hydrogen alpha and the oxygen 3 layers combined is I turn off the sulfur 2 and just have HA and O3. I put the HA at the top above oxygen 3, which in this case it already is, and I select the transfer mode to be soft light, so it's a combination of the two together. Now, in order to preserve the data here, I'm actually going to duplicate this as a layer and then actually squish it down to create a flat layer. This is actually what I'm actually going to copy and paste into the black channel as my luminance level. We should have an image that looks somewhat similar to this. Now we can actually go in and brighten the image if we wanted to by adjusting the levels, done like so, but we need to be careful not to blow the actual image out or blow the core of Orion out, because we want to be able to keep and retain all that fantastic detail in there. So we're just going to clip some of that off, but I don't want to go too much. And then just bump up the levels a bit more, because there is actually quite a lot of nebulosity going on here. And then I'm also going to manipulate the color slightly, because I feel that there's a little bit too much magenta peering through, and I kind of want it to become more of a neutral gray color. So what I'm doing here is I'm in curves adjustment, and I'm just pulling down the magenta layer just so it has a more neutral background, so it doesn't lean towards any particular color. And then once we're done with that, the next step is actually to convert this back into RGB, because we are not actually working on a final CMYK image. If we were going to print for specific reasons, then yes, we can finish it off from here and then go for a color print. So, but in our purposes, we're going to now convert this over to an RGB. We're going to flatten everything once we're happy with it. Then we can go into all the other filters like the camera raw settings, and we can do any fine tweaks and adjustments. So as you would do with normal processing, let's get rid of some of the noise that is being generated here, and probably sharpen it just a small amount. And then what we're going to do is dehaze it slightly, bump up the clarity, and just a tiny bit more texture. And I want a little bit more color into this, so I'm just going to turn up the saturation just to see what happens with the actual image, to see if we can get some of the colors to pop a little bit more. And we're kind of close there. We're getting some interesting things going on because of the nature of CMYK. Is the green is starting to show up a lot more, and the purples are somewhat faded out in comparison to the blue. So let's go in here and let's just do individual adjustments here. So first of all, let's fix the problem with the stars and the green. What we'll do is we'll pull out some of that green and head more towards the yellow side of things, and then we're going to desaturate them so there's less of that green but without losing all of that color. Then we're going to have a look at these purple type colors here. So as you can see, when I play around with the slider, we can actually see which layers or which colors we're actually adjusting here. So I'm probably going to just mess around with the saturation so there's more of a separation, but I'm also going to increase the luminance, being careful not to blow out the core. And then I'm going to have a look at the magenta, just double check that, make sure there is something happening. Yes, there is. You can see just where the core, outside of the core, is starting to shift towards red. So let's increase that. Turn up the saturation so there is a good, clear, defined difference here. And probably tweak the luminance, but not too much, because we're starting to blow out the core here. So once we've done that and we are relatively happy with that, we're just going to OK that. I might tweak the contrast just a little bit. And then we should have a more vibrant and a more punchy looking image. So this is how you can process colors using the CMYK method as opposed to the RGB method. Of course, the last part that I did is entirely subjective, and it's entirely down to you if you want to do some of that stuff. But just to give you an idea, This is another method of doing color processing as opposed to the typical red, green and blue or the familiar Hubble palette that you guys are probably more used to. So before we finish, let's have a look at how light pollution can actually affect us and why a lot of us choose to do narrowband imaging. So as you can see in this chart, it shows us where our narrowband filters will actually sit, and depending on the type of light pollution that we're getting, we can try and cut out a majority of that by just looking at very specific wavelengths. So hydrogen alpha is around about the 650 mark, so anything before and after that area is essentially blocked. Now, sodium vapor and mercury vapor sits within this area here, and I'm going to just quickly pull this out to give you an idea. It basically sits within this block here. And the idea here is by using these filters, we can essentially cut out all of the unwanted light that we're seeing. Now, with modern technology and the development of LED lighting, the LEDs actually operate in a different way. They use the red, green, blue method by having 3 different diodes in there, which use red, green, and blue. And as the intensity increases, it creates the white light. Well, that's actually a problem now, because what happens here is, if we look at the actual color chart, and this is just a quick overlay, you can actually see how much LED light pollution intrudes into the different bands that we shoot in. Meaning that if we were trying to shoot HA or hydrogen alpha, we're actually going to get a lot of light pollution coming from the LED, resulting in washed out images. And it's even worse with the sulfur 2. And it's bad enough that sulfur 2 doesn't actually react very well when it comes down to imaging. But with this LED light pollution, it's becoming more and more apparent. So this is where some of the other filters are actually worth considering and looking into in order to create an image. Now, a lot of the times, hydrogen beta is not looked at very often, because as you can see, it doesn't quite intersect inside of the LED light transmission line, but you can see oxygen 3 is not heavily affected. But we can use that to our advantage and image using these particular bands. Now, you have to look at the type of nebulas that you are shooting in order to work out if hydrogen beta even shows up or not compared to hydrogen alpha. If you're looking at something like the Horsehead Nebula, it actually shows up incredibly well in hydrogen beta, and I seriously recommend that you grab one of these filters to do imaging for those types of regions. You can look at different planetarium software like Stellarium that when you click on it, it actually tells you which band it's actually strongest in. Less frequent or less common is the helium-2 line. Not many things actually show up in the helium-2 line, but you'll be surprised what you can see, especially if you're dealing with heavy light pollution. Now, bearing in mind the results that you get from helium-2 is very similar to what you would get with S2, so it kind of depends on what it is that you're trying to do and how you combine your data together in order to create a color image. And of course, if you're doing one-shot color, this doesn't really help, especially for you DSLR mirrorless camera users. As you can see, LED is just basically right over the entire spectrum. And just to make our lives even worse, when you mix this in with sodium vapor and mercury vapor, we essentially get an entire flood of all sorts of weird and wonderful problems from light pollution. So this is where narrowband imaging and shooting in a good dark location actually makes the difference. So hopefully you guys have enjoyed this tutorial. I hope it hasn't been too complicated, and I would love to see some of your guys' attempts at doing something like this. It is not a very widely used method doing CMYK as opposed to RGB, but this is something relatively simple to do and does lend itself to have more sense, especially when it comes down to dealing with luminance levels and things like that, because I kind of feel that CMYK processing in this particular fashion, you have a greater degree of control on creating these color images, and it does give a different kind of palette, which for some people it tends to be a little bit more natural and a bit more calming, as opposed to that greenish colors that you might get, and hopefully just create a more aesthetically pleasing image. So until the next time, my name is Simon, and hopefully I will see you again.
All right. Thank you very much, guys, for watching. I was actually muted there. Sorry about that. We will be posting more information on when the next live event videos will be on our website, telescopes.net. Don't forget, Losmandy is giving us a special where Woodland Hills Cameron Telescope is giving you GPS units when you buy a Losmandy mount. So for anybody who's interested in buying a mount who hasn't already gotten one, grab your Losmandy mount. It could be the GM8, it could be the G11, the G11G, and God knows how many more other versions of the mount is. As long as it has a Gemini system, Woodland Hills will give you a GPS unit. My name is Simon. I am the Stupid Astronomer. I do the stupid things that you don't have to, and I look forward to seeing you at the next one, which, hey, 2 weeks time, man, 2 weeks time. Thank you very much for watching. I'm going to go get my dinner. Good night.